Hello, everyone, and welcome to CCT Series number 6. It is day number 2, and before we start things off, I would like to apologize for the delay that we had. We had some issues, but now we are up and running, and hopefully, we're going to see a great day of Dota. We have some really good teams lined up for you guys in the form of, for example, the return of Team Night Pulse and obviously the return of Into the Breach as well. But we're going to talk more about that later on. But guys, let's see the brackets and actually see the group standings, as we saw a lot of Dota happen yesterday as well. So over on group number A, we have Into the Breach, who have recently returned into Dota. The last time I believe I saw these guys compete was back in 2023 in the DPC season. But again, we have Team Night Pulse as well, who previously they were missing from the CCT series 5 and 4, but they were there in CCT series number 2 and 3. And back in CCT series number 2, they actually made it all the way to the grand finals, having lost out against Liga team in best of 5. I believe they won 2 out of the 5 games. Of course, we do have the rest of the teams such as Passion UA, which are, I believe a fan favorite. Over on group number B, of course, you have Zero Tenacity, Nemiga, 4 Pirates, Mouse, and LFG esports. Zero Tenacity currently having that one win, and so does Nemiga, so they're actually leading up the board. But of course, in these early days, we can't really say much because there's just too much Dota going on. We have several days of it. But heading over to today, guys, I want to show you what we have lined up for today. For the first best of 3, we're actually going to start, right off the bat, we're going to start with the heavy hitters. We're going to be having Team One Move play against Team Night Pulse. Now, Team Night Pulse, they've, if we take a look at the rosters between both of these two teams, for Team One Move, we have the standard roster. We've been seeing these guys play for so long. They're I believe, I'm a fan of these guys as well. We have Wo on the position 1, Difference on the position 2, Triple S on the position 3, and Not Me and So Bad on that support duo role. But over on Team Night Pulse side, we have quite a star-studded roster for Team Night Pulse if we talk about them. I mean, they have Warwick on that mid lane as well. If we could just see their roster, I believe we have Kami on that position 1. We have Davai Lama on that position 3, and Desire and Kidoro on that position 4 and 5 role. I mean, this is the team that honestly, when they first debuted in the CCT, or at least when I started casting and started watching some of their games, they play a really similar game to Team Avulus, and I thought they would be genuine rivals. But of course, Team Night Pulse, they haven't managed to find their footing quite as much as Team Avulus have had. But I do believe that they have the talent and the star power to actually take some of those games. In fact, in the Western qualifiers that we're seeing, in the close qualifiers right now for ESL Raleigh, we're Team Night was 2-0'd Avulus, and then but unfortunately in the lower brackets, Avulus managed to return, and instead they won against Team Night Pulse in the lower brackets. But plenty of opportunities, plenty of Dota going around, and I hope for this CCT, both of these teams have a good run. Let's head right straight into the draft, guys. But overall, we're going to see a lot of standard bans come out. Now, the thing about Team Night Pulse is that they love to play their tempo carries, right? And Team One Move, recognizing this, they've already banned out. I mean, they've banned out the Alchemist and the Dragon Knight. Obviously, as we all know, they're just meta heroes right now. They've been meta for, I believe, a long time. And Team Night Pulse, I have to say, they love their Monkey King. Warwick on that mid lane with that Monkey King is an absolute menace. And One Move, I believe they're trying to go for that Night Stalker as a kind of play to counter it. Night Stalker is he's not a hero that's seen too often in competitive play, but I believe that he adds so much value to that team, particularly against heroes like the Monkey King. Because of that Dark Ascension, because you just have such a big AoE and flying vision, you can see where the Monkey King is hiding. Not to mention that Blink Silence onto the Monkey King can actually stop that Wukong's command from coming out. So it could be a great pick. Night Stalker, it does have some scalability issues if he does not get that snowballing run, right? And not to mention, Night Stalker is just not a hero you want to be playing from behind. So Team One Move, with this pick, they've kind of set the pressure on themselves that they need to be having a good early game, at least to be transitioning forward into the mid game. Now, of course, Team One Move having revealed their position 3, they, we're going to see some other heroes come out, but it's an interesting direction that they've chosen to take. Definitely, because we know that they're going to be going for that team fighting, even though, like, normally in the drafting, you can't really tell much from the first hero, but with a hero like Night Stalker, it just becomes obvious, right? Their team fighting capability. Now, one thing though, the caveat, the reason I believe we don't see Night Stalker that much in competitive play is because the timings around him are so incredibly easy to play around, right? Because you know that you ideally don't want to be fighting in that nighttime, and you don't want to be fighting when that Dark Ascension comes up. But other than that, you're good to go. So it will be interesting to see if Night Pulse can play around those timings. It definitely is something that a lot of teams can do pretty easily. Meanwhile, One Move having actually picked up that Batrider, so they're actually going all in. They're thinking right now, okay, we have a Monkey King who's going to be in those trees, but what we're going to do is we're going to use a Dark Ascension, get all that vision up, and then the Batrider can actually snag anyone he wants, right? Because it's a free grab. So Team Night Pulse, I'm interested to see how they're going to actually counter this. The Batrider, perhaps they can go. I need a saving support, and in fact, they're actually going to go for the Morta. So you can just dish out that silence, those spirits, to silence you and actually slow you as well. So the Batrider's capability to actually snag someone out is a bit disabled. So Morta actually does well against heroes like the Batrider or heroes against the Phoenix that love to dive in and use their ultimates because of the spirit throwdown that the Morta has. But it's incredibly execution dependent, right? It's very user dependent, as we like to call it in the medical field. But One Move, whether or not they're going to be able to do this is very tough ask. But Team Night Pulse, they didn't go for that straight up counter to the lasso, and they've actually picked themselves up that Jakiro, perhaps to throw down that long range ice path against the Night Stalker. But it's incredibly difficult to actually land it if you don't have that lockdown, and lockdown is something that I'm seeing is a bit missing from Team Night Pulse, if I'm being honest. I mean, outside of the boundless strike from the Monkey King, you don't have that sure shot disabled, or that sure shot, keep someone in place while you whack at them. As a Jakiro, I mean, you can go for the ATOS, but you need utility items, you need saving items that can keep your cores in the game. I do not think that the Jakiro can be making any sort of aggressive plays outside of the late game, for example. But we'll see what they have in store. One Move going for that gyrocopter. So I really like this pick, right? Because the flat cannons will actually land on everyone, provided that there is enough vision, and the Night Stalker is going to enable that vision to come out in the first place. Not to mention that Bloodlust coming from that Ogre Magi is just going to be so much damage, so much attack speed for the gyrocopter. This Monkey King, he has his work cut out for them, because Monkey King, you want to dive in to 4 of these heroes, and it just seems it's a tough ask. I mean, you might just be going into your death if you're the Monkey King, but definitely he has his work cut out for him. We'll have to see how he plays around this, just so much magical damage, so much control, and just the absurd amounts of silence. He needs that early BKB, preferably as his second or third item. But Team Night Pulse, I'm interested to see what carry they're going to go for. The Morphling is up, but again, any carry that you pick has to be getting that BKB, and a Dawnbringer comes out as well. I actually missed this out. Dawnbringer was not banned out. He is seen, the Dawnbringer is seen as kind of a favorite pick in the meta right now. Just that globalized presence. Not to mention, it is very good because when the Night Stalker uses his Dark Ascension and chooses to go on someone, the Dawnbringer can actually ulti in and try to help out or try to save. Not to mention, it applies to the lasso as well. It applies to so many things. Just provides so much value for your team that could be that saving mechanism that I was talking about. The Jakiro, that opens up the ability to actually get 1 or 2 control items on your supports, because the Dawnbringer is going to be providing that heal. Perhaps ideally he should be going for the pipe this game instead of the blade mail. I would like to see that happening. And Team One Move, they've just straight up banned out the Morphling, one of Nightpulse's favorite heroes, not to mention a hero that would actually have done pretty well in this game. Just straight up, just straight up negating the amount of DPS coming out from the Batrider and the Ogre Magi's Ignite earlier on into the game. And then you have the Waveform ability just shuffling in and out of those fights, keeping yourself away from the Gyrocopter Flag Cannon, not to mention the late game potential that the Morphling does offer. But meanwhile, oh, actually, One Move have actually banned out the Ember Spirit as well. So they're not sure whether this Monkey King is a mid or not. And in fact, with this tiny pick, I'm not sure either. That's very interesting. So they've gone in for the tiny, perhaps recognizing the fact that they might want to be getting that early Blink Dagger. So this could go any way. I mean, you can position this tiny to go on that mid lane and send the Monkey King towards that top side, towards that carry position, and it can work with an early Blink Dagger and allowing yourself to set up that tempo. You have the Dawnbringer who really just needs his level 6, because the tiny and the Jakiro and the Mortar will be providing enough magical damage to be creating up that pressure, right? Gyrocopter, not a lot of HP. You don't go for any HP items either in the earlier phases of the game, because you want to be getting that Chrysalis and that Aghanim Scepter up. So they can choose to rotate. Whoever wins out in the early to mid game will have a really strong advantage going into the late game. I will say this, with One Move picking up that Lina, again, not a lot of HP, requires a few items before you just become an absolute monster, just one-shotting with your Laguna. But whether or not they're going to be able to do this is highly dependent on the success of this Night Stalker, the success of their off lane, and whether or not they can actually make that happen. If they fall behind, Nightpulse is just going to punish them so hard. But if they manage to make it work, then they can essentially snowball their way to an early victory. I mean, I would say that they could win within 30 or 35 minutes should they snowball in the early game. But for Team Nightpulse, they need to make sure that their Monkey King is successful, and for that, they're going to need that tiny. They're going to really need that prime Blink Dagger timing, ideally in a 10 to 12 minute mark, where you can just go out there, stun toss, use your Dawnbringer, use a Jakiro, create enough space for the Monkey King to actually farm up, get that BKB as well as some damage items, so that you're able to stay in the game against the Gyrocopter. I will say, if just looking at both of these drafts, the melee hero against the Batrider, against the Night Stalker, against the Gyrocopter, it's a tough ask, right? So it's straight up range versus melee. I would prefer the range in that scenario, but again, it really can go either way. It all just depends on the early game execution that you're able to put out. As far as the good thing is, for both of these lanes, right, the safe lane carries should be able to farm. The Gyrocopter can actually just go back and utilize the flat cannons to be getting those last hits. Not to mention the Monkey King should be having a decent enough time, because he has an incredibly good laning support beside him, whether it's the Mortar, whether it's the Gyrocopter. Both of those heroes are able to protect their carry pretty easily. What I'm interested in to know is, okay, the Ogre match is actually going for that learning curve. So again, the carry should be having a decent enough time, and meanwhile, what they're just going to continue farming up, and meanwhile, it's going to come down to the tiny from Nightpulse and the Night Stalker from Team One Move, whether or what they can actually make happen for their team. And essentially, the mid game is just going to be a result of that, or a translation of their success. Both teams should be pretty comfortable starting off. I don't think they should be taking any fight, not to mention the Ogre Magi is learning curve facet. That's not a facet that you want to be fighting with early on. Triple S going for that early nighttime. There's going to be a little skirmish here, but will they be able to get a kill onto Nami? He has fallen pretty low. He's slowed down 4 heroes on him, and this looks like it should be first blood. Hero snagging that one up for himself. Definitely a great start for this safe lane of Team Nightpulse. I mean, ideally, you wouldn't want to be giving away that first blood because the first 5 minutes are absolutely crucial for the Night Stalker. You want to be at least getting 1 or 2 kills. 2 kills would be a premium, but 1 kill would be, I would say, the requirement for most Night Stalker off lanes with this facet. But the Monkey King should be having a pretty decent time. He's trying to actually trade hits with the Batrider. I'm not sure how this ends up working, but I think he just fell out of position. He slowed down, taking a lot of damage, but he's going to end up being safe. The Nightpulse had already used their Boundless Strike from the Monkey King. Boss side though, it is going to be the Gyrocopter over that Ogre Magi. So again, a lane where they should be having a decent enough time. I don't think the Dawnbringer can just launch himself towards that Gyrocopter that easily, because when the Ignite comes out, when that level 2 Ignite comes out, it's going to be pretty difficult. Not to mention the stun can actually stop you in your place, so the Starbreaker is not going to be all that effective, and it's going to be very difficult for you to land it there. On the mid side, difference against Warwick, the Lina should be, I mean, ideally there's no way either heroes fall over here. Sure, Tiny is a melee hero, but he just has so much HP. I mean, you'll reach 1000 HP by the time you're level 6. It's just very difficult for the Lina to do anything. So I would imagine a pretty passive mid lane and bot lane, but meanwhile the top lane is where we're going to see the most amount of action. And the win condition, one of the win conditions for Team One Move was to be getting a kill on towards that off lane for their side, and they just got that. Meanwhile, Team Nightpulse, I mean, engaging onto the Gyrocopter, I feel like guys, I was just literally just talking about this, going on towards the Gyrocopter with that Dawnbringer. It's not that easy. The Ogre Magi can stop you before you land your combination, and the Gyrocopter is just does so much damage, magical damage in the early game with those flag cannons and with the rocket barrage, that it's just so difficult to be in there. And now you've just given away 2 kills. You're down and lost hits. So not a great start for Team Nightpulse, despite of the fact that they managed to get that first blood. And it seems like Desire is in a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, they're trying to turn it around onto Whoa. Will the Gyrocopter end up falling first? He will. Desire cleaning him up. Meanwhile, so bad, trying to chase at him, but no more mana for the Ogre Magi. And that just means that Desire is free to walk away, getting a courier kill to boot, and Team Nightpulse bringing themselves back. I believe over there, Team One Move really overestimated their ability to stay in this lane, despite of the fact that they expended a lot of their utility and mana to get those 2 kills. Meanwhile, not me. You have to be a bit careful. One more strike. The Ice Spot going to hold the Batrider in place. The Jingu gets activated, but Monkey King is taking so much damage. He's going to end up falling. And Kidoro, will the Night Stalker chase him down? But it looks like Triple S, he just felt too comfortable with it. But oh, again, avoid turnaround onto Kidoro, and it looks like Kidoro might just fall. The Night Stalker has the boost of speed, so he can easily chase down Kidoro if he wants to. But perhaps fearing the Monkey King TP in, he decided to just back out, get that farm up. Team One Move having a pretty good time on that off lane. I don't think they should be going for these contentions on towards that bot side. They should just wait for Team Nightpulse to come to them, because keep in mind, they have a lot to turn it around with, but not a lot to initiate with. So if you utilize the Ogre Magi's Fire Blast to start a fight, then the Dawnbreaker can actually land his combination, because there's no more stun available for you. So you might want to slow down the pace on your safe lane, and you might want to amp up the pace on your off lane. The mid lane expectedly is going pretty even for both of these sides, the Tiny and the Lina. Both of them having near similar CS. The Lina does have a few more denies, but against the melee hero, the XP loss, I think it pretty much evens out, right? Because the melee hero's I believe the ranged heroes lose a bit less XP with every deny or something. I'm not really exactly sure about that mechanic, or at least I don't have the numbers with me to know whether it's even or not. But the idea is both of these heroes are having a good enough time, right? And another initiation on towards that bot side. This time it's only going to be a minor think on towards that Ogre Magi. No real kill potential on him. He has, at 50% HP, he has 450 of it. So even if you do use that combination, it's unlikely you'll be able to take him down. $19 CS for the gyrocopter, but another initiation on towards him. Whoa, just overestimating the amount of stay that he has in that lane, the amount of, you know, he's not a rock, he's extremely fallible, and with only staying there with only 400 HP against the combination of the Dawnbreaker, that's just too much. Meanwhile, topside, with that daytime coming about, Team Nightpaws recognizing their strength, they know their timing, they know the Night Stalker is incredibly weak right now, so this is when things are going to turn around for the top side. Now, if we take a look at how many kills that they've managed to get, they got three kills, I believe, on that top side, or 2 kills on that top side, which is not the worst thing in the world, right? It keeps them in the game. It means that when the Night Stalker is able to get his level 6 in, that he should be able to doing quite a lot. The rune not being secured by Team 1 move, however, the Laguna Blade just finishing Desire off. I mean, he intended to come there to save his the rune, but the execution was a bit off. Both of these teams, they're kind of all over the place. Everyone is kind of having their own ideas on execution, considering the fact that I believe all of these heroes can start a fight, right? The Night Stalker, the Gyrocopter, the Ogre Magi, the Lina, and it's the same thing for Team Nightpaws. Any of these heroes can initiate a fight, but how they manage to stay in there is quite interesting. 7-minute mark. Kiduro, he has plans for this Wisdom rune, but Team 1 move, they're actually positioned their Ogre Magi here, so they know they don't want any stealing shenanigans happening. Phase Boots up and ready for the Night Stalker. He's almost hit his level 6. Now it's going to be interesting to see what he's able to make happen with his level 6. I believe Ogre Magi will rotate towards that top side to be getting a few kills, as they left the Gyrocopter down towards bot side alone against the Dawnbreaker, and the Gyrocopter should be having a decent enough time. I mean, outside, if he's not out of position, he should be able to secure most of those creeps and be safe from the Dawnbreaker's combination as long as he stays close enough to that tower. But Team Nightpaws, they want to be getting an initiation down before the Night Stalker gets his level 6. The dead shot on towards that Lina. The Jakiro is going to come in as well, and that's going to be an easy cleanup, with So Bad being the cherry on top. Meanwhile, Nightpaws have actually found a third target. Is the Batrider, who's in a bit of trouble. He's revealed himself again. The Dawnbreaker tossed onto him, and not me, is just going to end up falling. 3 heroes down now for 1 move. What was going to be just 1 death in the form of Desire losing his life, the Ogre Magi was just so late to the fight that not only were the Batrider and Ogre not able to save their mid laner, they just ended up giving their life as well. So 3 heroes lost. Team Nightpaws, that should be a pretty good start for that tiny Blink Dagger. Now, sure, he's going for those phase boots. It is 9 minutes in, but that I believe around 13 or 14 minutes with this current trajectory, he should be able to grab that Blink Dagger. Not to mention, with those phase boots, it's not like he doesn't have that capability to initiate, right? He can still start fights. He can still use that stun toss combination because they have long range disables. You have the Jakiro Ice Path, you have the Monkey King Boundless Strike, but now it's the Night Stalker's Triple S with his Dark Ascension. He wants some prey. It's Desire. It's not Desire, but it's the Mortai that he wants to be going on. He's going to end up falling.
structures are fortified.
Just one support kill for now. Will they be able to find anything else? Tiny has positioned himself on towards that top side as well. They're trying to chase on towards the Monkey King, who's trying to get away. He's a sneaky little bugger, and it's just so difficult to catch on to him. But they should be able to apply some sort of pressure with this Dark Ascension on towards that top side tower. It's falling pretty low, but Team Nightballs, they don't want to be letting this go this early on. But oh whoa, this is not the position you want to be in. He releases his ultimate, but there's just nothing he can do. He did not have the team beside him. The Dark Ascension ran out as well. He had no help. And he was just caught in between of three heroes that he's going to end up losing. He just ended up losing his life. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Batrider dies as well. Two heroes down now, and Team One Move, they're revealing their positions to Team Nightballs, who have all the support that they could possibly want.
Radiant are scanning.
Bountiful.
Dawnbreaker also having his level 6 right now, so this is going to be pretty tricky for Team One Move. They're going to need to survive this incoming onslaught from what is going to be a 3-man smoke. Not me though, it's not the hero that can survive. The Stavalanche coming out, but the re-engagement from the Lina, the stun, almost keeping Warwick in place, but it wasn't enough as the Dawnbreaker's ultimate meant that the kill was essentially secured. They managed to get the tier 1 tower down towards that mid side, so this opens up a lot of space for Warwick to actually be utilizing more of those combinations. Meanwhile, the Monkey King can just continue farming up. Team One Move, they really need an objective of their own. They really need to be taking this tower down, but Team Nightballs, they're not letting Team One Move amp up that pressure. Just constantly, even during the nighttime, they're not afraid. They want to be going in. Knowing that Team One Move cannot match them in terms of magic damage, cannot match them in terms of sustain. This is their time right now. Will Team One Move be able to survive this transition from the laning phase to the mid game? Because this is when the most amount of pressure is going to be applied. And it looks like the White Llama is actually going to be going for that Blade Mail instead of the pipe. I would have liked to see a pipe come out. Not me. He has his eyes on towards the Monkey King, but he's not in position. But with the rest of his team coming in, it looks like this might just end up being a play that works. The Dark Ascension is going to end up coming out. A stun on towards the Dawnbreaker, but there was no follow-up. And now Difference, he's losing his life inside of the Wukong's command. He manages to trade out in taking out the Mortar, but they just lost their mid laner. And they lost their Batrider, and the only thing that they got was a position 4 from Nightballs. Meanwhile, Triple S, he wants to be going back in on towards the White Llama. Does have the Void up, does have the Silence up, but the White Llamas, he's falling pretty low. The Ignite, will it be enough to take him out? In fact, it will. So bad getting that kill on towards the White Llama, and I believe Triple S stayed right in the rim of that AoE experience area. So he ended up getting not only the gold from that exchange as well, but also a decent bit of XP. The Night Stalker leading the net worth chart. Now, the thing is, he did go for that Hand of Midas, right? So he's not exactly 6,000 in net worth. He's more like 4,000 in net worth because he doesn't have that much to offer in these team fights, right? He doesn't have the Blink Dagger. He doesn't have that added sustain or that added damage. I mean, if apart from pretty much negligible side of the attack speed gain from the Hand of Midas, right? But he needs to be farming up a lot more. He needs that Blink Dagger because you're just letting Team Nightballs initiate on towards you every single time. You don't have that counter initiation response. Though Nightstalker Ascension walk in is not exactly the most reliable of ways to counter initiate a fight. And we saw it in the previous fight where Lina just ended up dying so quick. Just can't stay inside of that Wukong's command. But it looks like so bad he's lost in the jungle. As this is going to be a quick cleanup. But Team Nightballs actually go for more, and it looks like not me. They want you to. They you know, They found the Ogre, they found the Batrider. 2 heroes down now for Team 1 Move. Their support should really be playing behind their Night Stalker. And it's so hard, right? Because this jungle is like a death zone for Team 1 Move. The Monkey King can be anywhere, the Tiny can be anywhere with that stun toss combination. Having a haste rune available, and I believe his blink dagger is actually coming out for him right now. So this is going to be painful. The daytime is going to come out as well. So these 5 minutes for Team Nightpulse, they're going to be, they can be in a position where they just absolutely dominate the game. Gyrocopter still not having his scepter up. And I believe this is going to be an uncontested tier 2 tower towards that boss side. But meanwhile, Team 1 Move, they actually want, they're eyeing the Monkey King right now. He managed to get away, but now Team 1 Move, they're being pincered over here. Warwick going to go in with that stun toss. The Dawnbreaker is going to come in, and Triple S, he was doing so well. But he's going to end up losing his life. Just 1 Move just cornered. With those TP-ins coming to the outpost from Team Nightpulse, they abandoned that tier 1 tower play down towards that bot side to be able to make that happen on towards Team 1 Move. And the Monkey King just had such great map presence. He managed to dodge out that Lina stun, just jumping towards those trees. And now it looks like Sobaz also a bit trapped. The Ice Path will end up landing, and this will be just a clean kill. Few spells thrown here and there, but this isn't going to do anything to stop Team Nightpulse. They want more. They're heading on towards the jungle, towards that boss side. They want to be putting pressure on towards that tier 2 tower, and perhaps they might even find the Night Stalker. Now he does have his Dark Ascension up. The counter initiation threat is still there. Dawnbreaker's ultimate is down, so you might want to be careful if you want to initiate during this time, because it's not the ideal timing for you for Nightpulse either. Upside though, the White Llama, he's content just farming up right now. Going to go for that BKB, so I don't think we're going to see any pipe come out. Is that what's happening this game? Yeah, so no pipe for Team Nightpulse. And if you take a look over to what kind of sustain is coming out from Team 1 Move, you know, by picking up that Batrider, you don't have a lot of room to be creating those sustain items. It's all left to the Ogre Magi, who I believe did not go for that Hand of Midas. Now, of course, you can't have an Ogre picking up a Hand of Midas when your offlaner went for it, right? But it looks like he's going to be going for a Forced Off. Should help them out just and exit the Solar Guardian range, but they need a Glimmer. They need so much utility items up for them that it's difficult. And not me. He wants to be going in now. Does not have his Blink Daggers. They're relying on walking in. Going very deep in tier 2 territory. They need to make this work because they know that the counter initiation is going to come out, and it's going to come out in force. But it's going to be a slight cliffhanger. okay, so we're going to theory craft this up a bit, right? If they move on towards that Dawnbreaker, and the Dawnbreaker can't get his Celestial Hammer out, can't go out, right? But he still has a Blade Mail to play with. So if he initiates that Blade Mail, do you go all in and expend your HP to take him out? Because the idea is the Team Nightpulse, they're going to TP in. The Monkey King has the ability to move incredible amounts of distance in short durations of time. You have the Tiny who has that blink. So utilizing these 3 heroes right now to try and make a move on towards this Dawnbreaker, I mean, this is one of the riskiest plays that I've seen. But let's see what they actually end up doing with this. I mean, I don't know. I really have bad idea about this play, right? Just snuggle between those two towers, right? Two heroes can TP in towards those tier 3s. Two heroes can TP in towards those tier 2s. They'll be there within 3 seconds. And the Dawnbreaker, let's see how much HP you need to take out. He has 2000 HP. Lina, without the scepter, he's going to be doing around, say, 1000 HP of damage, if that. Does have the shard up, so that does add a lot of damage. So let's say he does 1200, 1300 damage. The Ogre Magi Fire Blast doesn't do much damage at all, 70 damage. You have the Ignite that's doing most of that overtime damage. Meanwhile, you have the Batrider, which again, you need that damage build up. So I don't know that you're not accounting for 500 HP of the Dawnbreaker. Now, obviously, they don't know that is the Dawnbreaker, right? It could be anyone. All they're seeing are empty camps, so it could really just be the Monkey King, who can be an easy target to get. It could, I would say, it could be the Tiny as well, who can die easier than the Dawnbreaker. Sure, you have that Tiny innate, but you don't have the Blade Mail that the Dawnbreaker has. We're going to be seeing a reconnect here. You know what I think is going to happen? I think there's not going to be a fight, because Dawnbreaker is just going to walk down. I think he's just going to walk down. He has the one creep that he's on. It's so low, but the question is the Dawnbreaker going to go for another camp, which is right beside him, or is he going to go back to his base? Which obviously there's no reason to go back to base right now. 700 gold away from his BKB.
Atlas Lane.
Meanwhile, Alina, though, he is very far from his scepter. The Night Stalker, though, is very close to his BKB. So at least he'll be able to get his BKB within, I would say, I'd say immediately. A Gyrocopter has that Aghanim Scepter up. The Blink Dagger for Not Me is going to come out pretty soon as well. So you have all of these items that are building up for Team One Move to be able to give them, some room to play here. So there is a lot of silver lining. It's not as if Team Night Pulse are super ahead in this game. I don't think the net worth is actually fully projecting the state of the game, because you have the Midases up, and the items that you have don't translate into success the same way.
I love Dota so much.
Oh, okay. I just looked at the Monkey King's farm, and he has a full Battle Fury up. He has a Chrysalis up. Now, I would have liked to see a Gleipnir come out this game, because you're essentially dealing with Alina and you're dealing with a Night Stalker, so you want that hold, right? And not to mention the Maid Slayer wouldn't have been all that bad of an item as well, because it's not as if you're the only damage dealer in your team. You have that Tiny, you have that Dawnbreaker as well. So it's interesting how to contemplate on why he went towards that Battle Fury, but he has a lot of farm, he has a lot of damage, that's for sure. If Night Pulse are able to hold down some of One Move's heroes, then they should be able to actually, one bounded strike, and it might just be over. That sort of scenario. And it's going to be quite a while before this Gyrocopter can actually stack up to this damage, right? Him getting the Aghanim Scepter is essentially just a farming item at this stage of the game right now. He wants to be getting a lot more items. I'd say up until he gets at least 3 or 4 items at the 30-minute mark, that's when the Gyrocopter can actually, 30 to 35-minute mark, that's actually when the Gyrocopter can be doing something for his team. But before that mark, they need to be farming. And the good thing for them is that they have those towers up. So that means that they should be able to continue farming on the Gyrocopter, right? Up until you lose some of your tier 2 towers, I would say up until you lose 2 out of 3 of your tier 2 towers, that's when your farming slows down massively. But until then, you have so much map control. And you have the Night Stalker night timing to play around with, right? Because you can farm safer when it's night, knowing that the chances, the probability that Team Night Pulse are going to be going for those smoke ganks is reduced quite a bit. So Team One Move, they are positioned pretty well to be transitioning into the mid game.
Your nightmare continues just what I needed.
Is there okay, so Tiny is a grandmaster in with his hero, and Warwick he loves to be playing these kind of mid game hero. I mean, Team Nightballs are an entirely tempo based team, and this is why I made the comparison with Team Avulus. That when both of these teams came about at that time, it was Team T, I believe, Team Nightballs versus Team T. That was one of my favorite matches to watch in the CCT, because the play styles are so incredibly similar, right? Where you have Soniko creating tempo for his team, you have Warwick creating tempo for his own team, and meanwhile you have that tempo-oriented carry player in the form of the Monkey King right now, and it's similar for Team Amulus. Or rather, I sorry, I meant to say Stormer for Avulus, right? Because he's their mid player. He's the one that creates that tempo for his team. But we're on Team One Move side. I will say Team One Move have gotten considerably better. I've seen their entire journey from the first CCT to the point we're at right now, and they had a they had a strong showing earlier on, but towards those mid series, right, towards I believe the CCT series 4 or 5, it's all right, rather 3 4, they didn't do all that well. In fact, in some of those series, they actually failed to qualify for those playoffs, and in the last CCT series they did really well, right? They managed to make it to the playoffs, they managed to make it to the upper bracket, losing out to Passion UA in those upper brackets. And Passion UA were no weak contenders. Passion UA actually made it to the grand finals of the CCT series last time around. So Team One Move, they've picked up their pace. They've actually gotten a lot better, and they're now a team which can hold their own against some of these bigger teams. I wouldn't go as far as to say that they're somehow stronger than Team Nightballs, but it is a lot closer now than if these teams were to go at it back in series number 2. Certainly a lot of room to improve for both of these sides, but I'm noticing an interesting trend where we're seeing these teams transition from the tier 3 scene and go further on. The prime example is obviously going to be Team One Win and Team Avulus. When they started out their Dota journey as a team that we know today, right? I know the players have been playing for a long time, right? If we saw them first at the CCT, right? When Team T came about, Team One Win came about, they hadn't played that many events before the CCT, and now they're on to doing a lot better things. We're seeing Team Avulus qualify for all sorts of lands, where Team Nightballs have that capability. We're seeing Team One Win qualified for last year's international as well. They're still going pretty strong, and that leaves room for a lot more of these teams to be going forward, right? You have Into the Breach, former Nouns players, former International Esports Federation players, in the form of Say coming in. I believe they're former Team Mongolia players as well. So very star-studded teams, a lot of new players, a lot of new teams forming up to be competing here, and it's a pleasure. It feels particularly heartwarming when a lot of these teams actually end up managing to progress further on. But we have a nice little replay montage up for you guys while we wait. Meanwhile, though, guys, if we talk about some of these fights that we've seen, some of these mistakes that I would say errors in judgment that we have had, right? Because they're not really mistakes; they're lapses of decision making, as we can see. Initiations taking place where initiations aren't supposed to be, and even over here, the Ogre Magi fell, not me. I'm not sure what his game plan was. Perhaps they just invested too much into that Nina, saving that Nina, that they ended up falling. But for Team Nightballs, they've done a pretty good job recognizing their strengths overall and recognizing when they can go in, and every single time they've actually managed to counter initiate super well. As we can see over here where the mortar ended up falling, they still managed to actually get the return kill on towards that Lina. Meanwhile, guys, I believe we're going to head back into the game in just about a bit, as the game is on pause. Now, Team One Move, they actually went back and they didn't choose to further venture into that jungle camp. But Dawai Lama, he might not be as safe as he thinks he is. As the difference, the stun, the light strike array going to land onto him, the lasso going to come out as well. And when he's so far away from those tier 2, from that tier 2 tower, there's just does not have that same amount of protection, as he's going to end up falling. A quick and clean kill from Team One Move. Did end up having a lot of damage though. Their side though, the BKB up for the Night Stalker, the dagger, the Blink Dagger up for the Batrider. Lina well on his way towards getting that scepter, should be having it in a few minutes, should farm up for that one. The Gyrocopter having that scepter up as well, will be going for that BKB. And they're primed. They're in really good position to be taking some of these fights now. And we're going to see another fight come out on towards that mid side. The Lina taking a lot of damage, difference just not in a position where he could end up surviving. Warwick's going to end up cleaning that one. That forced repositioning by that tiny toss is just, if you don't have enough survive, if you don't have enough counter initiation, it can be almost a confirmed kill. And it looks like not me again when we talk about positioning, just not where he wanted to be. Going to end up falling 9 and 18 now. It's nighttime up, but your heroes are dead, so essentially you've given up this tier 1 tower towards that top side. All they had to do was survive a minute actually, and this wouldn't have happened. But now Team Nightpulse, having taken all outer tier 1 towers, now they're going to set their sights on towards those tier 1 towers. The net worth lead is starting to snowball. Now Team One Move, they need to be careful of this. They're not getting as many exchanges out there, as many ganks as Team Nightpulse are able to do, and I believe this is because partly because of the lack of initiation from Team One Move's side, or at least the lack of initiation that was there before. They do have the Batrider Blink, but now they need to make it work. They need to make something happen. Otherwise, the map is going to close in onto the Gyrocopter, and he won't be able to farm up.
Your nightmare continues.
9 and 18 now. Warwick going to blink in, trying to find someone, not me, seeing him over there, and will just Blink Dagger himself away. Meanwhile, Nightpulse, they're not done just yet. Okay, it looks like they're kind of done. Difference is going to continue farming up for his Aghanim Scepter.
Radiant are scanning.
And I mean, once he gets that Aghanim Scepter, that's when things really turn around, right? Because then the Laguna Blade, it becomes really strong. So I don't see a way where without a pipe, right, you can end up surviving. The Gyrocopter and the Morta are going to be free kills for Difference. So anytime he sees any of them, he's just going to drop down his combination. Not to mention the Monkey King, right? The Monkey King doesn't have a BKB right now, so there is that bit of time there. The next few minutes for Team One Move is when that Monkey King is incredibly vulnerable, and it looks like instead of going for kills, Team One Move are actually going to go for Roshan. It is nighttime. The Night Stalker ultimate is up as well, so Team Nightpulse, should they choose to go in, they need to be careful. Now they are making their way towards the site. They know that the Rosh plays are happening. Will they be able to get here in time? Roshan falling pretty low. It looks like it is going to get cleaned up, and now Warriors goes in. Dawnbreaker coming in with the Solar Guardian. The Gyrocopter nowhere to go. as he's just going to end up falling. Two heroes falling incredibly low. Gyrocopter is going to end up respawning, but what does he do? BKB turnaround, the flak cannons. He's trying to dish out some amount of damage, but with 5 heroes on him, not me to back him up is just not enough, as the Batrider is going to be the last casualty of this skirmish, as he's going to end up dying as well. Difference, meanwhile, is going to be able to pick up his Aghanim Scepter at the back of it, but Team Nightpulse, they played that incredibly well, and they had the right idea, right? It doesn't matter if Team One Move managed to win that Aegis. You just kill the Gyrocopter twice. I mean, he has no damage. He just has an Aghanim Scepter. And sure, he has the BKB, but that magic immunity, outside of having that Chrysalis and that Daedalus up for yourself, or that Satanic as well, you have no return firepower. It's unfortunate. I mean, there was a bit of luck involved there as well. Team Nightpulse, should they have been like a few seconds earlier into the Roche pit, that would have been a massive win for them, as they would have probably been able to steal that Aegis. But oh, it's the battle of the supports over here. So bad, stuck. Just not. No, this is a very awkward position. Cut is just going to take that kill. And now Team Nightpulse, 8,000 net worth lead, 23 kills to their name. It doesn't seem like they have a reason to stop, but the Batrider lasso going to come on towards the Monkey King. The Monkey King just not being able to launch anything. The Laguna Blade Scepter going to finish him off. And now Team Nightpulse, they're actually cornered here. They have nowhere to go. Warwick is going to end up falling. The White Llama's activated his BKB. He will be TPing out, but that just leaves Desire alone against the firepower of the Gyrocopter. And sure, it's not too much, but when you box yourself into a corner like that, when your Monkey King's dead, when you have no more spells to use, that was a good turnaround by One Move. Kudos to this Batrider recognizing this. Not me, he hasn't had a great game so far, but that lasso goes a long way into bringing his team back into this game. You want to be getting kills on towards that Monkey King before the BKB comes out. And sure, he has it, but still, this is the problem with the BKB up against Alina, right? If the fight starts with you being initiated on, if you're disabled even for a second or two, that's enough time for that Laguna Blade combination to be coming out. And it doesn't matter if you use your BKB after that. You might not even be alive to use your BKB after that. Mid side though, Gyrocopter has that Chrysalis up, so this is a lot of damage now, right? 350 damage hits. The flag cannon should be dealing a lot of damage, and Team Nightpulse need to be pretty careful. They can't actually go towards these tier 2 towers. This is incredibly well played by Team One Move. Bringing the net worth back from around 89,000 to 4k is massive. That last fight cost Team Nightpulse a lot, and the biggest setback for Team Nightpulse is that they've actually lost the ability to freely rotate around the map as they could before. They have to worry about the Lina's Laguna Blade. They have to worry about the Gyrocopter. Now, a Glimmer Cape and initiation on towards not me. That's fine. That's not too bad. He did manage to tank that entire smoke, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Not to mention, there's just no way you can survive, right? I mean, the Phylactery up for the Tiny, he does this so much magical damage. The combination, none of the supports can survive it. I would wager the Lina would have a pretty rough time surviving that as well, so he needs to be really careful. Difference can't get caught.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The Night Stalker not going for that Blink Dagger at all, so I'm not entirely... It's entirely up to the Batrider, just entirely up to not me to be finding those initiations, but that's a tough ask. I mean, what if the lasso doesn't come out? What if he can't get in position for that lasso? Do you just rely on the mercy of your opponents? Because I mean, ideally, you want to be having multiple sources of initiation. You want to be having that Blink Dagger so that that Night Stalker Silence can come out on anyone you want. The Night Stalker Silence actually forces that BKB to be utilized because there's just nothing else you can do.
Radiant are scanning.
For Team One move, I mean, they're lacking in a lot of objectives, right? 28 minutes in, and they haven't been able to take the tier 1 tower towards that mid side or towards that bot side. They're incredibly low, so ideally they want to be getting a kill here
Are
and
scanning.
take the tower down, but
Dire's middle
Nightpulse
tower
are just
is
not
under
trusted
attack.
in contending in any sort of way.
Fortified.
It's 28 minutes in, and the tier 1 towers are still standing. This is a pretty weird position to be in, right? Because the lead is just going up. Nightpulse 8,000 net worth lead. They have a lot more room to farm. Sure, they need to be a bit careful, but it's also daytime, so I'm surprised that both of these teams are actually playing this in a very static way. We're 9 minutes in now, and both of these teams, I'm not sure who this works out for. This being content with just farming up, I think it definitely favors Team 1 move because of that gyrocopter. I just think the gyrocopter does a lot more damage than the Monkey King does later on. Not to mention the gyrocopter is a lot more difficult to deal with once a Satanic comes out. So Team 1 move, they want to be making a move in, but it looks like BKB is activated. Team Nightpulse throwing everything they have because they thought this would be a team fight, but it was just not me who got caught. But meanwhile, an reinitiation and Dawnbreaker, Levi Lama is just going to end up losing his life instantly. There's a BKB silence coming in from Triple as he wants Kiriro over here. Will they be able to find more apart from this Sekiro? But it looks like he's going to be the only casualty with Vo getting that double kill. In one move, suddenly their ability to counter initiate is just super scary right now. Monkey King did go for that Lincoln Sphere, so knowing that there's only one form of initiation, right? The Batrider lasso, and that's the only way that he could potentially end up dying outside of, say, the Light Strike array starting it, which is not really the most ideal thing or the easiest thing to do. And you can also dodge out or cancel out that Laguna Blade. So overall, a very good item. It does mean that you aren't able to scale up in damage so early on, right? So for both of these heroes, you want to be getting that silver edge up. All right, guys, welcome back. I apologize on behalf of us for the delay. There were some unforeseen circumstances, but we also decided to pause the game with the players' decisions so that we can provide you all with, the optimal viewing experience. But now we're back, and as we can already look in the state of the game, Team One Move have actually managed to make their way back into the game. They managed to team wipe Team Nightpulse, and they're actually at the high ground now, and this is falling pretty quickly. Nightpulse are just not alive. They don't have the buybacks, and I don't think they can do anything about this. It is going to be a Rax for Team One Move. Partly because, but the reason why this is happening is because the Monkey King just does not have the damage output. He had to go for those survival items. He had to go for that Lincoln Sphere. He does have the Eye of Skadi up and ready. He does have the Daedalus, but he's a melee hero. And this is what we were talking about in the draft phase, that against the Gyrocopter and against this much control and CC available from the side of One Move, having that melee carry is not... It's difficult to position yourself in the fight to be able to dish out that much damage. Gyrocopter just has a Hurricane Piking, so he can actually just end up getting away. But Nightpulse, they're not going to give up without a fight. Still ahead on a net worth chart, even though they are down 1 Rax. They have smoked up, but with the Aegis going the way of Woe, will they continue to chase over here? They are coming on towards One Move. Now, there are only 2 supports here, so even if they find someone, it's not going to be a major win. But even that, the Batrider, not me, is just going to head on over towards the bot side. Is Nightpulse going to take the portal? And if so, will... Okay, so Team One Move can't see this if they decide to portal away, but I don't think they're going to use the gate. And now One Move are actually for the first time in the game, they're actually ahead of net worth, and they're in prime position. I mean, they have the Aegis on the Gyrocopter. They have the Nighttime up and ready as well. The Dark Ascension is ready too. So they can just choose to go in. And Nightpulse, they need to be very careful with the lack of buybacks on the Monkey King and the Dawnbreaker. They can't afford to lose this fight. Otherwise, it might just be mega creeps. You can only use the Glyph once.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Team One Move, I mean, they have so much time on that Aegis that they can literally just take every objective that they want right now. So it's going to be a situation where Team Nightpulse are forced to actually take a fight. And does Warwick want to go in? He is glimmered up. He is walking towards that Gyrocopter, but Zakiro has revealed himself. There comes the initiation. SSS on towards Morta. But meanwhile, there are other plans in place. There are Monkey Kings actually trying to man up towards against the Gyrocopter. But both of them, they have so much to say, so much damage. The Satanic will come out. The duration will be ending. The Wukong's command, they're all inside of it. Wo has the Aegis though, and the Dalai Lama, he's just forced to get back. Just not able to deal with the Gyrocopter. 3 heroes down now for Nightpulse. And the Monkey King will be the last to follow. Down now for 100 seconds without buyback. Now the Aegis was expended, but with just a tiny, Nightpulse have no way to defend this. Sure, you have the buyback on some of these heroes. In fact, actually, you don't have a buyback on a single hero from Team Nightpulse, apart from the Dawnbreaker, who will be expending it just now, but he doesn't have the Solar Guardian. The Gyrocopter is tossed back. Wo no longer has the Aegis, but he does have the BKB, and he can instead turn around and turn the fight towards onto Nightpulse. The Zakiro falling incredibly low. That's the first dieback from their side. And now only 2 heroes remaining. No Solar Guardian. It will come out. It will be ready in about 10 seconds, but it might not even be enough as the lasso is going to come in. A double lasso on towards the Tiny as well. He's just going to melt. No buyback available for anyone. A dieback for the Tiny is going to seal the deal. And same One Move have managed to get that first game under their belt in the first best of 3 for today. And what a comeback from this team. Team Nightpulse were simply 2 ahead in that early to mid game, but Team One Move recognizing their strengths, recognizing when their items are going to come about, and that's when they actually managed to take the game away. You know, that Aghanim Scepter coming about for the Lina, that Blink Dagger coming about for that Batrider. That was their time to go. That was their time to shine. They allowed the Batrider, the Gyrocopter, to farm up, and Team Nightfalls were simply not able to amp up the pressure in a significant way, where they managed to fumble a bit. The Gyrocopter just became too big, and the difference between a range carry and a melee carry, you know, the position matters so much. If the melee carry is not able to insert himself into the fight, or not able to stand toe to toe against the opponent's carry, in this case, which was the Gyrocopter, those were some severe problems with the I would say the overall draft for Team Nightfalls. That Team One move just simply became too big to fail. And you know, they took game number 1. But guys, that was just the first game. There are just at least one more game, and potentially another one for this first best of 3. Team Nightpulse definitely did have a very dominant showing in that early to mid game. So with a few minor tweaks here and there, they could potentially come back and take game number 2. But whether or not that actually happens for them, or whether or not this will be a clean sweep for Team 1 move, is yet to be seen, as we will come on to game number 2 right after a short break.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Welcome back, guys. After what was quite the comeback from Team One Move, they had a lot of shortcomings in that early to mid game. They had, their supports were dying quite a lot. The gyrocopter was not farming up that fast. The Lina was quite slow on the scepter, but once they had all of that locked in, they seemed to steamroll through the game. Getting that Roshan, getting those objectives, winning out on those team fights as well. They just divided Team Nightpulse in those team fights so well, and they were able to take it away from there. But meanwhile, Team Nightpulse had quite a dominant performance in that early to mid game. So I'm wondering if with a few tweaks, Team Nightpulse will be in prime position to actually take this game number 2. But whether or not that happens, we will see. After this drafting phase, again, an Alchemist banned out, and Team One Move banning out the Morphling against Team Nightpulse. Definitely a hero that is pretty scary in the hands of Nightpulse, but this time around, Nightpulse are actually banning out that Monkey King and, in fact, that Night Stalker. Perhaps they don't want that much vision going in favor of Team One Move, as we saw what they were able to do with that Night Stalker Batrider combination. It was difficult to play against that much information and against that much catch that Team One Move possessed. But let's see what their overall strategy is going to be. And this time around, it is the Dragon Knight that's going to be coming around, not being banned out by either side. So this is interesting. And the fact that they've also banned out the Magnus means that Nightpulse aren't going to be going for one of their classical Magnus Phantom Assassin plays that they love to go for. So let's see what actually they want to be countering this Dragon Knight out with. And of course, one of the ways to counter a Dragon Knight, if there is a possible way, I mean, the closest thing that you can get is that control, right? Stop that Dragon Knight from moving around and having heroes that can create distance from the Dragon Knight. That's the ideal way to deal against the DK. But let's see if Nightpulse are able to do that. I mean, Dragon Knight, he has a built-in Battle Fury in his third ability, so he's just straight up a powerhouse from the get-go. And not to mention, you can really send this Dragon Knight anywhere you want. The items just change, right? If you send him towards that off lane, he plays that initiator role. Send him towards that mid, he plays that controller hero, where he has that he can go for that Mage Slayer and that Blink Dagger. So definitely can be positioned anywhere. I personally would prefer to see this Dragon Knight on that carry position. Just does super well. But meanwhile, it's going to be on Nightpulse, and it's going to be interesting to see which carry Nightpulse go for. I feel like that's going to decide a lot about this game. In fact, the Enchantress is still up, the Enchantress ultimate, but what I'm wondering is if whether or not they're going to go for some sort of break mechanism in place for Team Nightpulse. Perhaps they'll go for the Nyx Assassin, the Nyx Shard into DK, but landing that Vendetta Strike against the Dragon Knight is pretty difficult, to say the least. They do have the Phoenix, so breaking that egg is going to also be a requirement for Team One moves. The Dragon Knight, you need something like perhaps the Snapfire could be in place for Team One move. That's already in play. The question is, how is One Move going to deal with the laning phase against the Dragon Knight, right? Because the Dragon Knight is one of the strongest laners in the game. So you really ideally want some hero that can deal with that well against that. Perhaps something like the Undying, but Nightpulse are actually going to go for that Tuskar. So I do believe this is going to be a support Tuskar rather than a core position Tuskar, simply because of the fact that I don't like the idea of a core Tuskar against a Dragon Knight. Now, one of the caveats to that is that the Tuskar can get that Aghanim Scepter, so that Walrus kick does do a lot, because most of the time the team fight is centered around the DK, right? Your team is actually playing around the DK, around the tankiness and sustain that DK provides, plus that amount of damage. So when you Walrus kick the Dragon Knight out, that the team kind of disintegrates in that fashion. They don't have a very solid formation around the Dragon Knight anymore. So perhaps that's what Team Nightpulse are going to go for. One move picking up that Lion. And I might be an outlier for this, but I really like the Lion as a support. He just has overall such a really good toolkit. And instant Hex for that Phoenix, so you can actually stop the dive from taking place, right? You can stop, or rather stop the egg from coming out, right? Allowing the Phoenix to dive in, and the Phoenix can get hexed up in between, in midair, so to say. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Lion is quick on his trigger or not. But again, no hero that can take out that egg quickly should it come out. So are they going to bank on the fact that they're confident that they won't let the egg come out, or in fact they're going to go for that Snapfire? Very straightforward, right? Little Shredder, just take away that egg early on into the fight. Not to mention those Mortimer kisses that do a lot as well. The support combination is pretty nice, right? If you mortars landed on anyone plus a finger, that usually means that a hero is dead. They have an initiation capability as well, the Lion, without getting, when he's going to be getting that Blink Dagger soon. And also, it's interesting, the mechanism between the Snapfire and the Tuskar. So you have the Walrus kick that is going to throw the DK away, but then if the Snapfire has a scepter, technically you can just throw the DK back in, right? I personally have not seen that happen in Dota, but simply because there are too many unique combinations of heroes in every game. But it could happen. And now we see the Enchantress, so this is what I was hoping to see against the Dragon Knight. So very strong laner against Dragon Knight. But this means that the Tuskar is actually on that core position. So perhaps going for that Scepter build. Now, Tuskar on the core is one of the riskiest. Actually, the Phoenix can be core, right? So okay, so I'm a bit confused. I would definitely put this Phoenix on the core position. Being able to get that Shivas up is definitely going to go a long way into stopping the amount of heal that a Dragon Knight possesses. Not to mention the attack speed slow and the increased magical damage that everyone is taking. The tiny combination is just going to do a whole lot more. So I would definitely wager that this Phoenix is on the off lane and this Tuskar is the support. I would be surprised if it's the other way around. But meanwhile, they're actually doubling down on the Warwick's Tiny. Now, Tiny was one of the most successful heroes in the previous game. I believe, at a certain point, he was 11-1, right? Just absolutely dominating. And this time around, I think it's a bit different. I don't think you have that many easy avalanche toss combinations, right? Where in the previous game you could technically go on to anyone, but the way that I see this Lion positioning himself, he's going to be an initiator, so he's going to stay at the back lines. The Snapfire is probably not going to be within targeting distance of that avalanche toss, right? Because you ideally want to be getting those Mortimers down, so you ideally want to be situated towards the back lines. And meanwhile, that really leaves only the DK who's in the front line out, because the Ember Spirit that they've just picked up, he's difficult to lock down. If you don't get the Ember down within the stun toss combination, then the Embers is going to remnant away. And because the Tiny's cooldowns are not that low for his basic abilities, right? The stun toss has a decent enough cooldown. You don't want to be wasting away those spells, those abilities in those team fights against an Ember Spirit if you're not confident that you can take him down. So not a lot of targets for this Tiny over here. But, in the end, it comes down to execution. But so far, I'm definitely seeing a lot of potential coming out from Team One Move's draft. Now, Team One Move are missing their offlaner. It's going to be interesting to see who they go for, as Night Pulse have banned out that Dawnbreaker. Definitely a hero. I would say a sustain type of hero would be ideal for them. Something, even perhaps the Underlord, or perhaps the Mars or Tidehunter, something like that. Something that can add just more value to your team fight, add more sustain to your team fight. Allow your Snapfire to have enough sustain. If you get a Pipe Builder, for example, then your Snapfire can technically go in safely or in a much safer way against that egg, right? So you want to be enabling that little Shredder to be taking down that egg. Meanwhile, for Team Night Pulse, they are missing their carry. And who's a good carry against the Dragon Knight? It's It's a very interesting question, right? Are they just going to go up for straight up Medusa, perhaps? Keeping in mind you have the mana drain, which is I suppose not that great again in the later parts of the game, but apart from that, Team Nightpulse, if you look at some of their heroes, some of what they like to play, right, you still have, for example, the Terror Blade up and running for them. You do have the Ursa Warrior, right, and also the straight up Drow Ranger, right? Drow Ranger, ignoring the enemy's base armor, right? That's the majority of sustain that comes out from the Dragon Knight. That's a hero that can do pretty well. Not to mention they have heal in the form of the Enchantress. They have that Phoenix as well that can come in to help that Drow Ranger, right? So Night Pulse, if they choose to go for that Drow Ranger, they can position that Drow back enough in their team fighting composition, in their sort of so in their formula, that the Drow Ranger can actually end up surviving and just primarily just dish out as much damage as you can on towards the Dragon Knight. Definitely, I would wager that the Drows is like on top of this. I was thinking of Slark, that Team One move banned out, but Stark is a bit of a hit and miss, in my opinion, against so many heroes with so many disables, right? Specifically, particularly in pro play. And one move, they are going to go for the Mars, and I hope this time around that we see a pipe come out, right? Now, one move have an incredibly balanced composition, right? They have multiple initiators. They have a setup for the Mortimer as well in terms of the arena, the Dragon Knight as well. If you're stuck inside the arena against a Dragon Knight and against a Mars, good luck to you, man. And their mid laner has an escape mechanism as well built in. So Night Pulse, they're going to go for the lifesteal. They're going to go for that magic immunity against the Team 1 move, definitely, because the Dragon Knight has a lot of HP. The Feast from Kame should be doing quite a lot, but the instant Hex, I mean, against the Lifestealer, it is pretty good, I have to say. Like, if you're able to get the Hex off onto Kami before he uses his rage, then you could technically take him out, because you have a lot of stuns. You have the Impale that is going to come out next, then you have the Mars that is going to go in, and then you have the Dragon Knight as well. So whether or not this Lifestealer is going to be matching up to his ability, but it depends a lot on the execution of the Phoenix, in my opinion. Whether or not the Phoenix can go in, and whether or not Warwick can actually get those stun toss combinations off, because again, not a lot of ideal targets, right? Do you want to be using the stun toss combination on towards the Mars, for example, who will potentially have a pipe up? So he's not going to end up dying. And if he pops his fight, if his team comes back in, then perhaps there's going to be a big opportunity for Team 1 move to actually counter initiate and actually succeed in that team fight. So I kind of prefer the draft of Team 1 move a bit over here. I would definitely say it's, in my opinion, it's a 60-40 or even a 65-35 kind of scenario. Team Nightpulse have set really high expectations for themselves. Lifestealer, now the good thing is it's the way that Dragon Knight functions, it's impossible or nearly impossible to stop him from farming in the laning phase. It's also nearly impossible to stop the Lifestealer from farming. And perhaps if the Lifestealer gets rolling, if he does manage to stack on a lot of damage on a lot of items, if his team is able to set up nicely for the Lifestealer, then Team Nightpulse can get ahead. But it's a lot of the win conditions for Team Nightpulse are just straight up a lot more than they are for Team 1 move. The Ember Spirit has the opportunity to have a bad game in this, right? Because you have the Mars, you have the Dragon Knight, who's surely to have a good game. So the Ember Spirit can play from behind. They have the magic damage to make it work as well. So let's see exactly what both of these teams are going to be doing. Now, of course, the mid lane is probably going to be really even between these Ember Spirits. The Flame Shield, two melee heroes, and so both the Tiny and the Ember should be nicely getting their farm. Meanwhile, for Triple S and Not Me on towards that top side, getting a kill on towards that Lifestealer is going to be extremely difficult, particularly if you send the Enchantress up top. Those Wisps are just going to straight up heal him, not to mention the lifesteal that he gets. So it's really going to be the bot side, right? It's going to be the safe lane for Team 1 move, where most of the action is going to be happening, but it's only going to happen on towards the supports, right? Because the Dragon Knight is such an unkillable target. particularly once you hit that level 3 or level 4 mark, or even as you scale up in those levels, it's just so hard. So bad is probably going to be the target by the Tuskar and the Phoenix, who definitely do have a bit of killing potential. And it looks like it is going to be the Phoenix core with Dalai Lama playing that position.
The dusk is always ready for a fight.
Of course, I contrary to the last game around where we saw so many kills happening in the laning phase, I don't think we're going to see the same action, at least in the early game. Just not a lot of viable targets for both of these teams. So I think it's just going to come down to who ends up getting more creeps, who ends up getting more farm done, and how much pressure they're able to apply on some of these towers earlier on into the game. But other than that, we should have, I believe, smooth sailing for both of these teams. How did Mars get 4 creeps already with one wave of creeps? That's interesting. Even on this top side though, Kidoro doesn't do that well against the Lion, right? Particularly in the early levels. Now sure, once those later levels start coming about, you can do a lot more. Bot side though, attempts being made to lower some of these lower the HP on some of these heroes, so when they actually go in for the kill, the HP is low enough that they can manage to do that, but it's tough. Very standard from both of these sides, and as expected, the mid lane for both of these teams, they're going pretty even in CS. I don't think we're going to see any action here, but so bad he wants to wrap around onto Desire. Not sure if this is the best of ideas, that there's going to be a dive on, and the shards just... They did come out on time, but Snapfire did level up his Fire Snap Cookie, so he just managed to get away. And Cookie is actually, now that I think about it, is such a great way to deal with those ice shards. Like, no matter who's caught, you can just cookie them away. So that's a neat little mechanism that, in my opinion, does counter out the shards in a big way. At least the most gleaning feature of the shards will be countered out by that cookie. 3 minutes in, and it's actually Mars who's leading the last hits. He has 16 CS. Is doing quite well on this top side. Now, I'm not sure which items he's going to go for, whether it's going to be that very early Blink Dagger, or like the previous game, they're going to wait for it. But holding that thought, the Dalai Lama, he's actually going to be able to get the kill onto Wo. I was not expecting that. The cookie just being a bit too late, and perhaps one move over expecting the amount of sustain they had, and perhaps when I talk about myself, I was underestimating the amount of sustain that the Dragon Knight has, as I really was not expecting him to go down over there. They need to be careful. I mean, sure, the dragon, no matter how much damage you deal on towards the Dragon Knight, 1 or 2 tangos and he can heal up to full HP, so they need to be careful of that, as there's going to be a small initiation on towards the Lifestealer. They're actually trying to chase him away, but he has the rage, and Lion has no more mana to do anything. He will walk away with the Lotus though, so that is at least a win for losing that much HP, and the Wisps are sure to heal him back to full health. We will see a minor pause come out this time though. It's not going to be a long one, as we're probably going to head back into the game in just a bit as soon as the microphone issues are fixed up a bit. Now, only 1 kill 4 minutes in. This is in contrast to the previous game where there were already 4 or 5 kills across the board for both of these teams, and I do not think that the repeat of the first blood is going to happen on towards that bot side against the Dragon Knight. He has gotten, I believe, his level 3 up, right? So he has 10 armor already. He has 9 health regen, and just too much HP, around 940 HP. And that's just too much damage. You don't have the magical damage to be taking that much down. So it's going to be pretty static. The interesting, the where this is all going to turn is when the Tiny gets that Blink Dagger, when the Blink Daggers come online for the Mars as well, as that is going to be where that happens. Now, coming to this replay, that DK died so fast. That was unexpected. I believe I'm not sure what ticked him out exactly towards that bot side. He appeared to lose so much HP. Surely it wasn't the 75 damage from the level 1 shards that did that, but it really should not have happened. Another key thing is this Lifestealer is actually not going for that Radiance build. He wants to be going for that Armlet and in fact be that kind of fighting carry earlier on into the game. Perhaps he wants to be contesting those Blink Daggers when they come out for Team 1 move. Oh, and there's a Frost Armor. There's a Frost Armor keep. That should definitely help out on the sustain. Lifestealer is just an impossible target once that Frost Armor comes out. 28 CS for this Mars. It's interesting how the Enchantress is not able to zone out that Mars. The Vailama though, will he be able to get the dive out? He should be pretty safe. He has the Phoenix dive up and ready. Meanwhile, I'm interested to see where the rotation is going to take place because you do have a Tuskar, and I have never seen a Tuskar that likes to stay in lane, you know, but where does he go? The only real option is the top side because the Ember Spirit will have his level 6 soon.
I have punching for you.
And you don't have a fast enough disable for the Ember Spirit. He will just remnant away. Another initiation topside, but this time just to take down some of the HP. And bot side, a snowball, they're actually double committing on towards this, but they're not going to be able to find a Vob as he's just going to get cookied outside, and so bad he's just going to walk away. I don't think Desire will be able to chase him down. But Wohi went back into the lane. The Vailama, the step in, the shards are going to block his way out, and a few more hits, and he's probably going to end up dying. Just one more hit. Okay, actually now it's just one more hit, but Desire with the snowball, he's probably going to be able to finish him off. I'm not sure why Vo went back in. That's the second death of the Dragon Knight, and that is not a start that you want to have. He's somehow Team Nightpulse are actually able to take down probably the strongest hero in terms of sustain in the early laning phase. And meanwhile, Lion is in a bit of trouble himself, and he walked in the wrong direction. Yeah, the Lifestealer, just too much movement speed. He should have run down because the Enchantress didn't have the boots and the Lifestealer did. Not only that, Lifestealer actually has phase boots available, and now with no Lion, they actually want to be going in on towards the Mars. Now he does have the spear available, so bad is going to TP in, and that means that they can no longer go on him. Definitely slowing the tempo down of the Mars quite a bit, and most importantly, landing a lot of damage on towards that tier 1 tower. The wagon is just going to continue the siege, and the tower is down to nearly 50% HP. Oh, difference? That's not where you want to be Remnant, using the Remnant. Now the snowball is available, but nicely done buying that much amount of time. And a tiny Warwick was trying to come in with that stun toss, trying to move in on towards where Difference planted that Remnant, but just wasn't able to get there in time. If Nightpulse are able to take down this tier 1 tower earlier on, before the 10-minute mark or even before the 12-minute mark, they're going to be in very good position to be going forward into this game. Keeping in mind the Lifestealer is going to become active a lot earlier on because he's going for that armlet. Meanwhile, the Dragon Knight is actually struggling really hard in this safe lane. He's forced to exit his lane and go for those neutral creeps as the Snapfire is forced to help out towards the other parts of the map. Nightfall's just applying so much pressure throughout. Even though the Tuskar hasn't really rotated anywhere, but now an initiation on towards the Enchantress. There's the first kill for Team 1 move. It required 3 heroes, but they managed to get the job done.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
This time around, Warwick's actually not queuing up that Blink Dagger, so they're content just farming up. Content with the fact that, you know, it's going to be a while before one move have their Blink Dagger, so they can just play it safe for now. Meanwhile, Dragon Knight Woe is obviously he's not going to be farming up that fast, and Night Pulse have actually managed to take down a tier 1 tower towards that bot side. I believe this Phoenix will be rotating towards the top side any second now to be able to apply so much pressure. He has the egg available as well, and sure, you have the arena, but fighting against the egg is a very difficult ask. The burn goes through it, and not to mention the attack speed slow. You just don't have the you don't have the capability right now to be withstanding a move from 4 people from Team Night Pulse on towards the tower. But let's see what their plans are. Warwick, though, he needs to be careful. A Lion has planted himself here. Tiny is rooted, but the Centaur stun from the back line. Kidoro managed to take that spell down, and now the ultimates come out, the Arena and the Mortimer Kisses, but it did nothing, as now one move have no more moves left. They're trapped. Triple S, he's going to end up falling. Will Difference be able to make it out? And it looks like he might just be saved. The cookie, though, the cookie didn't land because of the sleight of fist. He's going to end up dying too. 2 cores down now for Team 1 move. As the only casualty the Team Night Pulse faced was the Tuskar, and that's completely worth it. You didn't even have to use the egg, and one move whiffed their ultimates so badly. Like, the Arena did nothing, the Kisses did nothing. And now Night Pulse are free to take this tower, knowing that there is no ultimate available for them. Lion is still hanging on towards his level 4. Oh, did manage to find a needle kill on towards that Enchantress again, but the supports are all they've managed to get. The Enchantress, Kidoro dying twice, and the Tuskar dying. Meanwhile, Night Pulse have managed to take down the Dragon Knight twice, and the Mars and Ember Spirit once. So 4 out of 6 kills of theirs have been on those core positions. But now Phoenix, in a lot of trouble, does have the dive available, but with the root from the Ember Spirit, he looks like he won't be able to go anywhere. Will pop the egg, but it's not going to do anything. 3 heroes towards that bot side. 4,000 net worth lead up already for Team Night Pulse. And this Dragon Knight needs to be careful. Now, I'm not sure why the Dalai Lama used his egg. It was clear he was going to die there. There was no help coming. And it's a very high cooldown. The good thing is, he's so close to his Shivas, he just needs the last component. Once he has that Shivas this early on, within 15 minutes, it's going to be, you know, it's going to be pretty difficult for Team Night Pulse, for Team 1 move rather. Team Night Pulse, though, have the armlet up and ready. Triple S very far away from his Blink Dagger. The Lion, you know, he needs to be able to get his ultimate up and running before he thinks about going for that Blink Dagger, right? So the timings for Team 1 move, they're not aligning. 12 minutes in, they're so far away from the items that they need, so far away from coming online that Team Night Pulse, they can put as much pressure as they want, even towards some of these tier 2 towers, or they could even continue just farming up, because their items also do a whole lot. The Shivas, you know, the Tiny who get a Blink Dagger eventually, the Lifestealer who's now going for his second item. Meanwhile, the Dragon Knight, he barely has one full item. I mean, he's yet to make his Mask of Madness, and he's yet to make his armlet. Will be able to clean up these stacks nicely. No rotation coming in for these stacks. Now, I wonder if they saw this, but they have an idea that this is happening, as the Dragon Knight is nowhere to be seen. As Team Night Pulse, they are going to smoke up. And whoa, oh no. Oh no, he chose to go in for the camp. Will get snowballed and initiated upon, but do they have enough damage to actually finish him off? The egg going to come out so far away that no one from one move is actually being hit by it. The Tuskar has fallen down, and with the cookie saving the line, it looks like they're going to be able to make a quick and clean exit from the fight. Managing to secure that ancient stack, plus also keeping that DK and line alive and taking out that Tuskar is not a bad trade if you're team one move. That Phoenix egg was just unfortunate to see. It was a bit awkward where you were so far back with the egg that, and I get it, right? You want to be ensuring that the Snapfire, the Shredder is not able to take the egg out, but can't be that far out. And now another kill onto Kidoro. Are those all support kills? Those are all support. Okay, no. So they managed to get the Phoenix down once, but apart from that, they're mostly support kills, which is fine, I suppose. The Blink Dagger is up and ready for the Tiny. Let's see what they can make happen with this. Now, they have a lot to initiate with, and with this invisibility rune, they could potentially find a kill on towards anyone they want. Oh, they're going to walk straight up on towards a sentry, but Lion is actually not going to be able to spot that out. He just has an idea that there is danger looming.
Dire are scanning.
Warwick, though, they need to be so careful if they want to be walking up towards that triangle. Does have the shield rune, but it's sticking out right now, so he can't go up there. He does not have the sustain. Meanwhile, you do have a lot of ultimates up and ready. The route on towards the Tiny, and the kisses are going to come in, and it looks like that might just be enough. No sustain available for Warwick, no counterplay happening, as he's going to end up dying, and it looks like Kidoro is going to be the nice bow on top. As the Ember is going to walk away with a double kill, and now this tower's free for the taking, right? Unless they expend the glyph and come back in with the Tiny, because they do have that egg, but the opportunity for that just went away because the Tuskar ended up getting caught too. A triple kill for the Ember Spirit now. The good thing is they managed to save a lot of pressure from that tier 1 tower towards that mid side, so they won't be able to take that down, and they are missing out on a lot of objectives. One move have not dealt enough damage to these towers. They're all almost full HP. The top tower is literally not taking a single hit. That is interesting. And the mid tower is still healthy. I mean, it's still at near 50% HP. It's actually at 60% HP, so that's amazing for Team Night Pulse. Team 1 move, they need to be able to translate some of these skills towards some objectives. The Mars has his Blink Dagger up and ready now, so they might want to be initiating, and there's the initiate. Another arena on towards the Tiny. Will they be able to finish him off? He's falling so low, will get cleaned up, and now it looks like the supports for Team Night Pulse, they're in a bit of awkward position. The Phoenix is here, but can they do anything without the Tiny? A spear back on towards Enchantress. This time around, they want to be going in, but the Finger's going to clean them up. Meanwhile, the Egg is going to come out on towards the two of them. Triple S falling so incredibly low is going to ensure that Night Pulse gets something out of this. Will get a core kill at the cost of 4 heroes? 3 heroes. So it came at the cost of 3 heroes, but they managed to take the Mars down. But, I mean, was that ideal? I don't think so. The Mars expended everything that he had. Was able to use his dagger. Now it's going to be what he makes next is going to be the key, right? Because I really believe that he should be investing in a pipe of insight for his team. Just negate the magical damage coming out from that egg, coming out from that Shivas, because it also amps up it creates magic vulnerability. It means you take more magic damage. So that pipe will be blocking that out too. And that's something that I really hope we see from him. The Lion's still quite a few ways away from his Blink Dagger, but one move have a lot of initiates on their side. Meanwhile, Dragon Knight has actually managed to farm up quite a bit. Is going for that Orchid though, as Soulpad's going to cut out. We saw this happen quite a lot in the earlier game, but oh, the Mortimer is actually going to turn it around. The Ember coming in with that root on towards two heroes, and it looks like Warwick is in again so much trouble, as another root might just be enough, but a Tuskar save, it won't be enough actually, as a spear is going to take the Tiny out at the nick of it. As Team Nightpulse, they've lost 3 heroes yet again from what was supposed to be an easy secure on towards that Snapfire. I don't know how he lived. I don't know how the Grandma made it out alive. That was interesting. That was I mean I would say that was a bit sloppy by Team Nightpulse. They should have ensured that kill there, and the Ember Spirit coming in, that was just unfortunate. (15-7) now. A lot of damage being dealt on towards this bot tier 2 tower. Lifestealer is going to land hits on difference, but he needs to be careful because he no longer has any rage up, will infest himself. As now the entirety of Team One Move have come out, he has no more rage available. Do they have enough firepower? The snowball is going to save the Lifestealer off. Perfectly done by Desire, as he's going to ensure the Lifestealer is going to land those hits on towards Woe. Will be taking out that Dragon Knight as Team One Move completely disengaged in a desperate way. Will make it out, but it's going to be at a cost of their Dragon Knight. Now, they had the right idea, but I think Nightpulse, I think this Lifestealer baited them perfectly. He wanted them to think that his rage was ending so that he'd be extremely vulnerable, but Team Nightpulse were a step ahead. Desire coming out with that snowball, and now they've gotten a tier 2 tower down towards that bot side. 15-9 now, 2000 net worth lead up for them. Suddenly One Move, who were doing so well, have given away a lot of map control, and their problems aren't changing. They haven't taken a single tower. The top tower is still yet to be touched. This is... I'm not sure what their strategy is. Getting neat little kills on towards the Tiny a few times, that sounds wonderful, but if you don't get any towers down, if you don't get the objectives, and while you're losing out on your own objectives, that's setting yourself up to fail. And now Team Nightpulse will be getting that Aegis. I think they should be giving this one away to the Tiny. He really needs that second life to be coming back, because Warwick seems to be the target for Team One Move right now. But it looks like they're going to be giving it to the Lifestealer.
Come and fight me.
This will at least ensure that if the Lifestealer is caught out by Team One Move, that he can at least end up using that rage afterwards.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nightpulse are going to secure themselves up that Tormentor, but...
Dire's top tower is under
And
attack.
this is the interesting thing. They have all the space in the world. They have all 3 tier 1 towers, so they can go for any objective that they want. Meanwhile, there are a lot of constraints coming out from Team One Move. And it's Tiny. He needs to be careful because there is a Lion on top of him. There is the Snapfire. Are there going to be any more heroes coming out for them? Is Warwick's going to actually continue farming up here? It's the Ember Spirit. He's making his way there as well. Warwick, he's going to end up going towards that jungle farm. There's a ward there. They know him. The Hex up from the Lion. The Ember Spirit who's coming in right now. But the Lion used the Impale a bit too preemptively. And now the TP is... They're going to start coming in as well. And it looks like it's going to be the Lion who ends up falling. There was no Mars there. So it was a very non-committal engagement on towards that Tiny. As the game has turned static quite a bit. The Lifestealer has that Radiance up as well, has the Sanj and Yasha coming out as well, so he's going to be an absolute monster. Not to mention that Miss Chance combined, Phoenix Miss Chance plus combined with the Radiance Miss Chance as well from the Lifestealer. That's a lot. This Dragon Knight will really require a BKB later on into the game, but difference, he's in a bit of a bind, but this is the good thing about the Ember Spirit is that he can get himself out of the bind in a pinch. But Team Nightpulse, I mean, sure, they can't find the kill on towards the Ember, but they can do whatever else they want, such as getting the tier 2 tower towards that top side. It's just one tower left for Team Nightpulse, and I don't see what Team One Move is cooking up for themselves to be able to take some of these objectives. Dragon Knight, he needs to be a bit careful. Now Mars did manage to take that 2 tower towards that bot side. He does have the BKB up, will be expending it and going for that TP out. Will actually manage to make it out of there. I think the toss was used. Team One Move though. Okay, so they have opened their map up a very little, but oh, I completely missed that. How did they get the kill on towards the Dragon Knight? The Lifestealer, I believe, is just too strong for them. And Team One Move, they need an action plan. They need to either group up and try to take some fights, try to use the arena, try to use the Snapfire Cookie and the Lion's Finger, or I mean, I don't know what else they could do. Oh, one more hit onto her Sawai Lama. No, he's going to live. He's actually going to live. Meanwhile, they do end up finding the kill on towards Warwick, but it looks like it's going to be a bad deal for them as they've lost out 3 heroes in a time span of 1 minute, and they also lost their tier 2 tower towards their mid side. They have no outer towers remaining, just the high ground to play with. As the Lifestealer is actually whacking. Oh no, they're not actually even. They're not even trying to defend this tower, and I don't see why not. I mean, sure, the Lifestealer has that Aegis, but at least show some force. At least push him back from your tower. Just one more hit remaining on that tier 3 tower. A free of cost trade for them. As Vo ended up investing in an Orchid, perhaps for that Lifestealer, but I mean, it takes away from his ability to fight. He's having trouble surviving. Perhaps something like a Sanj and Yasha would have been massive for him. It's nearly the same cost as the Orchid, and I would have really hoped to see that. They're not lacking in disables. They have a lot of those. They're lacking in the ability to fight, ability to sustain, and you might just see a repeat of that as a Lifestealer. The Tuskar is going to go towards that backline on towards the Snapfire. The arena is going to come out as well, latching on towards everyone from Team Nightpulse. The Tawai Lama is there, does not have any mana for the egg right now, but both falling incredibly low, and One Move have nowhere to go, will lose 4 heroes. The Ember, the only one alive, but he's also going to get tossed back. Will be able to make it out because of the Remnant, but the magic damage from Team Nightpulse is just too much. They didn't even need to expend the egg there, as Nightpulse are probably going to be walking away from One Move's high ground with the racks in their hands. Oh, do they actually want more? I don't think they're going to be. They know that the Dragon Knight is down, so One Move can't actually defend, but 20 seconds is not enough. You have the glyph up. They're just going to go back. 9,000 net worth lead right now, and I I really fail to see the value gained from this Orchid build from the Dragon Knight. If you went for something like the Sanjin Yasha or even a straight up BKB, you wouldn't be in this mess. Is right now one move are really struggling to come up with a plan. Now 17 and 17, they have found those pickoffs, but it's not translated into anything really. They're just empty kills. But now it seems like one move want to be executing on towards someone. Does call first one found, will get speared back, but the heal from the lifestealer is going to be enough keeping himself in the game. And so there's going to be a buyback from the line, but again an arena on towards 3 heroes. Will it be enough this time? As the lifestealer is using a lot of life, he will end up falling. Warden is going to go down as well, and the Phoenix Egg just not in prime position as they're forced to back out. And it looks like I don't think the White Llama is getting out of this one. Oh, in fact, the Dragon Knight, he ran up. He ran up. He let. Oh, I'm at a loss for words there. But the good thing is that was very well executed by Team One Move. They managed to get 3 kills, and this time around they are going to manage to translate this into some form of objective. Will be able to take down that tower towards the mid side. They need more of this. This is. I hate to say it, but this is not enough. They need a lot more of these kills. The Ember Spirit has almost made his Shiva's Guard as well, has the Mage Slayer, so that's going to be amping up a lot of magic damage from particularly from those Mortimers, and that Finger of Death will be getting himself some sustain as well. Does do really well against the Lifestealer as well, and just stop the Phoenix from heal from coming in. Meanwhile, top side though, the Tiny in a bit of trouble. The TPs are coming in from the side of Night Pulse, and with the reveal of the Enchantress, it looks like Team One Move are going to go back. Now the Lion is going to suffer a dieback, but that's not that bad. BKB up and ready for the Mars as well. He's on his way towards making that Hex. No pipe again this game. And that was a bit of a mistake. But oh, the Ember Spirit this time around, nowhere to go as the toss up. Going to die mid-air. That's 1,000 gold given away to the other side. And does he even have buyback? He doesn't. The Ember Spirit has no buyback, so he's down for 40 seconds. Team Night Pulse can actually just go high ground right now, take a second lane of racks. They do have the glyph over on the side of One Move, but how do they stop this? It looks like Tiny isn't interested in actually hitting the tower. I'm not sure. He has a lot of damage. He has 400 damage. Hit the tower, man. Like, don't let Ember come back in. Now the glyph is expended, so okay, now he's gonna be hitting the tower, and they will be able to walk away with that melee Rax, choosing not to overcommit on towards that range Rax. So there's just one more Rax left for Team One Move. That is the bot side. They can't let Difference die again. He really needs to be careful. He doesn't have that good of an escape mechanism anymore now that the damage has scaled up so significantly from Team Night Pulse. Tiny hits for 400 a pop. Lifestealer has so much damage as well.
Dire are scanning.
A tool to teach.
$20 and $20 now. Initiation on towards Snapfire. Going to end up falling pretty quickly, and they're actually going to find Woe as well as the gem. And oh man, he doesn't have buyback. Snapfire has buyback, but your position 1 has died without buyback. How are you going to stop these mega creeps? It's nearly impossible. And it looks like this might just be the end of game number 2 for Team One Move, as I don't see a way where you play with mega creeps this early on, 32 minutes in. That's a free Rax.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks.
And now with Mega Creeps to 30 seconds to boot, they could actually deal a lot of damage on towards those tier 2, tier 4 towers as well, should they desire. But it looks like they're going to be content with just going back and going for that Aegis. Get that Aegis up and then go high ground. Secure yourselves that easy game number 2. And then go for that game number 3, feeling confident and feeling strong. That seems to be Night Pulse's motive right now. $20 and 22 now. 12k net worth lead up for Team Night Pulse, and it looks like Team One Move are actually going to go for a smoke. But what they don't realize is that this Roshan falls pretty fast, even without the Tiny. Probably going to die before they end up getting here. And the Tiny is actually, oh, the Tiny is actually circling around for them. He'll be ready for the flank. And now having them, now One Move, they have committed so hard into this. Their positions are going to be revealed. The Ember Spirit is going to reveal himself. They should ideally be getting back to their high ground. But an Abyssal on towards difference. The toss up as well. Is it going to be enough to know the Ember Spirit difference will be able to make it away? And meanwhile, both be able to finish off that Phoenix. The Tuskar is going to fall as well. The fight, One Move have managed to do it on the other side of it. A triple kill for the Dragon Knight, and now the Lifestealer, even with that BKB, can still fight and man up. The BKB activated from the Dragon Knight as well, but Bo doesn't have the support anymore, doesn't have any of his team members beside him. As Team Night was the Lifestealer, just too big for the Dragon Knight, as he's going to end up falling too. Down to 2 heroes now. None of them have buyback. Mars doesn't, and even if he does buyback, he doesn't have the arena. No Mortimers available either. No ultimates available. In fact, it's just no dragon form either. It's just this looks like it's the end of game number 2.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And yeah, they're just going to end up calling it. Game number 2, guys, is going to go towards the way of Team Night Pulse. They played a solid game. In fact, they played what was too solid of a game, because I really did not expect Dragon Knight to die so many times in that lane. I did not expect him to get pushed out from that lane either. I mean, you have one of the strongest heroes in the game in terms of sustain. Sure, you die once, but then you should be learning from that and, you know, not repeat the same mistake. But if you consecutively die, it's going to be pretty difficult. I mean, they just made too many mistakes there in the laning phase, and Team One Move, they weren't in a position where they were able to secure many of these objectives, and they managed to take a Tiny down quite a lot of times in that early to mid game, but they didn't translate that into anything. They took their first tier 1 tower after 25 minutes, and that was just too late. Meanwhile, Team Night Pulse were just taking objectives here and there all across the map. They managed to get a free Rax towards that top side so early on. Managed to get a free Rax in the middle as well, in the mid lane as well, because the Ember Spirit ended up dying for the first time. So they made it look pretty clean. They made it look pretty easy. But guys, there is a game number 3 between both of these to crown the winner of the first series of the day. Whether or not Team One Move are going to be able to pick themselves back up, or whether Team Night Pulse are going to continue their domination as we saw just right now, that's going to be a bit of a question mark, a bit to think on for you guys out there. But before we head into game number 3, we will be right back after a short break. Hey guys, welcome back to game number 3 between this best of 3 series, the first game for today between Team One Move and Team Night Pulse. Game number 1, we saw Team One Move play an overall excellent strategy against Team Night Pulse, managing to make a comeback after getting essentially destroyed in that early game. Game number 2, we saw Team Night Pulse dominate Team One Move throughout the early game up until the very end. Is that trend going to continue for game number 3, or will Team One Move, like game number 1, manage to mount a comeback against the star-studded roster? Is something that's yet to be seen. Let's head straight into the game, guys. Again, another Alchemist banned out from Team Night Pulse, and the Bristleback banned out. All standard bans coming throughout. Team One Move banning out that Magnus, which is, I believe, a bit of a respect ban against Team Night Pulse, as they really don't want that hero coming out for them. Will they be banning the Morphling though, is my question. As Team Night Pulse love to play that, and Team One Move have banned it in the previous 2 games that we've seen. So let's see. Night Stalker ban coming out from Team Night Pulse again. I wonder if they're going to be going for a Monkey King this time around. They did ban out the Monkey King last game, but I believe in game number 1 where they picked the Monkey King, the Night Stalker was perhaps the biggest reason why the Monkey King wasn't that successful. But Night Pulse are actually have just banned out all of the heroes that Team One Move picked in this series. Team One Move though, is it going to be a Morphling ban? The Dawnbreaker is still up to ban. The Dragon Knight is still up to ban. Night Pulse could very much pick it up for themselves. So you want, respect bans are nice. You want to be stopping, the team's favorite heroes from coming out. But at the same time, you need to be banning out on those meta heroes, right? Sure, Night Pulse did a very good job handling that Dragon Knight in the previous game. But it's not that easy, right? Because we saw glimpses of life from Team One Move. We saw portions where the Dragon Knight, we saw what he could do, getting that triple kill, getting the kills on all of those cores of Team Night Pulse should things go even a little bit out of balance. But let's see. One Move though, they're so close, and I believe One Move actually lost out on their series yesterday as well against Into the Breach. So there's not a lot of room for error, right? They ideally want to be snagging this win so that they have a comfortable standing in the group. And it looks like they're actually going to double down on towards that Dragon Knight. I believe it's going to be a carry Dragon Knight again, like we saw last time around. What I'm interested in seeing is how One Move are going to change it up this time around, fix some of the issues that they were having in the previous game. How they're, and one of the major ones was just this Dragon Knight dying too many times in the lane, giving that first blood, then dying again in the lane, being forced out of the lane. Those were just very, I would say a very bad position to be stuck in. Meanwhile, Night Pulse will actually pick themselves up that Morphling, not even thinking about it. It's their star carry hero that they love to play, have a very high win rate with that hero. And I mean, it's difficult for the Dragon Knight, right? You talk about one of the strongest carries in the game, but that's what the Morphling essentially is as well. No nerf to the Morphling in the previous patch. The Kanda is still a very viable build, but nowadays you also see more on the straight up Agi carry Morphling that we've seen from years past, before 2020, where you would just be straight up going for that butterfly, straight up going for that Ioskadi, that Daedalus, and just dishing out as much damage as you can, and just does super well. When the Morphling hits at level 20, he just turns into an absolute beast. But let's see how One Move counter out this. Will they be going for a Lion again? I do think that they should be going for that Lion, just straight up that instant hex, that blink instant hex, right? You want multiple forms of initiation, not just in any game, right? But in this game in particular, because if you don't have a way to shut down that Morphling, then you're just inviting trouble. You can't start off the fight with the DK popping his dragon form and then walking into the fight. That's not a good recipe. It's just not a viable solution. Meanwhile, Night Pulse are actually the Warlock Morphling combination is just I don't know, once that Morphling hits that level 20 with the shared damage coming in from the Warlock, that waveform, it can just straight up decimate anyone. It doesn't matter if you have 4000 HP on the Dragon Knight, you will end up dying. So, how they're going to prevent this, they really need to be careful. Not to mention, Warlock is such a good laner as well for the Morphling, right? Uh, you morph your strength low, just one healing ward of Shadow Word from the Warlock, and the Morphling essentially heals back to full HP. So no problems for sustain coming out for Team Nightpulse. They're going to be completely fine with that. And meanwhile, for Team One Move, they're banking in on the fact that their laning phase is going to be stronger. They're going to be going for that Beastmaster and that Nyx Assassin. Two melee heroes against the Warlock. I will have to see how this works out. This idea that you can dominate the laning phase with that Beastmaster is usually paired up with a lane dominator as well. But now you've gone in for the Nyx Assassin, who I really don't think is going to be on the position 5, right? So the two melee heroes against the Warlock in the laning phase, I don't think this will work out for Team One Move. However, in the later parts of the game, with the Nyx Assassin, once he gets that Vendetta up, you can rotate all sorts of places. You can go on towards the Warlock, you can go on towards the Morphling as well, and just straight up take them out, because Morphling loves to farm in low HP because then you can flash farm a lot faster. But against the Nyx Assassin, it becomes hard, right? Because you're constantly living in constant paranoia. Like, is there a Nyx Assassin nearby? And that can essentially, it can make or break. It can be the difference in a make or break situation. The Nyx Assassin has the potential to be getting a few kills off on towards an unsuspecting Morphling, and that could be the thing that changes the tide in scenarios where very little can make a difference. Nightpulse, though, they're going to go again for the Tuskar, so it's going to be a support combination in the form of the Tuskar Warlock and the Morphling. But who are they going to be picking up for their own offlaner? They need an initiation hero. Now, there are a lot of heroes up already in the pool. They could potentially go for that Tidehunter, in my opinion. Does do very well, but you do have a natural break mechanism in the form of the Nyx Assassin, so might not want to be going for that Tide. You could go for the Mars yourself, right? But the Dawnbreaker is still in play. You can go for the Dawnbreaker, someone that does very well against the Nyx Assassin, simply because of the fact that when you go for that Vendetta strike on towards a support hero, for example, the Dawnbreaker can come in pretty fast to try and save them. Just that overall globalized presence is able to clean up the Beastmaster's creeps quite easily as well. But they actually have other plans. They want to be going for a different kind of AoE combination. They want to be going in for the Enigma, and it's interesting. Against the Nyx, you want to be going for an Enigma. That's I'm not too sure about this. Because the Carapace, if you have the black hole down, all you need to do is just use the Carapace and walk into the black hole. It'll instantly cancel it. Not to mention, you have a long range roar available. Now, I don't know if you guys saw, but Team Avulus have an amazing Enigma against the Beastmaster, because when I spoke to Zibe, he was like, you essentially factor in movement speed as well, and units move, so the Beastmaster ends up inside of the black hole when he tries to blink in and cancel it, instead of being able to use that long range stun. But whether I don't particularly like this Enigma play. I think there are a lot more heroes you could have picked that naturally do what the Enigma does, right? Going for those aura items, or going for that pipe, and also blink AoE initiators. But let's see if they're able to make it work. Certainly their AoE in of itself is quite problematic. You have the Warlock golems, you have the shared damage, you have the Enigma as well, you have the Morphling waveform, and not to mention the Tuskar too. It's a tough ask. Now, the good thing for Team One Move, they picked that Lina up in the first game around, and hopefully this game it'll be different. The Lina will have a lot more space to be getting a faster Aghanim Scepter. But once that Aghanim Scepter comes online, you can straight up burst anyone, right? These heroes, all four of these heroes, they don't have a lot of damage. A lot of sustain. They don't have a lot of HP. This has forced a Night Pulse to go for that pipe on towards Enigma, because I simply think you can't do without a pipe. But even after you're able to get that pipe down, you also force the Morphling to be going for that Linking Sphere, right? So you've created these sort of requirements for Team Night Pulse. Even then, is it going to be enough against the Laguna Blade? Four squishy heroes. That's I'm a bit perplexed, honestly. I would have liked to see more sustain from Night Pulse, and I was caught a bit off guard by this Enigma break. I would not have predicted this Enigma. But meanwhile, we are missing, I would say, a support hero from the side of Team One Move, and we're missing a mid laner from Team Night Pulse. Now, they really, really do need a stable, tanky mid laner, I would say. The Pangolier still up for grabs for Team Night Pulse. Should they choose to go for that, I think it would be pretty good in this situation. Other than that, I mean, the Tiny has been banned out, so there's not a lot of high HP mid laners available. I mean, technically you could go for the Puck, right? Not a lot of HP, but that added AoE damage, not to mention the Dream Coil. If you're able to land the Dream Coil onto multiple heroes, then the rest of your AoE is simply too much to match, right? The Black Hole, it makes it easier for you to land your Black Hole, makes it easier for the Warlock and Morphic to do their thing, but they're actually going to go in for that Earth Spirit being played by Warwick. Definitely has a lot of HP, right? Is a frontliner, is an initiator, can get those aura items up for his team as well, even though I don't think he's going to be going for that. I do think the Dalai Lama is going to be going for those auras, but it does fill a lot of requirements. Now the thing is the Earth Spirit sustain enough, right? Because he's the only hero that provides that for his team, so he's going to be going in and initiating every single time. And if they manage to take him down, if Team One Move counter initiate quick enough and just wipe him out, then Team Night Pulse have no more heroes, no more sustain left to play with. So, I mean, again, this series has been a series where much of the win condition has relied on execution of those team fights, and we're going to see again whether Team Night Pulse are going to be able to do that. Meanwhile, Team One Move, having that Dragon Knight means that this time around, hopefully he should not be dying. He should ideally be fixing, they should be fixing those mistakes that they made in the previous game. And they have an overall stable draft, right? The Lina, once he comes online, will be able to do quite a lot. And the rest of the heroes as well, they have that support combination. They have that Jakiro, who can be making a variety of items. They have the Beastmaster as well. Whether or not this Beastmaster goes for a fighting role or whether for as an initiator role is something that's yet to be seen. I personally would like to see a Blink Dagger come out from him. But guys, we're going to be heading into the game shortly. If you take a look at some of these lanes that we're going to see, up on the mid lane, it's going to be the Lina against the Earth Spirit. I don't think there's going to be room for kill potential unless the Lina is caught off position. I do think that both of these heroes should be farming up quite nicely. On that top side, though, I don't like the combination of the Beastmaster and Nyx Assassin. I'm not sure what you're going to be able to do in the lane outside of, again, a major positionality mistake by the Warlock or the Morphling, but I don't see that happening. Team Night Pulse are really good with their positions from what I've seen so far. So the Morphling should be having a pretty good time here. Meanwhile, on that bot side, though, the Dragon Knight, again, key requirement. Wo can't end up dying like he did the previous game, but he should be having a good enough time. You have a lot of AoE to deal with those Eidolons, right? You have the Jakiro, you have the Breathe Fire, and those Eidolons give more gold now compared to before. I believe it's a minimum of 17 gold you receive from the Eidolons, so quick cleanup on the Eidolons, should be having a decent enough lane. There's not a lot of damage coming out as well. The question is, Jakiro's position needs to be impeccable. But meanwhile, oh no, Wo. Oh no, this is deja vu. He's going to end up giving first blood again. This is But I mean, good thing is it happened pretty early on. I suppose I'm trying really hard to find a silver lining with that, but not a good start, to say the least. Mid side should be having a good enough time like we predicted. Bot side though, they've actually managed to draw in the creeps towards the tower. So this will probably push out the lane. Now the good thing is Enigma naturally pushes out a lane, so it shouldn't be a major problem with the lane control over on the side of Team 1 move. Sentry has now been dewarded as well. And over on the other side, Nyx Assassin is actually just doing probably the only thing he can. Unfortunate courier kill. Unfortunate courier death, in fact, from Team Nightpulse. They knew the Nyx Assassin was there, so a slight error in microing coming out. I like how he's cutting the creeps because it feels like that's the only thing they're going to be able to do. But meanwhile, bot side Desires is going to end up TPing out. Okay, he didn't go back. He came. Okay, he has a salve. That makes a lot of sense.
When you play with Lena, you tend to get burned.
Minutes now. I'm glad this game is a lot more stable, right? There's not a lot of pressure being applied on towards the dragon, or pressure being taken by the Dragon Knight. They're recognizing that, you know, in a farming scenario, Team 1 move, I believe, come out ahead, even though they're faced up against a Morphling and one of the best Morphlings in the scene right now. But it's still one move's game to lose right now, just simply looking at the requirements they have and simply looking at the draft that they have. But on the mid side though, Warwick almost falling. If he didn't push out Difference over there, he would have ended up dying, but managing to make it out, and Difference is actually dominating.
No, you don't.
Or not actually dominating, he only, I believe the CS is evenly matched. But Warwick's going to have to give a lot of creeps. But in fact, he's going to go in, pushing Difference on towards the tower. Difference is going to take a lot of hits, and the Tuskar coming in, Desire coming in, he's going to end up dying. Difference just got too overconfident there, was not keeping in track of the rotations coming in, and just ended up falling to his death. And it looks like Kidoro is going to be the next target. One more Hawk stun. But in fact, it went to the Morphling, but it seems like it won't be needed. He'll end up falling. But will there be a trade coming out? One more hit required, and the Morphling's going to get the return. So I think that actually ends up working out for Team Nightpulse, because you trade a support for a core. But an initiation, a rotation from Warwick towards that bot side, a quick clean and easy cleanup on towards the Jakiro, and now whoa. It's a woeful tale for this lad, as he's going to probably end up dying. Will throw out a stun to stop Warwick, but a roll on towards him again. It doesn't seem like there's any help coming for him. The Lina did TP towards that mid side, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't help him.
Dire's middle tower is under
And this was the problem for over on that top side. But you know, I'll hold off the thoughts up until we come out from that replay. Wo did survive for a lot of time, I will say that, but it just simply was not enough. But coming back to my point, over on that top side, this lane is really not working out for Team 1 move. The Beastmaster and the Nyx Assassin, when you pair the Nyx Assassin with another melee hero, it's not good. I don't see what value this Nyx Assassin is adding to this lane, right? Sure, you got the kill on towards the support, but your Beastmaster is being completely zoned out. If you look at his CS, he's 14 CS 5 minutes in. He has barely a few creeps from all of those waves, and he's straight up pushed out towards his tier 2 tower. Not me simply can't do anything right now. They want to be playing for that vendetta. And I think the Wisdom Rune play is going to be absolutely crucial for them. One move should ideally somehow try to secure both Wisdom Runes, or at least defend one of their own. But speaking of trying to defend, they should... I mean, there was no way that Jakiro could have gotten out of there. 6 kills from Team Nightpulse, such a great start from them. as Warwick's all over the place. He's just finding all sorts of these rotations, finding all sorts of these kills. Meanwhile, one move have not been able to do that, and it's a reminiscent tale as the Dragon Knight. Sure, he's not being forced out of the lane, but he does have two deaths, and the Morphling has none. And all three cores over on the side of Nightpulse are actually ahead right now. But meanwhile, rotation on towards the mid side. The Lina did try to come in to help and kill off the Warlock, but he's going to end up falling by another turn. And it looks like the full force of Team 1 move is here, but a black hole by the Vailama is going to ensure that at the very least, they'll be able to clean up one move.
Radiant structures are fortified.
As the only one who survived was the Nyx Assassin, surprisingly. How did Nyx... I think the Nyx just straight up gave up there and was like, guys, I am not walking into that bloodbath. I'm just going to make my exit. Now towards that, what is the Dragon Knight doing there? I hope he's able to get out. He has no TP to be able to make it out of here. He's going to be seen by Warwick. Do they want to actually be diving in? And now it looks like they want to be committing onto it. A Dragon Tail by the Morphling. They're trying to bring in some help to help him, and the Morphling is going to end up getting cleaned up. The Nightpulse overcommitted, and now they need to be getting out. Warwick should be safe here. The Kidderoo dropping down the golems. The shared damage is doing quite a lot. Can Warwick make something happen? He will steamroll himself away, as Warlock is going to end up with a double kill. But is there going to be more help? As Warwick is still there, the Golem is still there. Desire is trying to create an opening for the Warlock, for rather the Earth Spirit to come back. As Vo, again, it seems like he's found in all sorts of these places where he shouldn't be, and I don't, without a TP, he's dead. He was in trouble situation, then he made it out to safety, and then he put himself back in danger. This man likes his danger. I don't know what else to say. He likes to play with trouble. As the Beastmaster will also end up falling towards the end of that engagement. 13 kills up now for Nightpulse.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And now the towers are going to probably fall pretty quickly. Nightpulse deciding that they've had enough of these kills, and this is what Team 1 Move struggled with the previous game. The kills that they got, they didn't translate it into any sort of objective success. But this time around, but actually Nightpulse have that very clear in their mind. Now, however, they did lose out on that Morphling, the Vendetta coming in handy from the Nyx Assassin. Oh, in fact, it wasn't even the Vendetta. The Morphling just straight up got caught, as the Nyx Assassin is actually just level 4 right now. He's going to be... this is a painful game for a position 4 Nyx. I mean, there's so much potential there, right? There's so much potential with the Vendetta. All sorts of places you can go, all sorts of heroes you can initiate on. But your level 6 is going to be really late. He's probably going to get it at the 12 to 13 minute mark. Oh, Warwick is here. But Lina has backed himself out. And he's going to be safe. Ansel Black Hole towards that bot side. I'm not sure. There was no help there. I'm not sure what he was trying to engage upon, the Vailama. And now he's probably going to end up dying outside of the help of the cavalry that is arriving right now on towards the Sekiro. He's going to end up dying. And it looks like the Nyx is going to be another target for them. And it's probably going to be another tier 1 tower. I mean, why not? Right? Just take down the tower. Vo, the only thing he can do is TP himself out, try to farm that jungle. Pretty far away from his armlet compared to the timing. I mean, we're 10 minutes in. He still does not have that armlet. And this is becoming painful for Team 1 Move. I mean, they're really hurting here. They're lacking the avenues to actually initiate, and all they're managing to do right now is dodge. Their entire strategy is just dodge out for as long as you can and keep farming up. Try to get a few kills on that Morphling, and perhaps with some items we can come online. If we look at the Beastmaster, he's actually not going for that Blink Dagger. This is... I really think you need a Blink. How else would you initiate against Warwick? And it just doesn't seem like it's happening. And meanwhile, towards that bot side, Dragon Knight going to end up dying again. Desire will be the trade-off, but that's completely worth it if you're one move. I mean, if you're Team Nightpulse, getting that DK down, even if you lose 2 supports, right? You lost your Warlock and a Tuskar, but that's still completely worth it. What is that? 4 deaths now for the Dragon Knight. His armlet is delayed, was managed to be delayed up quite a bit. 11 minutes armlet, and right now he requires that Mask of Madness as well. Nyx Assassin still not level 6, and they're staring... Nightpulse are staring down their tier 2 towers, dealing... Oh no, not me. He's actually... He might just end up dying, yeah. He's dead.
Middle tower is under attack.
No level 6 up for him right now. And again, it's reminiscent of the first game around where Team 1 move, they were only getting kills on some of these support heroes. It's a bit different because they didn't manage to get that Morphling down once, but they've lost so much map control 12 minutes in. Their triangle is in control of Nightpulse. Their tier 2 towers are at the mercy of them grouping up, because I don't see how one move survive that 5-man assault, but 8 and 17 now. Team Nightpulse, they're only playing with 1 item, but they're just too far ahead.
Warrior has been killed.
Another initiation on towards towards an unsuspecting Jakiro, but at this point, I mean, these kills are not even... It doesn't even feel like these kills are influencing the game at all, right? They're just somehow getting in the way. But meanwhile, this is a kill that will definitely influence the game. The Morphling getting caught out on towards that top side will end up falling again. 3 deaths now for that Morphling, so he's not having that great of a game either. But the difference is in the fact that he's actually leading up the net worth chart, so he can, even if he's dying, Nightpulse have actually disabled the Dragon Knight so much that he's kind of a non-factor right now. Not Me finally has that vendetta. He wants to be finding a kill on towards someone, but instead it looks like he's going to end up becoming the prey. A Walrus punch on towards the Nyx Assassin, a waveform inside to quickly secure up the kill, and it looks like Difference is in a lot of trouble. Will get cleaned up, but the black hole not being expended, and whoa, he's stuck between 4, nowhere to go. Will try to fight, but it's not going to be enough. An unstoppable streak for the Earth Spirit. 9 and 21 now, 4k net worth lead up, 14 minutes in. It's just a matter of time when Team Nightpulse decided they want more objectives, because right now they're stagnating a bit on the objective game, not really going in for those towers. They do have the black hole. They're content just keeping the DK down, keeping the Lina down, and just farming up on your Morphling. Morphling has the Yasha up and ready, is going to make his way towards that Manta side, but needs to be careful. Now he is keeping a lot of HP, 1200 HP, but if he morphs, it might just be it. But in fact, he's just going to waveform away. The Impale not even landing, and this time around, they're actually going to go back in. A counter initiation by Team Nightpulse. Team 1 moved, they tried to fight back, but it just wasn't the right idea. The Golem coming in, stopping that engagement, and now the Dragon Knight is going to end up paying the price. I've seen one move. They've lost that counter initiation. They've lost that opportunity. They should have backed out when they could. a failed initiation at this stage is just simply going to be punished too hard by Team Nightpulse. I mean, they don't have that Blink Dagger up even when the Beastmaster gets that Scepter. I don't see a way in which, you know, the Scepter is an item that enables you to go into a fighter mode, right? But I don't see how that happens against Team Nightpulse's composition. And I don't see how he can... I mean, look at this. He can't do anything. He's just going to end up falling out of position, trying to make something happen on towards that tier 2 tower. But this is indefensible. This tower, these towers, you try to go for them, but you try to go for some sort of defense, but it's just going to get punished so hard. Team Nightpulse are just quite a few steps ahead.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Vendetta again now. I don't think this Nyx Assassin has not had the best game, has had very little impact. Partly, or I would say majorly, because of the kind of laning setup that they had. Even now, he's, you know, hitting that Vendetta strike on a Morphling. Either if you don't get him down, you're going to end up dying, or at least you're going to end up having failed that assassination attempt, as he's just going to end up backing away. But Triple S, he's actually coming inside towards that Morphling. What kind of idea are they getting here? Because they're pincered between Team Nightpulse, and they really need to be careful. The Eidolons will be visible, and Jakiro is going to go back. But Team Nightpulse are all here, so they really need to be careful. The Lina does not have the Scepter up. We're 17 minutes in. Vo was spotted out as well. And one move, they have to dodge, right? I mean, what was a desperate strategy before, it's now inevitable that they're just going to dodge on all of these fights, as many fights as they can, because simply they can't fight. I don't even think that they can take down a core at this point, provided the Warlock is close enough. 9 and 24 now.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I have budget for you.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
5,000 net worth lead up for Team Nightpulse. And it's interesting, right? The lead isn't that big, because when we look at the state of the game, so many towers have fallen. The cores are all way higher on net worth chart, that it's a bit strange why the lead isn't a bit higher. I would have estimated this lead to be around 9 to 10k, but it's just a 6,000 lead, and that's a good thing for Team 1 move, right? In game number 1, they brought that net worth lead back from an 8,000 difference, right? And right now it's only 6,000, so definitely the potential is there. Their high ground defense is pretty strong as well. They have the Lina and the Jakiro and the Dragon Knight for that high ground defense. The question is how they're going to execute it. And the question is really, will the Lina be able to make the Scepter in time? Because right now, we're at 19 minutes, he's still 1,500 gold away from that Scepter. It's a must-have item in this game, because otherwise it's tough. A full Manta style up and ready, and because the Lina was picked up, you would have hoped that Nightpulse go for that Lincoln Sphere on that Morphling, and because of the Roar threat as well. But they've disabled the Beastmaster, and they disabled the Lina so hard that the Morphling can actually just straight up skip the Lincolns, because he'll have enough sustain to be going for that Skadi in eventually. And if the Lina becomes too big of a threat later on, you can eventually pick up that Lincoln. So a lot of room given away to the Morphling here. Oh, smoke broken.
Dire's bottom tower.
But when I do not think he was wanted to go in for that Vendetta strike. I think he would. Yeah, that was an unfortunate misclick, I believe. But why are they poking the bear? Why Triple S? That's not. You can't fight the Earth Spirit, my man. Like, and he even cancelled the TP. Or perhaps he thought it was. Or perhaps he thought he wasn't going to be getting away from that. I don't some of these engagements are a bit lackluster from the side of Team One Move, and they're kind of crumbling all over the place. 27 kills now, 8,000 net worth lead. Team Nightpulse are just so far ahead, not even going for that Roshan just yet. I believe they want this last remaining outer tier tower before they go for that Roshan. At the very least, One Move will be able to pick up that Tormentor for themselves, as it is going to go in the way towards the way of that Jakiro. Does have that liquid frost, but the good thing is they don't Nightpulse aren't dealing with a lot of max HP in the first place, apart from, I would say, the Earth Spirit.
That wasn't too bright.
28 kills now, 7,000 net worth lead, and I do. The Lina needs a scepter, and let's just quickly check on how far away the Lina. Okay, Lina has a scepter right now, right? So their high ground defense is incredibly strong, and Team Nightpulse need to be careful of this. Sure, they have the pipe and the boots of bearing from the Enigma, definitely the right decision, skipping out on that blink for now. But because you have a pipe, do they have enough magical damage is my question. They need to be lining up a lot of their spells to be able to make that happen. But it looks like difference. He's going to be able to get the quick cleanup on towards the Tuskar and will be able to get that TP away. And this is something that you want to avoid, right? Because Lina can eventually one-shot a lot of these heroes, right? The Enigma, this is what I was kind of afraid of. The Warlock, the Enigma, the Morphling, the Tuskar, not a lot of HP there. Even the Earth Spirit, for example, he only has 2,000 HP. Not the tankiest hero in the game.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
But it looks like are they going to make a play towards that high ground before the Aegis? I would imagine one move. I would imagine Nightpulse actually just going for that Roche before it. It's Nightpulse. Now they're going to go for that Aegis, but Team One Move, a 5-man smoke. They want to be contesting this, but the Roche falls incredibly fast, but they do have a bit of time. Will they be able to make it here in time? They're almost at the Roche pit. Warwick is in place to break that smoke. The Dragon Knight is in position as well, but they held back, and now the Aegis has been claimed by that Morphling, and now Warwick wants to be going in to start a fight. The Dragon Knight BKB is now popped out. He wants to try and man fight over here, but the Black Hole is going to keep him in place. It is going to get cancelled by that Nyx Assassin in that backline, but Bo's falling. He doesn't have that HP and sustain, and he's just going to end up dying, and Not Me is going to be the casualty at the back of it, and a GG is actually going to be called after that failed Roche attempt. So game number 3 is actually going to go in favor of Team Nightpulse. They did close this one out in a 2-1 fashion. The first game was a bit sloppy from their side, but overall domination through and through the early game till the very end from Team Nightpulse in game number 2 and in game number 3. They recognize their strengths. They recognize, more importantly, the weaknesses of Team One Move. A bit of drafting, I would say, errors in drafting, sending that Nyx Assassin with that Beastmaster. I believe it just wasn't the right fit. And there's recognizing when to amp up the pressure, recognizing the right items. You know, that pipe just did so much. That Black Hole, you know, you didn't need to use it on multiple heroes. You just get the DK down, and there's nothing that Team One Move can actually do. And actually finding the kill on towards that Dragon Knight so many times, that was a pretty clean game of Dota. That is the Nightpulse that I remember from CCT series number 2, CCT series number 3, when they were playing incredibly strong, and I'm glad that they found their footing today as well. But guys, that was just a series number 1. We have 3 more incredible series for you guys. We actually have Passion UA the last CCT series grand finalists, they actually managed to beat out on some of the big squads. They actually knocked down Avilis into those lower brackets as well. They actually, in fact, they knocked down Team One Move as well, and they lost against Team One Win, who were perhaps the strongest contender in that CCT series. So that's definitely something that I'm. The next one is I'm looking forward to seeing, because their opponents are quite strong. They're actually against Into the Breach, right? Who are returning to Dota after quite a long time. They have the likes of Mind Control by their side. So let's see what Passion UA is going to be able to do against an all-rounded star-studded roster of Into the Breach. But guys, that will require a bit of time from our end. We have an exciting series coming up for you. But before that, we will be heading for a short break. Welcome back everyone to the CCT series number 6. We had our first game today where Team One Move did try to put up a fight against the behemoth that was Team Nightpulse, but they weren't quite successful. They showed some signs of life, right? They had a great comeback in game number 1, but they didn't really manage to make it work in game number 2 and 3, where they just ended up getting dominated. Their carry just ended up getting picked off too much, and they ended up losing the series. So kudos to Team Nightpulse for that. But we have a lot more Dota coming up for you guys. You have 3 more series to go. But before that, I would like to remind you guys, just a bit about the CCT series so far. I'll take you through the stages. I'll take you through the event format as well. For the group stage, of course, we are playing in a round robin format between 2 groups of 5 teams each. 3 of these teams will advance into the playoffs, and 2 of these teams, the bottom 2, will be eliminated. Of course, the playoffs will be a double elimination bracket. We have 2 invited teams in the form of Navi Junior and 9 Pandas. We, of course, what I love about the CCT series is that we have invited teams, and I always love to see the invited teams come and play. I believe Team Advilus and Team One Win were the invited teams in CCT series number 5, and this time around, of course, it is Navi Junior and Team 9 Pandas, and of course 6 qualifying teams from the round robin stage. Over on the prize pool side, we have $30,000 up for grabs for that first place, $10,000 for that second place, $7,500 for third place, and $2,500 for the fourth place position. The rest of the teams obviously do not walk away with money, but they walk away with a lot of experience and the ability to perhaps compete again. Now let's take a look at some of those groups and where each team stands. If we take a look at group number A, we will see the Team One Move have not managed to actually take a win just yet. They came close because they played Into the Breach yesterday. They didn't win that. They won one game similar to today, where they actually lost out on 2 of those 3 games. So they're down, having lost both of those games. Team Turkey having lost 1 game as well. Passion UA yet to play. We will see them come up next. And meanwhile, Nightpulse are actually leading the fray with 2 wins, and Into the Breach have 1 win. But of course, they are going to be playing next up, so we will see how they're doing. If we take a look at group number B, we will see perhaps a similar thing. Zero Tenacity and Nemiga actually leading the fray over there. Mouse and LFG Esports. Now this is surprising because I would have expected Mouse to actually be further ahead. I do think that they're a pretty strong contender in this group, right? Team Nemiga, of course, they've been with us for a lot of our CCT series. I think they've been in the majority of our series. They've sometimes failed to qualify, sometimes they have qualified, but overall they have improved. That's the great thing about them. And of course, we have 4 Pirates who have yet to play as well. But guys, if we take a look at our matches today, of course, it is the second best of 3 coming up. The first best of 3 was taken by Team Nightpulse, and the second one is going to be between Passion UA and Into the Breach. Over on the side of Passion UA, how can anyone forget Fernandes? And I'm not sure if this is Flacco Cracker. Perhaps they have made an addition that I wasn't aware of. It's honestly, Flacco and Fernandes, for me, were synonymous with Passion UA. Just an absolute pleasure seeing them play. But the other players, they're much the same, right? Crystallize for that position 1, Niche for that position 2, Bodhi on that position 3, and Fernandes and Cracker on that position 4 and position 5 role. And of course, Crystallize, he's of this team, this 4-man stack has perhaps showed the most amount of improvement that I have seen from any team so far, because last time around, I'd just like to remind you guys again, they were the grand finalists. They beat a team like Avulus. They took down Team One Move. They beat teams that were a lot better than them in the earlier CCT series, and I hope they have a lot more to offer this time around too. Perhaps they'll be our winners for this CCT. Who really knows? But guys, let's take a look at the roster for Into the Breach, as I believe Passion UA have their work cut out for them. They are facing against Mind Control, and he's a hero. He's a player that, we're all very well aware of. Mind Control has played on the star-studded Team Liquid roster previously. We have Copy, who was in team, who was in Nouns, right? We have actually, I think, believe Lelis was also in Nouns. So we have 2 NA players from Nouns Esports. We have Mind Control 2, as I suppose that's 3. We have 423 and Say, who are, I believe, they're Mongolian players who are now now joining this squad, but they're not new to the scene, right? I believe both of these players competed back in 2022, 2023, and they've also competed alongside Team Mongolia in the International Esports Federation that conducts those yearly Dota 2 tournaments, and they've found a success there as well. So that's their roster. I do hope, and I have good things to say about this roster from what I've seen of their individual games. Right, they're actually well composed, and I do believe Mind Control, with the expertise that he can offer, he can take this roster very far. But guys, that was Passion UA, and that was Team Into the Breach. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. All right, we will head into the game after a bit, but one thing I would like to say is that this theory craft quite a bit is that Passion UA previously had this sort of synergy between Flacco and Fernandes that seemed to me to be quite irreplaceable. They were just simply, they played in unison, and they played those combinations. They played the Darkseer, Jakiro, right? They played those heroes like that require a lot of coordination, and they made those heroes work, right? The Enigma, for example. So I'm interested to see what they have in store with this replacement of theirs. Of course, the rest of their playstyle is going to be pretty similar. You'll have Crystallized for that mid-game tempo. You have Bodhi on that position 3, who is, I believe, an all-rounder as far as his heroes are concerned, and you have the rest of those heroes. But against a team like Into the Breach, against Mind Control, for example, perhaps one of the most veteran players of the scene, it's going to be difficult. The good thing is Passion UA have taken down giants before. They've stood as David, and they've taken down Goliath in the last CCT series, just knocking teams left, right, and center, teams that were much bigger than them. And this is what I hope to see from this team this time around as well. Let's go straight into the draft. Passion UA banning out that Earth Spirit and that Monkey King. Meanwhile, the Dragon Knight and Alchemist being banned out by Into the Breach. Definitely 2 meta heroes versus 2 heroes that I suppose are respect bans for the other side. Phoenix Man coming out. Nothing to. I believe this is very standard for both of these teams. We will see what exactly, because there's not a lot of information out there on Into the Breach, right? Especially with this roster. We can talk about some of their individual players, but we haven't really seen, we don't really have that much evidence about how they like to play and how they like to perform, which is a bit of a wow factor, or a wild factor that perhaps a lot of these teams in this tournament are not expecting. So ITB could potentially use that surprise factor to their advantage. Passion UA, though, I really hope they play the same way that I've always seen them play, and I believe that is going to take them very far. But they should have a strategy for this. Now, from what I've seen of Passion UA, they love to pick those conventional heroes, right? They play meta, they play conventional, they don't really stray too far away from it, and with that, they're going to be picking up that Bristleback. Nothing too cliched, nothing too unusual for them. The Dawnbreaker is still in play, though. It doesn't do that well against the Bristleback, for example. It's not a direct counter, but just, in my opinion, one of the strongest heroes in the game right now for that offlane position. And what I'm interested in knowing is whether or not this Bristleback is going to be a support or a core, because the support Bristleback is something that I've seen Passion UA play, right, on that position 5 role, and they managed to make it work. So let's see if they have the same thing in mind over here. Meanwhile, ITV actually end up going for that gyrocopter, which I assume is going to be a carry gyrocopter, right? Could be a support, you never know, but I just think I'm not that big of a fan of a support gyrocopter. I really do think that gyrocopter is much better as a carry. We saw the gyrocopter last game, right? We saw it in against any hero It doesn't have to be the gyrocopter. Passion UA, it's their pick. So I wonder what they're going to be going for. Of course, when you reveal your support heroes, you're essentially revealing whether or not this Bristleback is going to be a core or a support. So let's see what they hope for. You could even technically play this Bristleback as a carry and then pick up a Dawnbreaker for your own team. And that, in my opinion, would be insane, because the amount of sustain that you would have in that scenario, perhaps it would just be too much. ITB banning out that Tiny and that Morphling. So they're not suspecting this Bristleback to be in that carry position, which is a fair assessment. I have definitely seen more offlane bristles than I have carry bristles, and I've seen very few support bristles. But what's important is what Passion UA love to play, and I've seen the support bristle a few times enough to know that they know how to make that one work. ITB, though, they're going in for that Lich, and I do now think that this is going to be a core gyrocopter. Just throw the Frost Shield on towards the gyrocopter, not to mention you have a lot of AoE damage from the gyrocopter, coupled with the Chain Frost as well. That's a whole lot of magical damage. You can keep the gyrocopter alive long enough that the Satanic is guaranteed to come out. But now, Passion UA, and this is, I believe, one of Fernand's most played heroes. It is the Hoodwink. Passion UA certainly know how to play this one. Are they going to be going for another pick-off hero alongside the Hoodwink? Because you need something to close it out, right? You have that Initiator and you have that control mechanism, but okay, so yeah, they do end up going for it. They do end up going for that Clockwork. This Bristleback is going to be a core, and you have the position 5 Clockwork. So perhaps a ranged carry over on the side of Passion UA. I don't think you should be going for a melee carry against the Lich, against the Gyrocopter, or even you can just throw this Bristleback towards that top lane alongside the Clockwork. Does do well. If you're stuck inside the cogs, you're just forced to eat Quill Sprays, and that's just not a position where you want to be in. So that I can definitely see some wiggle room for Passion UA. They can make quite a few things happen. Batrider pick coming up for ITB. They want to be snagging some heroes now. Batrider, I'm not I think there is an interaction even if you're flying away from the cogs, right? But the hookshot capability coming in can actually stop that lasso in place. I know it sounds difficult in theory, but it's been done so many times. The Clockwork has an easy aim on towards that hookshot. It just stop the Batrider from dragging anyone away. But also you have that Frost Shield, so technically you can Frost Shield up the Batrider, and then the Batrider can go in for a lasso. So even if there's a disable coming in between, the Batrider should be staying alive. But they need some form of sustain though. Even more than the Frost Shield. The Frost Shield is one ability, but you want some tankiness so that your Gyrocopter is able to stand and dish out that damage. And I wonder what exactly they're going to be picking up for that. Now they can be going for a Pangolier, or perhaps someone that can offer a break mechanism. I'm not exactly sure what the best hero would be for that. They certainly can't be going for the Nyx. I don't think they will be going for that Nyx Assassin. You could end up going for the Lina if you're into the breach, because I really see the Lina fitting in very nicely over here, just able to take out that Clockwork and that Hoodwink, dish out a lot of damage on towards the Bristleback as well. But ITB are going to hold their mid laner for now. They're going to go in for the Night Stalker. Again, similar to what we saw in the previous game where you had a Night Stalker versus the Monkey King. Over here you have the Night Stalker versus the Hoodwink, and it's a very straightforward example in a similarity where you can use the Dark Ascension. You have all of that flying vision, so you can essentially see the Hoodwink, take the Hoodwink out. Very straightforward. Nothing to really Nothing over super innovative there, but it's very effective. Not to mention you have that Frost Shield. Man, ITB have picked really good heroes for that Frost Shield, I have to say. Because even if the Night Stalker is on top of you, and you're trying to man up and you bring in the numbers against the Night Stalker, that Frost Shield will mean that the Night Stalker is able to hold his ground and doesn't have to necessarily fly away. Passion UA, how are they going to counter this though? They need a ranged hero, but I mean it's incredibly hard. At this point, I wouldn't even mind switching this Bristleback to that carry position and picking up yourselves a very strong offlaner. But even then, the Spectre is up though. Okay, so they do go for that sustain. They do go for that Razor. Does do very well against that Night Stalker as well, particularly if you're able to dish out that static link. Now, the Razor can be played in any of these roles, right? He can be mid, he can be offlane, can be carry. So Passion UA have not exactly revealed too much over on their side. Meanwhile, for ITB, you do have that mid laner that is missing. So I wonder who that's going to be. Puck obviously being banned out, and ITB are actually thinking that this the mid laner is not yet revealed for Passion UA. Are we going to we're going to be seeing some kind of Spirit come out, or perhaps even a Pangolier? I think the Pangolier works with both of these drops, and for Passion UA, I believe the Pangolier is incredibly strong. Just that the amount of disruption that the Pangolier can provide in those team fights, the clockwork coupled with the clockwork, the Razor, the Bristleback, that would potentially be really dangerous. And ITB are actually banning out the Linas, a hero that I thought would work very well with their own draft. So they're worried about that insane amounts of magical damage that can come out. Of course, ITB, they have the perfect composition. Now, in my opinion, they have picked up themselves some form of sustain. Sure, the Night Stalker doesn't exactly soak up a lot of damage, so ideally you want to be going for that mid laner with sustain. But even if you don't do that, you're still good, right? So, for example, if ITB pick up some hero that can offer both, right, control, damage, initiation, and sustain, something like the Earth Spirit that we saw in the previous series, that would be really good for them. Meanwhile, for Passion UA, I believe they need to amp up on some sort of instant damage. They don't have that, right? The Razor, over time, you need to stay in the fight for that build-up, the Bristleback as well. And it looks like Passion UA are, in fact, going to be going for that Pangolier. I just simply, when I was thinking about the Pangolier, it's perfect, right? The amount of disruption that you can provide in that fight with the cogs, with the Hoodwink, with the Bristleback Quills, and the Razor Static Link, it really very nicely fits into this draft. For ITB though, I would have still liked to see the Lina against the Pangolier, but they've banned it out. So, let's see what they go for. Perhaps it's still going to be the Earth Spirit, or perhaps some sort of Spirit. You can even go for the Storm, in my opinion. Of course, the Ember is banned out simply because the Storm Spirit is able to zap in. Static Link, not an option for the Storm. The Clockwork Assault, not an option for the Storm. The Hoodwink, very easy to dodge out that Bushwalk. But in fact, they're going to be going for the Tinker. And it's been a while since I've seen a core Tinker. Or is it going to be a core Batrider? I really don't know. I really don't know. But Passion UA, they have an incredibly well compositioned draft, and I do think that the 4 heroes that Team ITB picked up in the first phase, right, the Gyrocopter, Night Stalker, the Lich, and the Batrider, those heroes are more than enough to provide a balanced composition, right? So the last pick that they have, it kind of adds on to it, right? But Team ITB have drafted in a way where they're kind of, even if they're playing 4v5, right, and the last year their carry is out there farming, then the Gyrocopter can do that, right? They have those heroes to make that work. So it's a similar situation to what we saw in the last series, the execution, whether or not they're going to be able to give the gyrocopter the amount of space that he needs to be farming up. That's essentially going to determine whether or not ITB are successful. And meanwhile, Passion UA, you know, they've picked up that siege machine. They've picked up the ultimate steamrolling machine. You have the Pangolier, you have the Razor, and the Bristleback. So it's an entirely mid-game centric lineup, right? It's not a situation where you go 40 to 45 minutes against a gyrocopter with a Daedalus and a Satanic and you're thinking that you're going to end up surviving. That's just simply too big of an ask. Even the Pangolier, in between of his barrel roll, will still be taking those flak cannons. So will Passion UA be able to close this game out by the mid game? That's really going to determine whether or not they win. I mean, there's just I don't think there's any opportunity to be going for that late game if you're Passion UA. Meanwhile, for over on the side of ITB though, they're actually quite geared for that late game, and they have that Night Stalker as well. So will they be, so you know, against an entirely mid-game centric lineup of Passion UA, they have their own version of a mid-game where you have that Night Stalker and that Batrider and that Lich and that Tinker, in fact, right? Those four heroes that can create the space for Gyrocopter to actually farm up. So whether or not they're going to do that, whose mid-game is going to be stronger is going to essentially determine who ends up winning out. Guys, if you take a look towards the lanes for both of these teams, over on the mid side, that is a mid Tinker. In fact, it is going to be a Tinker versus a Pangolier. Now, of course, the Pangolier does manage to hold his own. Tinker isn't that hero anymore where he can just simply... You don't have that ability. But that essentially means that both of these heroes will be able to farm because you do have that TP home. Meanwhile, on towards that top side, you do have the Night Stalker and the Lich, who should be doing pretty well. But oh, Night Stalker slowed down quite a bit. Will the cogs be enough? You will drag him into place, and it looks like that should end up being first blood. On towards the Night Stalker, very deep inside ITB's territory, as Batchuk will be able to secure the kill there. Oh. We might be able to find something more. Say, Lich. Okay, so no, Lelis is going to ensure that the Lich gets away with the sticky napalm. On that bot side though, the Bristleback and the Hoodwink, the Lich is the only viable target because I really do not expect the Gyrocopter to be playing aggressive enough to be caught out of position against the Bristleback, right? So that essentially means that Fernandes and the Bristleback will be focusing the majority of their time and attention on towards the Lich. So the Gyrocopter should be having a good enough time. Towards that top side though, it is going to be the Razor carry, again with the Clockwork supporting him as against the Night Stalker and the Batrider. Now the problem is, even if it's night, if you get those cogs, if you get stuck inside those cogs and you get a static link on you, it doesn't matter, you know, whether you're the apex predator during the nighttime, you won't end up in a good position, right? I don't know if you'll end up dying, but it won't be a situation where you'll be able to come out ahead in the lane, and that's something that they really require. So this pick by Chrysalis really puts a deterrent on towards ITB. I mean, you won't be getting that great of a laning phase as a Night Stalker that you essentially hope, right? You ideally would want one or two kills during the first portion of the night, but I don't see that happening for them. Over on the side of the last hits though, they're quite similar between both of these teams. 2 minutes now and 0 and 1. I do think this is going to be the trend for at least this laning phase. You're not going to have a lot of, I would say, a lot of kills happening, even though you have so many heroes that are designed around pick off, right? So it's a bit surprising in that sense why I think that's going to end up that way. Of course, everything will change when Niche hits his level 6.
Have you seen yourself, Tinker?
So both teams content on farming up right now. Very similar last hits, and what is surprising is that the Razor is incredibly behind on those last hits. Just has 7 last hits. Night Stalker has more than double. There are so many denies for the Night Stalker as well. 7 denies. This is a surprising run because all you really need to do is throw out that static link to push the Night Stalker out. And I suppose it's happening in part because of the fact that you have a melee support by your side, so the Clockwork can't exactly push someone out. Razor really needs to do something about these last hits. They really need to apply some sort of pressure on towards that Night Stalker. You can't allow him to farm that much. You can't allow him to deny so much XP. 4 minutes in now. The Clockwork has rotated towards that top side. They want to be securing these runes, denying Tinker the water rune, but the supports are available from ITB as well. And Lelis is caught in between of it, cogged up, nowhere to go. The battery assault is on him, and it doesn't seem like he should be able to make it out. But the Lotus from Lelis is actually going to ensure that he gets away. And are they going to turn this around? There's no battery assault. It will come online just now. So Cracker should be able to make it out in time as well.
Edged out.
A kill on towards that bot side, as I believe Lich was caught out of position, and really this is kind of what I meant by Lich being the focus of their attention. They won't be able to get much else done, but they can at least go on towards the Lich. It's a very good start from Passion UA, getting that first blood on towards the Night Stalker and ensuring that at least their offlane goes super well. And Bristleback and Razor are two incredibly similar heroes, right? The way that they farm, or at least their timings, are so similar. They come online at the same time. So whether or not you prioritize the safe lane Razor's farm or you prioritize the off lane Bristleback's farm, it's really all the same in the end. So at least the Bristleback's having a great time. Should definitely be able to build up the tempo for his team. And the good thing is, whichever hero between the Razor and the Bristleback is behind can has a lot of room to actually play catch up, because Pangolier is going to be rotating everywhere else. But speaking about rotation though, 6-minute rune is coming up and Pangolier has actually been forced to go back to his base. He wasn't even forced to go back to his base, he chose to go back. He had half HP, but at least they're going to try and deny the rune, double damage rune up towards that top side, and it looks like Passion UA should be able to secure it for themselves. Pangolier has the barrel roll ready, so let's see what he's going to be able to make do with it. A roll up. Oh, sorry, I completely whiffed that. Yeah, there was a roll happening there, but I just didn't see on my screen. The Tinker, mid-Tinker copy falling against Niche, making use of that double damage zone. And this is why it's strange for me, because I don't really see a lot of mid-Tinkers coming out. And it's pretty surprising to actually see it in play, because I'm not sure what a Tinker is offering, unless you're saying that you're going to snowball so hard that you're going to get all sorts of these items. But a Wisdom Rune play was attempted by Team ITB, but Lich is forced to get back. 0 and 3 now. Passion UA the only ones to find anything done around the map in terms of kills happening. And Passion UA have formed around that bot side, so if they can get a kill on towards the gyrocopter, this would be massive for them. They can put up a lot of pressure on towards that tier 1 tower, but ITB have recognized this and they've chosen to back away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bangolier's ultimate is not yet available, will be coming online in about 4 seconds. Will he make his way towards this bot side or will he go back towards the mid lane? As they have the potential to be taking down some of these towers. Now, Copy has made himself that very early Blink Dagger. 8 minutes in, will be picking that one up. But only has a level 2 laser up. So even though he has the Blink, it's a very good timing. But he can't make the most of it right now. Meanwhile, Pangolier making his way towards that top side. It is daytime. The Dark Ascension is at the ready, but does he want to be going in? Niche. Looks like he's just going to go back, but the Dark Ascension, as soon as Niche was to go back, they made a play on towards the Razor. The Dark Ascension going up. The Gyrocopter is here as well, as Crystallize is going to end up falling. Pangolier now, Niche has joined the fray with his barrel roll. They want to be taking the Batrider down, but instead they choose to go on towards the Batrider and walk away with the kill onto Lettuce. I'm not sure
Dire's bottom tower
if that was
is under
entirely
attack.
worth it for a 5v5 engagement from Passion UA, expending their ultimates as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But at least they'll be able to TP themselves out. But a hook shot though, by Cracker on towards the Night Stalker. They're falling really low, but the Razor is here, but the Static Link will be able to clean up the Night Stalker and find a kill on towards the Lich. Bad check to clean him up. So 2 kills despite the fact that they were so low.
Dire's middle tower is under
1 and 6 now, so it's not like ITB got their first kill without some form of heavy punishment, as Passion UA, you know, they're playing incredibly strong right now.
A little something extra for the effort.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
10 minutes in, we're going to exit the laning phase. So far, this Tinker pick has not really worked out that well, but of course, it is a Tinker. He needs quite a few items to come online. That was okay. Now you see me. Now I'm gonna just head back. Again, now another 5-minute night duration up for ITB. Let's see what they can. Let's see what they can make do with this. But Passion UA are having other ideas. They will spot Lelis. Will they be able to get the bushwalk? The hookshot will land. The cogs will hold him in place, as he's just going to end up walking back. The lasso is going to come out. The gyrocopter ultimate at the back of it, but it might not be enough. And Cracker, it looks like he's going to end up falling.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Niche is still invis. He wants to be getting a kill on towards that Lich. Will he be able to find it? He will initiate now. The barrel roll will come out as well.
Radiant's middle tower is
The
under
Sinister
attack.
Gaze holding... As the Sinister Gaze actually gave Niche the time to not use his ultimate, so that was unfortunate. He still has the ultimate. They should be ideally putting up a lot of pressure on towards some of these towers. It's surprising that they haven't been able to take down the bot tier 1 tower. We are 11 minutes in, and Passion U, there's nothing stopping them right now from this. Lich will TP himself towards that top side as well, and the Razor, he's trying to TP out, but he's just going to it's just going to end up getting cancelled. And now with the Night Stalker on top of him, it doesn't seem like Razor will actually. It seems like he's be able to get away. That was insane. How did he
Under attack.
I don't even know, but it seems like this time around it's Night Stalker who is in a bit of a bind. I mean, sure, he's safe with his Dark Ascension, but
Radiant's
just
bottom
has
tower has fallen.
nowhere to go really. Like he's just walking around. Meanwhile, Niche is going to end up getting the kill on towards that Lich.
Is under attack.
A quick and easy cleanup on towards the position 1 of ITP, on towards that position 5 as well. And Passion UA with 9 kills. Sure, they don't have a lot of net worth, but they have a lot of control in this game. They have a lot of tempo. They've taken the tier 1 tower towards that bot side. The mid tier 1 tower isn't that healthy right now. It's below half HP.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And meanwhile, for their own towers, Passion UA have 2 towers that are reasonably healthy with around 50% HP, and the bot tower, which has already been pushed out because you've taken the opposing tower, the bot tower still has a couple of hundred HP left. So far, ITB have only managed to get kills onto these support heroes, which I'm not sure like how useful that is. It's reminiscent of the previous game where all of these support kills were just not. I mean, those support kills didn't translate into anything, and we're seeing a similar thing happen here. Passion UA now. This Pangolier is so farmed. The Diffusal Blade up and ready. He's on his way to be making that Aghanim Scepter as well. The Razor has a Yasha. They're getting their items nicely. And sure, the Tinker is farming. He has a Kaya up. He's going to be getting that Aghanim Scepter. But Tinker requires so much farm. And meanwhile, the Gyrocopter doesn't have much farm of his own. And it's going to even drop down further. He's going to get caught in the middle of a gank. 423, nowhere to go. Pushwalk down. He's going to throw down that call down, but it's just not going to be enough. Mid side. Now, ITB will get a trade-off, but that's again going to just be a position 5. Cracker will fall, but it's going to ensure that at least Passion UA stay ahead. Gotcha. He's on towards that top side. He's incredibly tanky, so even though there are 3 heroes here from ITB, I don't see a way in which he ends up falling. But it looks like they're still going to engage on him. A lasso coming out as well. He's taking a lot of damage. The Frost Chain is available as well. They don't want to throw it out, and that's given him enough time to actually just walk away. He's going to end up surviving as the Lich is going to end up falling in his place. The Frost Chain eventually thrown out, but it's been nothing. Nothing so far for ITB. Again, just a kill onto Cracker.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And a kill on towards a Night Stalker is just... This is not good if you're ITB.
Precious bounty.
It's starting to get out of control because Gyrocopter... I mean, he doesn't have the farm yet, right? He's going for that scepter, but he's still nearly 1200 gold away. Or sorry, 1400 gold away, in fact, from that Aghanim scepter. By the time he gets that Aghanim, the Razor will have a Manta style up and ready. The Pangolier or the BKB, the Pangolier will have a full scepter up and ready alongside the Diffusal Blade. The Bristleback will have the Pipe of Insight. So how exactly are you going to be fighting when those items come online? The Night Stalker did purchase himself up that Blink Dagger, and it looks like they want to be going in. Lelith has the Blink too, so all they really need is some vision. It's daytime, so Passion UA are not expecting it. But a hook shot, a blind hook shot on towards the smoke will catch out the Bat Rider. Lelith, they were not expecting this, as they're now forced to back out. The Dark Ascension is popped, but it is going to be wasted. I'm not sure how they saw that. Bat Rider was in the smoke. That was the craziest hookshot that I've seen so far. Five and 12 now. 2,000 net worth lead up for Passion UA. And again, I'm surprised. And it's actually interesting how ITB have managed to keep the net worth lead in their favor. Because it's not something that I expect. Oh, but a Clockwork He's got a Tinker out, but the Tinker managed to TP himself away. Now, Passion UA are going to convert this into a tier 1 tower.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Managing to take 2 of these towers down, and meanwhile holding on to their own tier 1 tower. This is really good against the Tinker. Of course, the eventual troubles is when you move on to those tier 2 towers, it's much harder. And those tier 3 towers are like boss level difficulty, because playing against a March is not easy. The pipe should come in handy for that. "17 minutes in, and Passion UA, they really should be going for more objectives. They really should be grouping up as a team. They have the pipe, they have the Pangolier Scepter, they have the Razor. The Razor can just continue farming, right? He doesn't even need to be there. But it seems like Passion UA want another engagement on towards that Lich, bushwalk down, and it seems like nothing is going to happen. Won't be able to launch. Actually, the Frost Chain did end up launching, and it looks like Passion UA, because of that Frost Chain, they just lost 2. The Pangolier is going to come on now. He probably be able to clean up that Gyrocopter nicely. But will he be able to find anything more, as the Batrider is there for the taking, but the copy is going to come in with that Blink Dagger, putting a stop onto Nietzsche's assault. And now a Blink initiation from the Night Stalker on towards the Pango. He's going to end up dying, an unstoppable streak going their way. The Night Stalker will just be able to TP himself out, crystallize his TP in, but it's not the place where you want to be. 8 and 14 now. ITP have done an amazing job at actually cutting their losses.
Dire's top tower.
And the Frost Chain, they really need, Passion UA really need to be careful of that Frost Chain. It just does quite a lot. You simply can't group up as 2 because the Bristleback doesn't have a Scepter and doesn't have a Bloodstone, so you're very heavily reliant on your positioning against the Frost Chain. I mean, if you're with 2 heroes, that pipe doesn't really help you, right? Because it'll say, what, 1 or 2 bounces?
Dire are scanning.
Another quick and easy cleanup on towards that Night Stalker. Are ITB going to end up going for some sort of smoke play? But it looks like there's a wraparound. Passion UA are in the triangle. They really need to be careful, but it looks like they saw them. A lasso on towards Cracker. He's going to end up dying pretty quickly, but that's a lot of commitment for just a position 5. Nine and 15 now. Passion UA so far, the ITB have managed to slow down this game so much. Passion UA have only been able to take 2 towers, and they're just kind of all over the place. 20 minutes in now. Passion UA don't have that much time to be playing this, because sure, you've done a great job at stopping this Gyrocopter from farming, but the Gyrocopter, he just has a lot of he has so much room, right? Because the high ground breach is not going to be so easy.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Cracker though looks like there's going to be a 5-man initiation. The Lich is going to hold Patrick in place, but it looks like he's going to end up falling. The Frost Chain will be launched towards the Bristleback, but he's soaking most of the damage. He's falling incredibly low, not being able to get cleaned up, and now ITB really need to be getting out, because there's a Razor with a BKB who's going to clean the rest of your team up. And a Tinker only managing to get away because of that dagger and that status resistance, but it's not working out. It hasn't worked out for ITB so far, and Passion UA have just gotten access to a free Roshan, a double damage drone up for Niche. And it looks like it's going to be a very early Aegis for Passion UA. At least with this, they should be focusing on some of these towers. You have the BKB up from the Razor, but the thing is, the Gyrocopter's made his Scepter, so his farming is going to accelerate. And he already has a Chrysalis, he already has an Aghanim Scepter, so I mean, it's go time, right? You can't afford
Has fallen.
to let the gyrocopter farm up any longer. And it looks like that's the idea that they have. They want to be taking this Razor down while his BKB is under cooldown, but it looks like they won't be able to find him. And ITP have really not taken down any towers of their own.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, mid side. The concern that I have for Passion UA is that they're playing this so
Is under attack.
static, they're playing this so slow, they're giving the opportunity for ITB to continue farming up. And I'm not sure if this is the correct play. You have the Aegis, your BKB is off cooldown, you have your pipe on the Bristleback, and you have the Pangolier. You have everything at the ready, and you need to be going for these objectives. The towers have now evened out for both of these teams. You lost your top tower. So I'm struggling to see why Passion UA are not going for those objectives and why they're allowing ITP to dictate the pace of this game. The Razor though, Crystallize needs to be careful. If he ends up going further, he's just going to get picked off. There's a Night Stalker there in the woods waiting for you. But Niche is going to come to his support. Both teams hesitating so much. I mean, I know it's nighttime, but
Illusion.
okay now Passion UA are in fact going to be going. They want to be getting a kill down here. Observer Ward is going to be taking out, so you have
Are scanning.
taken away a bit of vision. At least go for tier 1 tower towards the mid side. But it looks like they're going to find Lelis, a casual Lelis,
Radiant's top tower is
stuck
under
in
attack.
between the woods, and he's just going to end up dying. 9 and 19 now, and Passion UA have done a lot more to have done a better job at farming in the past 2 or 3 minutes as opposed to the rest of the game, right? They have taken a substantial lead,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
and I don't
Radiant's top tower
I need to see them go for this tier 2 tower towards that top side. I don't see a reason why they back out right now.
is under attack.
Now you have every ultimate up for both of these teams.
Precious bounty.
Sure, the gyrocopter just launched his call down, but you know you have most of your abilities. Will ITB choose to defend this, or will they just simply wait for the Aegis to expire? But the Tinker is actually caught out right now. He got cogged in, and Copy nowhere to go. He can't use the rearm to get out, and he's just going to end up dying. The first
Radiant's
death,
top
I believe,
tower is under attack.
or the second death rather, for the Tinker. A very haphazard
Are scanning.
decision by ITB. I mean,
Radiant's middle
they
tower
didn't defend this as a team. They just chose to send down a Tinker in hopes that he could plant a few marches. But Niche managed to actually dodge it out. This initial phase is going to hold him in place, and he's just going to end up dying to the Frost Chain and to 423 as he just got ticked out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He was quick enough for the Batrider, but not quick enough for the Lich.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
26 minutes now. The Dark Ascension should be going down, and even now, Passion UA have still not managed to take down that tier 2 tower towards the top side.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They will man up against it right now. They will be able to take this tower down, but I'm surprised that Pangolier had that idea to be going on the other side of the map when they already got a core kill. The tier 2 tower towards that mid side has also fallen, so that's interesting. 8,000 net worth lead up for them right now. Just the top bottom tier 2 tower left for the Razor. 10 seconds for the Aegis to expire. And if ITB want to put up a fight, it's right now. But the Gyrocopter doesn't have enough farm. He got the Scepter and the Chrysalis, but it seems like for the past 6 or 7 minutes, he hasn't been able to make an additional item. I mean, he will get the BKB up right now, which should provide him with a lot of sustain. But the static link, it still goes through the BKB. You can still drain the Gyrocopter's damage. The Quills are physical. The Pangolier, you know, you don't have enough lockdown, save for the Lich, who's been utilizing his Chain Frost in the best way possible. But apart from that, the Gyrocopter BKB at this stage of the game, without the Daedalus, it does nothing. So can ITB even fight? Or will they just let the tier 2 tower towards that bot side go? But again, the Tinker, he needs to be careful. Because while he wants to be planting these marches down to slow down that inevitable push, he can't risk dying over here. Because, I mean, if you die at a tier 2 tower, Passion UA just straight up go high ground, right? But a lasso grab on towards the clockwork. Cracker will fall immediately. And it looks like ITB with this Dark Ascension, they want to be going in, but the Pangolier has other plans. He's going to turn around, Niche into the fray. They're going to clean up Leathers instantly. The Lich Frost Chain still available, but he's not even going to be able to use it. And now, 4PG trying to fight back, but his damage is just getting soaked up by Crystallize, as he's going to end up dying too. And the Night Stalker, BKB, not going to help you against Niche. And the Night Stalker will fall too. Copy, the only one alive. And this is the problem with the Tinker pick, in my opinion. I mean, sure, he can be the best Tinker in the world, but what exactly is he offering his team right now, apart from the status resistance from his defense matrix and the marches that he's able to put down? The laser doesn't do much because you have the BKBs up and running for Passion UA. So you're not in a position where, you know, you have any sort of damage in these team fights. It's all magical damage. It all comes down to the Lich every single time, whether or not he can get the Chain Frost down, whether or not the Gyrocopter can use the call down. But 30 minutes in, and if you're relying on your support heroes to be doing most of the heavy lifting, it's not a good position to be in. And it's not as if the Tinker isn't farmed. He's the second most farmed hero in the game, but it's not translating to much use right now.
Invisibility.
15,000 net worth, and will they be able to catch out that Tinker? Tinker did activate his BKB, should be able to TP himself away. As he's probably going to end up safe.
Dire's middle
Now
tower
Passion
is
UA,
under
they're
attack.
forming around that bot side. They really want this tier 2 tower, and it's good timing too, because the Roshan will end up spawning. So if you're able to get this tower down, then you just go Roshan after this.
Radiant's bottom tower
But
is
ITP
under
have other
attack.
plans. They want to be going for a smoke. The Dark Ascension should be up as well. Will come on to Fernand, should be able to clean him up nicely, but an Euse and a lasso on towards the Pangolier. He's going to instantly collapse. Niche is down, and now Passion UA have to get out. Will they be able to make it away though, as the Razor is in a bit of trouble? He does have the BKB up, so he should be fine. As
Dire's
two
middle tower has fallen.
heroes is probably going to be the maximum that ITB can get. But in fact, the Night Stalker, where was he going, buddy? I mean, sure, you have the BKB and you'll be able to walk away, but I don't know, that poke and run from the Night Stalker confused me a little there. A 15k net worth down to 9,000, and the Pangolier is such an easy target, and the Batrider has done a pretty good job at being able to find him each and every single time. He doesn't have a lot of survivability, so as soon as you grab the Pangolier, just throw the Chain Frost on him and just take him down. And I must say, without the Pangolier, Passion UA's team fighting ability is not that good. It's not that much better than ITB, right? Because the Gyrocopter is well on his way to be making that Daedalus. He will be getting it in about a minute, or less than a minute, in fact. And now a Dagon coming out. It's been a long time since I've seen the Tinker Dagon. Another Roche by Passion UA. Are they going to get it with Crystallize? No, this is the right play. Give it to Niche to make sure that he can't just get bursted down. Meanwhile, towards that bot side though,
Dire are scanning.
ITB are over here. There's no observer ward, so they won't see them, but the Lich will be revealed. The Night Stalker now going to go in on towards the Hoodwink. It looks like he should be cleaned up, but an EU is going to buy the Hoodwink some amount of time. It won't matter as Fernandez is going to end up dying. And it looks like Passion UA are content with that. They're just going to walk away. I feel like Passion UA from time to time test the battle readiness of ITB. Just poke them and run away. See what ITB, how fast they react. It's interesting to see. The net worth lead is, decelerating for them. Or actually, the ITB are able to gain control of it. 6,000 net worth up right now. The Gyrocopter simply farms a lot faster than the rest of their heroes. The Daedalus up, you just have to walk through camps and you're able to kill them. As 423 is growing a bit huge. Daedalus up and ready. Once he gets that Hurricane Pike, he will be able to break off that static link. Once he's able to do that, I mean, it's going to get a lot tougher for Passion UA. They need to make this Aegis count and they need to make a high ground play for it.
Coming in.
33 minutes in now, and this is when Passion UA are going to start falling off.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
An assault on towards this tower. They really need this tower. Or, I mean, just skip this tower and go high ground. Make use of this Aegis. You still have plenty of time. You have a full regen rune up for Niche as well. The question is, will they be able to break through the march from the Tinker in how they're exactly going to hit high ground? But before those questions, there's going to be a lasso on towards Batchet, but it's stopped by the hook shot from the Clockwork will instantly clean up Lelis. As it looks like they're not done just yet. Passion UA are going to disengage momentarily as there was no more fighting to be had there. But an instant smoke up again. They've used the hook shot, they've used the Pango's barrel roll, but I think they wanted to go for an instant smoke to go towards the ancient areas to find someone there, but there's literally no one there. And they're now just waiting. Oh, they're waiting for this. They're waiting for the Night Stalker to actually come in. He's going to activate his BKB. Are the disables going to be enough to take him down, or is he just going to be able to walk away? And it looks like he's going to end up dying. Down for 50 seconds now. The question is, does he have buyback? He does, so they need to be careful. Now, the Dark Ascension did end up getting used. So for 120 seconds, they have one big ultimate that is down. And they have Passion UA have that Aegis. This is the time to be going high ground. You'll have your Rolling Thunder up. They're actually so bad at taking the high ground. They're heroes. They're not built to destroy towers. And this is going to be a significant weakness for Passion UA. Aegis still taking down. Just one more minute left on that Aegis, and they haven't. All they've really gotten is 1 or 2 kills and a tier 2 tower, but it's not enough. 36 minutes in, but a Clockwork hook shot on towards the Tinker. There's no real way to stop him to TP out from coming in. I think you need the Pangolier there because the Nullifier and the Battery Assault would be enough to stop the TP. But apart from that, there's just no spell that can do it. The hook shot, you need it to initiate it against the Blinking Tinker. Aegis expiring in about 10 seconds. 12,000 net worth lead for Passion UA. Oh, but a lasso onto Batchuk. They're going to be dragging him towards his base, and it looks like he's not going to be able to do anything. Just going to instantly fall. But Passion Yue will be able to find a kill of their own in the form of Night Stalker, just taking him down. But it's not worth it. Losing your Bristleback, your main frontliner. And we see the amount of damage that ITB are able to put out, right? The Gyrocopter is, with that Daedalus, just so much. The Lich sustain as well, and the Chain Frost. If you're a single hero and you're getting caught out, you're as good as dead. Passion UA, 11,000. So they've managed to hold the lead, but this is the problem. 37 minutes in now, tier 4 items up and ready as well. The Razor with the refresher. So they are building up to scale, right? You have the Satanic, you have the BKB, you have the refresher orb available for the Razor. The Pangolier has a full Octarine core at the ready. The Gyrocopter almost has the Butterfly, so he doesn't have the Satanic. He doesn't have the ability to heal up in those fights, so an extended fight is actually going to go very badly for him. And the irony is that Passion UA are stronger in the extended fight. So in that situation, if you're able to hold off the fight for a bit, you know, if you get that roll, if you get your Pango rolling, if you get the static link off in a few seconds, the firepower from ITB is going to wane off significantly. But in initiation, on towards the Clockwork, but Lilith is going to actually manage to find Grab and Grazer, and they're just going to blow up Crystallize. The Pango is going to roll in, try to buy himself some amount of, space. With Passion UA, they don't have their main damage dealer available anymore. They have to be getting out, and Clockwork, it looks like he's going to end up being the final target. This Passion UA, they're struggling. The amount of catch and burst potential from ITB has just been proving to be a menace so far. They're just not able to do anything right now. And I don't see a way where Passion UA can go high ground. This is the game is definitely turning around. This 7k net worth lead, honestly, I don't think it means anything.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As Passion UA are just, you know, they're just a train going places, but they're just not able to find much. Multiple nullifiers on their team, but it's I think the next Roche play, I guess, I think that's their lucky time.
Precious bounty.
$17 and 29 now, 40 minutes in. Once this Gyrocopter gets his Satanic, I don't see how you win this game. I mean, the catch from the Batrider, and he doesn't even have a scepter yet. In a late game scenario, you know, like if we're talking about 45 or 50 minutes in, you'll have that scepter, that double lasso up. So it's just dangerous. But meanwhile, we're going to see the barrel roll going in on towards the Night Stalker and the Lich. Will they be able to clean him up before the Chain Frost comes out? They will be able to do that. But ITB, do they have anything left in the tank? The Gyrocopter is going to commit using his BKB and trying to man up against the Razor. But Crystallize has his own BKB and a standing link up on the Gyrocopter. He's going to end up falling. 423 is down and out. And it seems like ITB had no more juice left in the tank, as the Tinker is going to die too. Every time where ITB are not the ones initiating, they're the ones losing. And every time Passion UA end up initiating, they always seem to end up winning those fights. And this is why we're in a position where Passion UA can't go high ground, because when you're going high ground, you're giving the other team the ability to initiate on you. And that's where ITB's strength lies. I believe Gyrocopter should have just BKB'd and TP'd himself out of there. I mean, as soon as you lose the Lich, you lose not only a lot of sustain, but you lose a Chain Frost.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Even now, the Frost Shield going to hold the tower's HP. But it looks like they actually want to be going in on towards the Tinker. He bought back, and that's a dieback. 120 seconds without the Tinker available. They're on your high ground. What do you do? The Gyrocopter is going to come back alive in about 20 seconds. He has the buyback, so he has 2 lives to play with. But without the Tinker, without the March available, without the laser, it's difficult. 2 racks is down now. Passion UA suddenly. That Tinker was so out of position. Despite the buyback, they would have. I think he should have known that this would have happened. But again, a lasso onto the Pangolier. Try and save their face from Mega Creep. But the Pangolier is still alive. He's going to end up falling right now. The Bristleback is going to end up going in. Will be able to clean up the Night Stalker, who does have buyback, but they only need to take 1 more racks. And Passion UA have the potential to be securing themselves this game. It's unfortunate Pango doesn't have the buyback, otherwise they would have been sure to expend that one. And now Bristleback going to again go back in. The hook shot on towards that Gyrocopter. 423. This time around he has no choice but the man fight. The static link is on him, but the Gyrocopter, he's going to end up falling too. This time around he has no buyback available to use, as the Lich and the Night Stalker, the only ones alive. Both of those heroes have used their buyback. 19 and 38 now, 27,000 net worth lead. Mega Creeps, only 2 heroes to defend yourselves with, and it doesn't seem like you're going to be able to do anything, as the first game is probably going to go in the way of Passion UA. Just what do? Do you wait 20 seconds and hope your Tinker can keep you in this game? The Pathfinder is going to buy back too. Is it going to be enough? And it looks like it is, with Passion UA going back. So the game is not over yet, folks. But the amount of damage that Passion UA were able to do off the back of that Tinker's dieback might have just ended up securing themselves the game here, because Roshan is up. And that should be their next objective. And this Roshan has an Aghanim Scepter. So Razor can pick up that Aghanim. The Bristleback can pick himself up that Aghanims. The Clockwork can also do that, but I would say give it to the Razor. With this Aegis though, I don't see how you deal with this Static Storm, with a Scepter Static Storm. And not to mention a refresher on the Razor as well.
Precious bounty.
Let's see when Passion UA choose to go up. 36,000 net worth lead. The Gyrocopter, with all of his damage, just does not have the capability to stand up. Doesn't have the Satanic up and ready. I believe that was the one key requirement for him. He's so behind in terms of net worth, but now the Tinker, oh no. He does have the BKB TP out, but the hook shot's just going to end up stopping it. No buyback available for him. So Team ITB, they've chosen to fully commit on towards what is going to be their last defense, going to take down Cracker. But all of their heroes, they're fallen so low. A full team wipe is going to seal the deal for Passion UA as they manage to close out game number 1. 41,000 net worth lead. Took 46 minutes, but patience paid off for Passion UA as they were able to end up making it happen in the end. It took down Mind Control. They took down what was a very expected roster, right? We were expecting Into the Breach to be having a pretty good performance. We saw them yesterday in their series. They did very well, and I would have expected more. Perhaps it was a niche pick of the Tinker. I was not expecting a mid Tinker pick. I was expecting that perhaps some other hero would be able to do a lot better, something like an Earth Spirit, for example. But the Tinker simply offered a lot of defensive ability, but they really lacked the ability to close down some of those fights, lacked the ability to help out your gyrocopter, right? Which was the struggle that we saw. But guys, Passion UA overall, they've improved since CCT, since they've started on this on their CCT journeys. I've been seeing them throughout. They've just been getting better and better every single time, and I'm glad of what I saw today. I had a lot of questions with Flacco not participating, but it seems like Passion UA have it all put together. Will they be able to continue their success in game number 2, or will Team Into the Breach be able to take the next game in a comeback and take it to a game number 3 against them? It's where that's something that only time will tell. So for game number 2, guys, we're going to be right back after a short break. Welcome back, everyone. From what was a very convincing performance by Passion UA, they took this game by storm, and well, I mean, they just played an overall clean game of Dota. They recognizing the fact that the Tinker had no more buyback available, they just went in all in for him, and that dieback was very unfortunate because it really did seal the deal. If Into the Breach managed to stay on their high ground and take a 5v5 fight, then I feel like that game would have ended up going a lot differently. But Passion UA were able to find the chink in Breach's armor. This time around, though, it is an entirely new game. I do think that Into the Breach had a very strong showing despite some unconventional strategies, right? I was not expecting the Tinker pick to come out. Hopefully, they pick a more conventional mid-hero, someone that can offer a lot more in those team fights, in my opinion, and not just pure defensibility. But let's see what they have in store for this one. Passion UA, though, going to ban out that Earth Spirit, Monkey King, and Nyx Assassin. That is, those are some interesting bans coming out. I don't really see those bans first time around, but meanwhile, ITB do have those standard bans. Magnus picked up for Passion UA, and I want to see what they end up doing with this Magnus, how they're exactly going to be comboing it up with, because 100% of it, like every single time I've seen a Magnus, there's some sort of combo coming out, right? So whether or not that's going to be a carry combination or whether or not that's going to be an AoE combination is something that's yet to be seen. Let's see. ITP, though, contemplating on their first pick. The Dawnbreaker is available, but they're actually going to go all in for that Tiny first pick. So it's going to be a core Tiny versus what I believe is going to be a core Magnus. Now, of course, the Magnus can be played in that support position. Whether or not he's better or worse in that support position is something, I've stayed away from that conversation because it boggles my mind, because the toolkit remains the same, right? You only need a few items to come online, but I do think that the core Magnus should be the way that hero is played. Meanwhile, something to counter out that Tiny, and it's interesting, they banned out the break mechanism from the Nyx Assassin, right? But the break would do pretty well against the Tiny. But how they choose to go for this, the Pugna is available as well, so they can potentially go for that Pugna pick. I believe that does do reasonably well, right? At least as far as the tree grab grows, not to mention the Tiny won't be hitting you for 500 a pop. So Passion UA, though, they're banning out the Morphling. Most of these heroes are in fact meta, but I want to see what strategy they have. I'm used to seeing Passion UA play with the Enigma, the Darkseer, and those are heroes that I really would like to see come out from them. Some old-fashioned Dota where they use their combinations and their synergy as a team to be winning those games. And I believe we saw a lot of synergy come out in the previous game as well. Not to say that wasn't there, but just double down on that synergy, and I think Passion UA are going to be a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, from ITB, I don't know. I really hope that they go for conventional picks. I mean, their Tinker was really good because he stayed alive for most of the game, and that's difficult to do against the Clockwork, right? But just did not offer all that much. So I'm hoping that this is going to be a mid Tiny, right? Just get that Blink Dagger up. The Tinker got it at around 8 minutes. If you're able to get similar timed Blink Dagger up for copy, then that could potentially do quite a lot of damage. The Willow picked up for ITB, so perhaps they're going to bank on the fact that Bramble Maze is going to stop that RP from coming out, whether or not that's successful, or even that skewer outside, right? The Bramble Maze is pretty good. You can just plant that skewer, and the Magnus does not have that easy path to taking someone out. But it's a niche mechanism. It's not really all that great of a counter, in my opinion. Meanwhile, you have the Lich over on Passion UA side. Now, we saw what the Lich could do in the previous game, right? Those Chain Frosts, and at times it seemed like the Lich was the one thing keeping ITP together the previous game. So this time around, Passion UA playing with that Lich it's definitely something I'm interested in seeing. I mean, the Chain Frost seems like it's very dependent on two heroes being together, but at the state that Dota is in right now, you're bound to be landing those Chain Frosts off. And they're actually going to go for their Batriders. So two of the picks that ITP had in the previous game, Passion UA are actually going to pick up for themselves. And this is interesting. Now, I know that they do play the Batrider. Let's see what role they go for. I don't think the Batrider will be sent down towards the mid lane. I think the Tiny has just too much damage against the Batrider, even with the Frost Shield. For this Batrider to be a core position, right? Not to mention, you can stop the lasso, you can literally blink in and just toss the Batrider back into your team. And I think that would actually instantly break the lasso. I don't think the target gets dragged on, but a Lycan pick coming out from ITB. So this is most definitely going to be, or most probably going to be, an offlane Lycan. And I correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but this is Lycan Tiny. Are they going for that? I can't remember which TI it was, though, the first time that Team Spirit won. I believe that the Lycan Tiny was just it was revealed in TI at that time, and most teams struggled against it. It just seemed too strong of a combination. But ITP are actually going to be going for that themselves, and they're going to be picking themselves up a Pugna. A carry still missing for ITB. Meanwhile, for Passion UA, they're probably thinking that ITB are probably thinking that Passion UA are going to go for something like the Phantom Assassin, or just a very heavy physical DPS carry paired alongside the Magnus, and you just want the Pugna for that Decrepify. Not to mention, the pushing potential for ITB is just incredibly strong right now. The Pugna plus the Lycan Wolves, you just push out on those towers so quickly, and whether or not Passion UA are going to be able to hold off on that pressure it's a difficult ask, but they've gone in for the Bloodseeker to be trying to counter that one out. That's very interesting. Now, the silence does come in handy, right? The Rupture against the Lycan's Shapeshift is perhaps extremely strong because you can't just Meanwhile, one hero still missing for both of these sides. It's going to be the mid laner for Passion UA that's going to come out, and I wonder what they're going to go with. I don't think it's going to be a melee hero. I think something like the Puck would be incredibly good right now for Passion UA. For ITB, they're missing their carry, and against the Bloodseeker, I'm not sure who you exactly send down, because Bloodseeker is not really picked all that much, but we've seen the SA Dota scene play the Bloodseeker. We've seen the C teams play Bloodseeker. I have not seen the Bloodseeker played a lot in the European Dota scene, and this is something that I'm interested in seeing, because I want to know what these European teams can do with Bloodseeker, right? It's always been one of that niche, some of those niche chaotic heroes where it's a kind of an absurdity to Bloodseeker and how you play that hero. But I mean, should they get snowballing, right? The RP Frost Chain combination, not to mention the Bloodride silence and damage coming out, the Batrider as well. You rupture someone, the Batrider lasso comes out, and you just drag them to their death. There is a lot of combination that Passion UA are actually playing with. And for ITB, the requirement is just, you need to be taking as many towers down as early as possible, and perhaps play around that Tiny using that Blink Dagger combination. That's really it. That's really straightforward, right? But they need a carry to close it out. Someone that can match up against the Magnus RP combination. Someone that can actually, I don't know, the amount of magical damage and the amount of control that they have needs to be, you need a BKB. Perhaps pick yourselves up a Lifestealer. I mean, and get a double BKB. That's really something that I would appreciate from Team ITB. Let's see who they actually go for. They're still banning heroes out. And as far as the mid laner for Passion UA it's not. You can go for any of the spirits as well. You can go for the Earth Spirit at this point. Uh, Again, I would have personally preferred to see the puck, right? And Passion UA picked the Pangolier when I thought they would. So like I'm hoping it's going to be either, you know, the Earth Spirit or the puck. But you still have the Lina, does incredibly well against the Pugna. So that is a very viable pick for them. Um, Apart from the Lina, you go for the Ember Spirit, you can go for heroes such as that. The Pangolier is obviously banned out, but uh, I straight up think you go for the Lina, right? The Pugna Decrepify, this Laguna Blade the Pugna up, and he's dead. Not to mention, does very well, right? Has the AoE Light Strike array, has the Dragon Slave as well. Just offers quite a lot for your team. Not to mention the Empower, even though it's meant for melee heroes for that cleave, but the bonus damage on towards that Lina can actually do quite a lot. So my prediction for Passion UA is actually going to be that Lina, or even the Lina or the Queen of Pain for me if I was Passion UA. But meanwhile, on the other side, ITP, you know, they can pick all of those heroes up for themselves, and in fact, it's going to be a mid Magnus. I was wrong all along. It is not going to be. Their mid hero was staring at me right in the face as they just picked it up right there, and it's going to be a Dawnbreaker off lane. And I really don't think it's going to be a Dawnbreaker safe lane, right? For ITB though, I wonder if they've caught a bit off guard, as they're going to send this Lycan on the carry position, and they're going to send the Tidehunter on that off lane. Okay, that is interesting. So it's going to be a carry Lycan, doubling down on the fact that they're saying that this Bloodseeker, the Rupture won't be much of an issue for our Lycans, right? So they're going to be playing for that Scepter play where they just shapeshift the Tiny as well, and those two heroes go absolutely ham on the other side. They can wreak havoc, and that's how they're going to play the game. The Ravage is going to come out as well. So I suppose that's the idea behind it. Whether or not they're successful is going to be something to be seen. And for Passion UA, they've committed very hard into their team fight coordination. It's their entire roster, their entire team right now. You know, you talk about the Lich, the Batrider, the Dawnbreaker, the Magnus. They're just heroes that play very well around each other. So for Passion UA, it's very much going to be a team game. Very much whether or not they can land those abilities the way that they want to, find those executes the way that they want to with that Batrider, find the pickoffs with that Bloodseeker, find the RPs with that Magnus, and that's straightforward, right? Whether or not they can do that is going to determine whether or not they're going to be successful in this game, or if we're going to be going to a game number 3. If we talk about the lanes though, I believe they should be going pretty evenly for both of these sides. I don't think either side is going to come out massively ahead during the laning phase. Of course, you always have to be a bit careful. There is a lot of kill potential, right? All of these lanes have a lot of nukes available, have a lot of CC available, so you want to be careful there. But you, again, the good thing is you have a lot of sustain on the side of ITP. You have a lot of HP in the form of the Tiny. You have a lot of HP in the form of the Lycan. So ITP should be good there, right? But Passion UA have this knack for finding those initiations, for finding those pickoffs very early on. And let's see if they can make a repeat of that. Last time around, they got a first blood on towards, I believe it was the Night Stalker. This time around, let's see if they can make something happen again. A smoke up from Passion UA. They will come on towards 423. Batchik is going to be the first one to reveal himself. Signals coming out all around, but I don't think this is going to be a pre-game clash. So speaking about the mid lane, it is going to be Tiny versus the Magnus. Now, both of these heroes, it's interesting, right? A Tiny can toss back the Magnus, and the Magnus can skewer back the Tiny. So what ends up happening, who's going to be dragged to the other's tower, is something that's yet to be seen. That's a very interesting combination. just waiting to happen. But at the very least, I think both of these heroes should be having a decent enough time. They both have the sustain to be holding their own in the lane, and they both have enough farming tools to flash farm up. Who gets their blink dagger first, or who gets their first item first, is, I believe, is going to dictate a tempo for their own teams respectively. That's something to be seen. Bot lane is going to be the Lycan paired up with the Pugna against the Dawnbreaker and the Batrider. So that's that should be a lane where ITB feel pretty safe, right? Because the Pugna should be able to save the Lycan up. But oh, towards that top side though, it looks like it's going to be a first blood on towards the Lich. I'm not sure how that ended up happening, or how he got that early on, but I mean, they made it happen. Topside though, the Dark Widow does need to be careful. I mean, I know they got the first blood, but once some of these other levels start coming about, you know, because Crystallize will always get value out of the other lanes, because if the other lanes, such as you know, the Lycan on 100 HP right now, he might just end up dying if he's not careful. But that's going to power up the Bloodseeker on the other lanes. So the idea is Passion UA, they want to be keeping the Lycan, the Pugna, the Tiny as low as possible, so that means the Bloodseeker can do as well as possible on that top side. CS wise, I think both of these CS wise, I don't think any of these heroes will be having a bad enough time. I think Tide, there's no real way to stop the Tide Hunter from farming. There's no real way to stop the Bloodseeker from farming, and it's the same case overall as far as the cores are concerned. So it is going to be a bit of a static laning phase, in my opinion. I think the first time around, I think the opportunity is going to come out from the Tiny or from the Magnus at the 6-minute mark when they get the rune, where they choose to rotate. That's really going to determine what Crystallize is able to do. I do think that the Bloodseeker will be rotating earlier on once he gets that Rupture up, because simply playing with that Rupture is going to provide them with a lot of value. As far as items go, you know, the Scepter is just so powerful for Crystallize. You want to be going for either that Mjolnir or even that Radiance, for example, whichever farming item you want to make, really. They both do very well. Both work very well. But a very standard laning phase. I mean, I would hope for more action, but I really don't think we're going to be seeing it, at least for the first 10 minutes of the game. I could be wrong, but I don't see a way where either of these teams do go. Now, the itemization for the Tide Hunter is going to be very important. Is he going to be going for a Vladimir's and a pipe, or is he going to be going for a Blink Dagger? Because they do have the initiation from the Tiny, so it's going to be interesting whether or not they go for that double initiation, or whether they just play around the Tiny's Blink Dagger. And I'm also interested in seeing whether or not the same thing applies for Passion UA, right? Because you have the Batrider that can go for the Blink, and you have the Magnus. So is Magnus going to be more of a fighting hero this game, perhaps going for that Hurricane Pike? Or is he going to be going for that Blink Dagger and creating that tempo? Because keep in mind, Passion UA have a lot of magical damage that they can play around with, and ITB simply don't have that much magical damage. Sure, they have the Pugna, they have the Willow, but apart from that, it's just the anchor smashes. In the last hit chart, I mean, as we predicted, that everyone just has the last hits. There's no real way to zone any of these heroes out. 5 minutes in now. I believe the mid laners should be hitting their level 6 mark soon enough. I would wager that Fernand's actually rotate towards some other side to be able to make something happen. I mean, you can technically take down the Tiny if you rotate there. The Dawnbreaker can just farm up towards that bot side alone against the Pugna, but a rotation is going to take place on that bot side, and it looks like it's going to be the Lich that's going to come in. Will he be able to make anything happen here? As he might just end up getting spotted out by the Lycan Wolves, but I don't think the Lycan Wolves saw him. But the ward definitely did, so it doesn't seem like there's going to be much trouble for ITP down there. But as I say that, it looks like they actually want to be going in, but a TP threat from the Tiny is going to deter that quite a bit. There's not going to be any engagement happening. Those are a lot of heroes stacked up on towards that bot side, and it looks like the Magnus actually wants to be going in there as well. And Pugna, he's in a bit of trouble. He's going to land on another blast, but with Badger coming in, it's going to just take a hammer. The Decrepify is going to run out now as well, and that's going to be the first death from the side of ITB. And the second from Crystal Dice, as he managed to fall over on the other side of the map, but it looks like 423, he has nowhere to go, so he's going to end up falling as well. The first rotation coming in handy, but Passion UA lost their carry towards that top side, so in order to make this work, they want to be dishing out on this as much damage as they can on towards this bot tier 1 tower. If they're able to take this tower down right now, they do have the wagon. That would be a massive boost, because soon Pugna will be using those nether blasts alongside the Lycan to be taking down a lot of towers, right? So before that happens, add as much pressure towards the ITB structures as you can, and that's probably going to be really successful. And this is not this game. We're not seeing this game. This is the previous game, guys. But you know, just like to remind you of the previous game in case you forgot what happened back then. I suppose. Top side though, the tower is taking a lot of damage. The Pugna is here, but it looks like they might want to be defending this. The Rupture is available, planted on towards the Tidehunter. The Frost Shield is going to come out as well, as the Bad Rider is going to be TPing in. The Tidehunter has his level 6, has the Ravage, is going to pop it, and the Bloodseeker, he's in a bit of trouble right now, will manage to get away. The Tidehunter will end up falling, but the Bloodseeker, Crystal Light is going to get taken out from the back end. Copy now in a bit of trouble, but it looks like it's going to be a 1 for 2. As the Pugna is going to clean up Batchuk too. It was a bit strange why they wanted to go on that Tidehunter so hard. He had the Ravage up, and they knew that, and the Magnus was not in position to help before the Ravage came out, so Passion UA losing the fight there. A haste rune available for Niche. Does he want to make anything happen? And it looks like he is going for that early blink dagger. So he's going to be the one doing the initiating for his team. The Bat Rider still very far away from his very own blink dagger. The Dawnbreaker this time around should be going for a pipe. I mean, you have a lot of initiation. You don't have damage issues over on your side. So just go for that pipe, negate some of the damage that ITB can put out. I mean, you have the Nether Blast, you have the Stun Toss, you have the Anchor Smashes, so I mean, the Anchor Smash is physical, but you know, the Gush and the Ravage, negate some of that damage out. Haste Rune popped by Magnus. Does he want to be making a play? Oh, in fact, he just wants to be, he just wants to be regenning up. The Bloodseeker will be going for that Radiance build. It should be a lot faster than the Radiances that we have seen, because you have a Magnus, because you can give that Empower to him. So it should definitely be accelerated, right? He should be able to get the radius within 14 to 15 minutes of the game.
Dire are scanning.
But meanwhile, a stun on towards the Magnus, Copy will be able to secure himself that double damage zone. And if you have a smoke, now is the time to go with that DD. But are they going? They don't have. They do have a smoke. It's with the Pugna. And they know that the Dawnbreaker is down towards that bot side. So they should make their way towards him. Batchek has to be careful. Doesn't know this is happening, but I don't know. They did. Copy just revealed himself, and so did the Pugna. And now Batchek is just going to simply walk away. Both teams content with farming up for now, and I have to say, I think it personally works out a lot better for Passion UA rather than for ITB. I mean, sure, you have that Lycan and you have the combination of the Wolf Bite on towards that Tiny, but the Bloodseeker, once you get that Scepter up, the amount of damage that you're able to put out is just too much. Not to mention the Rupture on towards your heroes, it kind of negates the Wolf Bite in a way, because your Tiny won't be able to move around as freely either. But now we're going to see a smoke. Will they be able to wrap around though? Tiny doesn't have the Blink Dagger. Magnus does though.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But it looks like they want to be finding a kill on towards this Bloodseeker. Slow down his Radiance a bit. He does have the Talisman of Evasion, but nothing else.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Magnus though, what can he do with this Blink Dagger? They don't see, they now see Lelis, who has planted his maze. Won't be able to catch the Magnus though, but the RP and a Dawnbreaker, he's going to come in with the Solar Guardian, and the Rupture also now placed on towards the Tidehunter. The Ravage now going to come out, will be able to kill Niche. Will Passion UA be able to find anything over here, as the Dark Willow is now, same Batchek has fallen incredibly low, will be able to dodge out the Nether Blast, but Passion UA, they've expended so much. The Solar Guardian, the Rupture coming out as well, the Lasso, the RP, and they weren't able to find a single kill.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
ITB, they're kind of in a much better position, and Passion UA, I'm surprised they weren't even able to kill off the Dark Willow. And I believe they used their abilities on different heroes. The Rupture came out on someone else. The Dawnbreaker just didn't have the amount of damage, and I don't know. It all seemed pretty lackluster from their side. Six and 4 now. This time around, the net worth lead is in favor of Team ITB. Now, this is all happening partly because the Bloodseeker doesn't have any damage items, right? The Lycan can at least utilize the Shapeshift to be able to fight up against everyone else, but Passion UA don't have that same luxury. So their timing is actually going to happen later on in the game. Right, the 25 to 20 to 25 minute mark is when they're going to be a lot stronger. That's when they should be able to make something happen. Not to mention, we haven't really seen a Frost Chain come out just yet. And the Batrider Dagger, of course. So there are a lot of timings for Passion UA, a lot of items that they need to make to be able to, transition into the mid game.
Dire are scanning.
Meanwhile, the Dagger is up for the Tiny. I mean, he should be having the Dagger up right about now. Yeah, it's in his courier. So the Tiny has a dagger. So ITB should be amping up the pressure, find a pick off, then go on towards some of these objectives. You have the Nether Blast, so anytime you get a pick off, despite of the fact that the respawn timers are pretty low over on the side of Passion UA, because we're only 14 minutes in, because the Nether Blast, because you have something like the Nether Blast and a toss that can deal so much damage to those towers, you should be able to take the tower down within that time frame. So that's definitely how I think ITB should be playing this. Six and 4 now, both teams choosing to play this very passively, and the Bloodseeker is going to be completing his Radiance in about a minute, or in about 30 seconds, I believe. He has the goal for it, just needs to make his way towards the shop, and with its Radiance, his farming capabilities should increase. But ITB, they might not be waiting for it. Copy going to blink in, revealing his blink dagger, but not being able to get much done. So that's a lot of information going the way of Passion UA. Now they know that this is a threat. They can potentially be a lot better prepared for it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Fernandez just got sniped.
Is under attack.
I think it was just the stun toss combination, but the problem is Batchuk is kind of stuck right now. The Bramble Maze is going to be a threat, and I think he's just going to end up dying. I don't see a way where he can end up surviving from this. That is a lot of aggression for just one hero. But now that they're all here, ITB, they're probably going to be going for
Are scattered.
the tier. Okay, no, in fact, they're actually going for Roshan. They want this Roshan down, and it's just 20 seconds. So will Passion UA choose to defend this, or will they let this go this early on?
Radiant are scattered.
I mean, they could technically fight against an Aegis. It's not all that. The earlier you get the Aegis, the better equipped the team is to fight against the second life, in my opinion. But
Fallen to the rage. Radiant's middle tower.
a free Roshan is not something that I would have expected Passion UA to be going for. They have all 5 of their ultimates up. Batrider still doesn't have that Blink Dagger. And the Magnus only has a Blink Dagger. He has no other item. "17 minutes in now. Passion UA, they really need to find a way to delay this push,
Is under attack.
or at least find a useful pick off, but it's so incredibly difficult, right? You don't if you expend the Magnus Blink to find a pick off and you're not successful, you've just lost a core. And that's why you need the Batrider to have his Blink, because that's a lot less that's a lot less commitment. But it looks like Batchuk is going to get caught out once again. ITB still not committing all in towards that tower. We'll be going for it now, I think,
Dire's
with
top
that
tower
creep wave
is
coming
under
in.
attack.
With Passion
Dire's
UA,
structures are fortified.
they want to be getting that BKB up on that Bloodseeker and eventually getting that Aghanim Scepter. I don't know if he'll go for it the next item, but the BKB is definitely when they're going to try and start fighting. And the Lich is just going to end up dying to the Wolves. That was awkward to see, but Crystallize still very far away from his BKB. Now, ITB actually decided not to end up taking down that tier 2 tower, and this is a bit concerning for me, the way that they're giving space towards Passion UA, going for these kills instead of going for those objectives. I mean, sure, the kill onto Fernandez is pretty good, the kill onto the Lich is pretty good, but towers are even better, particularly when you have a lineup that's built to take towers. Pugna is going to come in, deal some amount of damage. The good thing is Passion UA have that frost shield
Dire's top tower
to
is
be
under attack.
saving a lot of those towers. I mean, it's not going to save it, but it's going to delay it, right? This is just a game about delaying enough so that Passion UA are in a position to fight. It's just a build up to the Bloodseeker. We'll see what he's able to do once it comes online.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And it looks like Lycan is in no plans to be going for that Aghanim Scepter, at least not yet. Pipe of Insight ready from the Tidehunter. And meanwhile, Bloodseeker Crystallize is going to lose his life on the other side of the map. That's going to delay his BKB, and just not a place where you want to be.
Dire's middle tower is under
12
attack.
and 4 now. Oh, Niche. He's going to get. That's a long TP duration. Is going to end up getting cancelled by the toss. Where was he TPing? It wasn't towards the base. He was TPing towards the tier 2 tower, wasn't he? To try and take down the Tormentor. But in fact, he's going to end up.
Dire's
He's
middle
going to end up
tower
dead.
has fallen.
He wanted to TP in towards that tier 2 tower, I think, for that Tormentor. I mean, I don't know where, I don't know exactly where he was TPing, but the duration was not 3 seconds. It was like 4 or 5 seconds. That was unfortunate. You need to be making more refined plays, because these sort of mistakes can give away the game. You're already treading a fine line because you want to be getting items up on your Bloodseeker before you're able to fight. Are the wolves going to? Okay, the wolves won't. If this is interesting. If your supports are caught out from 2 wolves from the Lycan, they're just going to end up dying. Unless, you know, Cracker decides to throw in the Frost Chain.
Dire's
7,000
bottom
net
tower
worth
has
lead up
fallen.
now. Bloodseeker, so far, the only thing he's done is farm.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They see 423. Batrider does have his Blink Dagger as well. Will they be able to find a kill towards him? Passion UA, they are making a move towards the Lycan. He's going to try and TP himself away, but the Shapeshift is going to become active, and Passion UA don't have the heroes near this place. Fernandes, he's going to end up surviving, but failed gank onto 423. Meanwhile, Niche gets taken down on the other side. An owner's call coming out, and Passion UA, they're kind of crumbling right now. No real direction as to how they want to be playing this game. Tier 2 towers down right now. The bot one, the only tower that's surviving. And oh no, Batchuk trying to TP away against 2 wolves. It's just another core going to end up falling.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Akaya up for the Magnus. I'm not sure if some of these items are the best right now. He's going to be going for that BKB. The Bloodseeker, he's almost gotten his BKB, I think. Yeah, he has a BKB right now. So they can potentially go for a fight. You have the lasso up. I mean, not right now, but you'll eventually have the lasso up, right? In about 10 seconds. So you use the BKB and you go for it, but Fernandes just got outside of the base, just instantly dying time and time again. This place has been where I think the wolves are just camped over here waiting for the supports, and I don't know why Passion UA don't see this. They're not even planting a sentry there. In fact, the one sentry near that location is from ITB. (16 and 4 now, 10,000 net worth advantage for ITB, and it looks like they're not done just yet. They're going to find the Dawnbreaker. They're going to try and take Batchuk out before there's a response. The Frost Chain is not enough.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And even with the Bloodseeker, I don't know how they come up with a solid defense. Now, the good thing for Passion UA is that their high ground is extremely strong. Magnus, will he be able to make his make his way out of here, but with the roots, it's going to be nearly impossible. But the drag from the other side on towards Copy is going to activate his BKB. The Bloodseeker BKB is now out as well. Will they be able to find a kill? A neat little kill on towards the mid laner, and now are the sights set on Lelis? Do they want more? They've lost their Magnus, but they don't have to go back.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But they need to be careful because they're getting closed in on by ITB. They really, Blood Crystallize is going to just portal himself on the other side. Just try and go for that farm. But are they going to chase him through the portal? Is my question. And in fact, they're actually going for it. It's the Tide Hunter trying to make his way. But he doesn't even have his Rabbit. So, Passion UA, I mean, very well played by them. They lost their Magnus, sure. But they found the kill on towards that Tiny. The Bloodseeker is now third in net worth, gaining in on towards that Lycan. If they're able to hold off their high ground and the Bloodseeker is able to get a scepter up, that could potentially be their way back into this game. It doesn't matter if Niche isn't farmed up on his Magnus. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have those items, right? The Dawnbreaker, he's just there for the Solar Guardian and for that pipe. The Lich for that Frost Shield and that Chain Frost. The star of this game right now. All eyes should be on Crystallize. It's up to him to make this happen. He's going to play a crucial role in whether or not Passion UA are able to take this game. So far, they've done a decent enough job at stopping the high ground push. As the kills onto Fernandes and the Lich are like they're not ideal. They're not exactly game breaking. Like you can kill them a bunch of times, but it's just gold. It's not a value because you're not going high ground. Now Roshan is up for Team ITB. And perhaps that's going to be their key into going high ground. The question is, with their BKBs up for their own side, the Bloodseeker almost having made his scepter, is Passion UA going to be defending that Roshan? They have the potential, you know, they have the Lich, they have the Batright, they have... It seems like they have the ideal lineup to be contesting Roshan, right? But the execution might just be difficult. But a Rupture on towards 423. He can't run for very long, but a Ravage onto 4 is going to turn it around for onto Passion UA, but it might not even matter as an RP is going to come on onto 3. There's the Solar Guardian coming out from the Dawnbreaker as well. This fight has completely turned its head around, and now they're trying to find anything that they can. The first one to fall will be the Lich, and with this Passion UA, they're forced to back out. But the Bloodseeker, he's rooted down. He has nowhere to go. He doesn't have the scepter ready, and he wasn't ready to be going in for those fights. They went in preemptively, and despite all of the perfect initiations coming out, it didn't seem like they had anything to close it out. And essentially they've given away Roshan. I'm not sure why the Bloodseeker just didn't continue farming up for his scepter. I mean, perhaps they expected that ITB were in the Rosh pit and they didn't expect to meet them halfway there. But despite them playing pretty well, landing that RP, countering out that Tidehunter Ravage, it just wasn't enough. They really do need that scepter.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Now it's going to come down to the high ground defense, because against an Aegis, you don't leave your high ground. The Bloodseeker is somehow going to have to find his farm to be getting that scepter up by the time that ITB pose a major threat to that high ground. You have the Frost Shield, you have the Magnus Shockwave, you have the Batrider who can land his... you can just place a Flame Trail near the entrance of your high ground. So you have a lot of ways to deal with those creeps, right? But you cannot lose a fight outside of your high ground. Bloodseeker still quite a few ways away from his scepter. His radiance is turned off though. Hopefully he fixes that. Now, of course, this is one of those very niche mechanisms where you want radiance to be off if you don't want to give away vision as to your presence. But if you want to be farming as fast as you can for the scepter, you know, just 30 minutes in now. Passion, you have only found 5 kills in the entire game. Dark Willow has not died once. The Willow is 4-0 and 14. As it looks like Passion UA actually want to be smoking up. The Dawnbreaker does have the Aghanim Scepter. Should provide additional amounts of sustain, additional amounts of damage.
Radiant are scanning.
Bloodseeker, though, he didn't cut the wave. Ideally, perhaps he's going to cut the next wave that's going to come in. But the mid wave is there. Well, I mean, barely there. There's just really a wagon there. But the bot wave is coming in. Bloodseeker's probably going to be cutting the bot wave down. And with just one wave to clear, Passion UA probably will be able to buy themselves enough time. The Roshan banner, though, it is placed down. So ITB are actually committing pretty hard for this. Glyph used as well, but now that the glyph is out,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
do both of those teams have that
Dire's
glyph?
bottom tower
It
has
was just the Roshan banner. Okay. $22 and 5 now, 12k net worth lead, but now the skewer, the stop wasn't quick enough, and it looks like he might just end up falling. But a lasso on towards the Pugnan. Dawnbreaker is going to come in as well, and as the Say is just going to get cleaned up. The glyph going to come out as well. The Rupture on towards 423. He's going to try and end up getting back, but that should give Passion UA enough time to be taking out that Roshan banner. It has fallen. The Pugna is dead as well. Do they want to be re-engaging? I don't think so, as ITP is just going to back away. They don't have extremely high cooldowns either, right? The lasso is just 75 seconds, the 70 seconds for the Solar Guardian. The Rupture is about the same, I believe. 65 seconds, okay, so it's even less. So every time they defend the high ground, every time they're successful in defending the high ground, their abilities, their ultimates will come back online by the time that ITB manages to push again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Are scanning.
The Lich really needs that shard. I mean, that shard slowing everyone down is it's exactly what the doctor ordered. And I think rather than the Blink Dagger, you expended on the Aghanim shard. Oh, Magnus? Rooted again, does have the haste rune though, so this time around he might be able to make it out, but the stun and the anchor is going to hold him in place. With the BKB, he's just going to run away with the anchor and the skewer. Will he be able to make it out in time as the Willow is TPing in? Oh, he TP'd into the exact same spot. Very well done by Lelis.
Over, remind me to go back for his horn.
I was not expecting that. He did that without vision, by the way. $12,000 net worth lead. Now, the thing is, by the time ITB end up high ground, Magnus should be alive. I say that, but the tower is going to take significant amounts of damage, right? And if they go towards that bot side... Oh no. Oh no, Kraken. Cracker, rather. You're about to get cracked yourself. It's just... The roots, the Lycan Wolves, just too much information, just too much... You get a hit on you and then you just can't get away. And you need to be keeping yourself alive. That Frost Shield buys so much time for those towers, that 80% damage reduction for about... How much is it? It's 8 seconds of time that you buy. So ideally, the support should be planted inside of the base at any given time. No. Lich really needed that. That would have been very useful if it went the way of the Lich, but Tiny getting that neat little damage boost. $24-6 now. The net worth lead, it keeps growing, but it grows at the snail's pace, right? Passion UA were in a position where they gave too much away and the net worth lead reached 10,000, but since then, since the past 20 minutes, it's just been around a 10 to 15k mark. The Bloodseeker has the scepter up and ready. Has 3,500 gold to be expending on the Sanj and Yasha, perhaps. He's going for the Sanj and Yasha. Ideally, I'd want to see some other item. Perhaps go for that Eye of Skadi. Could even go for, okay, not that butterfly, but the Eye of Skadi is something that I would really like to see from the Bloodseeker. That additional slow, that additional heal reduction as well. Or
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
with ITB, perhaps they're waiting for the Roshan, and this time around, I think Passion UA are in a situation where they can contest that Roshan. And Crystallize, I hope he spends his gold soon. Like that's just a lot of gold that he has just buy out right now, and he looks like he will just do just that. Batchik is actually going for that Octarine core, or rather, I think it's a Bloodstone, right? Yeah, it's the Bloodstone. So, okay, he's going for that Bloodstone. I think there are a lot better items to be making at this stage of the game. You know, a lot items that help your team out a lot. Perhaps go for that Shiva's Guard. It would be amazing against the melee heroes. Increase the magical resistance, increase the slow, increase the heal reduction. Couple that up with the Bloodseeker's Eye of Skadi. That's a very dangerous combination. Right, not to mention you have a short way of landing that Shiva's, but looks like they didn't want to be going that way. I'm not sure the Bloodstone, if the Bloodstone is that much better than the rest of those items, right? Because you can be going for that Hex up as well. You can be going for a lot of them. Now another attempt on towards the tier 3 tower, towards that top side.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The Roshan isn't up, so it's bought Passion UA another full minute of time. They've kept the lead at 15k static. That means the Bloodseeker was able to continue farming up. And it looks like, okay, this is why the Dawnbreaker didn't go for that Shiva, is because the Bloodseeker is going for it. Now, I don't think that's the right way around, at least in my personal opinion. I think the Shivas on the Dawnbreaker plus the Skadi, for example, on the Bloodseeker. I know I've said it a million times by now, but I'm focused on those two items because those two items would have been so good.
Dire's top tower
Or even the Nullifier, for example, on the Bloodseeker against the Pugna, just straight up taking him out.
has fallen.
They are going to TP back. The tower has fallen for Passion UA.
Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top
Yeah,
barracks has fallen.
they're trying to reposition themselves, but you might want to be dealing with the towers over there. As Batchiak, he's actually in a lot of trouble. And he's going to make it out of trouble. The Avalanche just not reaching in time. Bloodseeker again continuing to farm. They haven't taken these many objectives, so at this stage of the game, if you don't have the objectives and you're playing for that all-in push eventually, right? Team wipe the other team, then go for one straight push to the throne or one straight push to Mega Creeps, but you can't get the Mega Creeps, right? You have two towers at worst top, the bot tower has one tower, so even if you do a full team wipe, it will have to be a throne play at best. Okay, so Lycan didn't make a scepter, but now he has a scepter. The Wolf Bite being active. for the Tiny should he choose to use it, or even for the Tide Hunter, honestly, at this point, at this stage.
What?
21,000 net worth, and they need to make something happen. I'm just seeing Bloodseeker continue to farm up, but I'm not sure if it's the most cost-effective way. Batrider, he is in place for a lasso. Is going to find the grab on towards the Pug now. Will Yule himself up to try and deter some of the damage, but ITP were just too far ahead. We're just too many steps ahead of Fernandes. But now a stun toss combination on towards the Magnus. It just seems like Passion UA, they don't have a way into this fight. They're going to end up losing a Rax for nothing. It seems like they really do not want to be fighting against the Aegis, but this is your last lane of Rax. You have to be going in. The Bloodseeker tossed inside. Will he be able to fight? Will Rupture on towards the Tiny, and it looks like they should be able to pop his Aegis once. That's his first life gone. But there's still a full team that you have to deal with. There's still the full Ravage that you have to deal with. Now the Bloodseeker is going to end up trying demand fight against everyone. The Ravage is still available, so he needs to be careful. There's no BKB up for himself. Now the Ravage is going to come out, but the team's gone back. There's no ITB available for this Tide Hunter anymore. And he's just going to end up giving the kill as well. That's 2,000 gold going for Passion UA. They've managed to keep their racks up. They've managed to take away the Aegis. Sure, they've lost out on 2 lanes, but those creeps can be easily cleared. But what is the game plan? What do they want to be going for up next is the question. There's going to be a full smoke. Illusion runes picked up as well. They're going to come on towards the Pugna. Say, oh no, he used a life drain, so they know that he's there. That's life drain, folk. That was interesting. That was a very interesting little power play by him. Any objectives though, guys? I mean, that's really that's the game, right? You can defend your high ground. You can get the Pugna, but if you don't take the tower, then I'm not sure. Now, the Shivas is up and ready for the Bloodseeker. The Dawnbreaker is actually going for that Octarine score. I don't know about a lot of these items, but .42 minutes in now, 2017k net worth lead. So they've turned that lead around by over 6,000. And outside of the Aegis, outside of ITP hanging on to that Aegis, it's a very difficult way. It's a very difficult pledge on the high ground. I mean, you can't lose your life more than once. The Magnus skewers have been on point this game. Oh no, they're so afraid of any sort of potential engagement outside of their base that they just choose to instantly back out. Oh, but the Bloodseeker does have the BKB available. Will he just be able to back away, or will he choose to end up fighting? Another fire also plays on him. There's a stun toss combination, but now he's activated his BKB. A lasso on towards the Tiny as well, but the Wolf Bite is on him. He'll just be able to back away. ITP have managed to force out so many of their ultimates. The RP is the only one available for them. The good thing is the Blood Mist. The Bloodseeker does have the Blood Mist available, so it's not that easy to go towards that high ground. $3,300 gold, and the Shivas, I mean, it should have been on someone else. Even the Magnus, for example, just give it to someone else other than the Bloodseeker. He needs other items, and that's just a wasted item slot on him. The Skadi, perhaps even get a Daedalus, get a Heart of Tarask if you can. Now a smoke by Passion UA. Even though their ultimates are down, they should be coming back online. But a skewer onto the Dark Willow will be able to clean them up incredibly fast. And the reason why they can venture outside of their base, despite of the fact that they have 2 racks down, is because of the Dawnbreaker, right? The Dawnbreaker can essentially defend for infinity, and whenever he's needed into the fight, he can just use his ultimate. He can just use his Solar Guardian to jump back in. And a pause coming out right now. If you look towards the buyback statuses, Dire have 3 out of 5 buybacks. It's just the Bloodseeker and the 2 supports. Meanwhile, the Dawnbreaker and the Magnus actually don't have their buyback. The Dawnbreaker has enough gold, but he's 4 minutes off of buyback. Meanwhile, the Magnus just doesn't have the gold for it. So in a situation where you lose those 2 cores, it's just going to be up to Bloodseeker to defend. It's not a position you want to be in. And in fact, I don't even think there's enough time for the buyback and jump into the fight if you're anyone apart from the Dawnbreaker, because your racks will fall incredibly quickly. The good thing, though, is that they've brought the net worth lead down from what was, I believe, 25,000 to just 15,000. And if they're able to keep this up, they can find their way back into this game. ITP, though, I believe they're kind of maxed out. Okay, no, so the Lycan can actually make 1 more item before he's 6 slotted. Then obviously you go for perhaps that Moonshard or that Refresher. Meanwhile, the Tiny is going to be going for that Assault Cuirass, and the Tidehunter is going to be going for that Assault Cuirass. The Tiny is going to be going for that Swift Blink. I'm not seeing the Refresher coming out from the Tidehunter, which is surprising. Perhaps I think he doesn't have... No, he does have the mana for that Refresher, because he has that Shiva's Guard, but I would have liked to see those items. UA, they might just end up seeing the Tiny, but oh no, they went the other way.
For the twins.
It's going to casually clean those creeps up, but level 25s are almost there for a lot of these heroes, right? Tiny is level 25. The Tidehunters and Lycan are both level 23 right now. Dawnbreaker is level 24. So once you hit those level 25s, it becomes a bit of a different game. Not to mention, I mean, it kind of feels like this game might just go to 60 minutes, so we might be seeing tier 5 neutral items come out. But that's 15 minutes from now. And I believe the game will come to an inevitable conclusion when this Roshan spawns. So either it's going to be an Aegis fight, or it's either going to be a team defending their high ground against the Aegis. Either way, going to be tough. Tidehunter revealing himself, going to make his way on towards the Lich. Will they just let the Lich go for now, because he's just in an awkward position, and it looks like they're going to do just that. They're going to try and chase a bit further away, but the Rupture on towards Copy means that he can't exactly chase besides the Lycan. Crystallize really doesn't want to be using his BKB, but the stun toss, avalanche toss coming out from Crystallize. There, the buyback from the Lich, the Tiny, he's so far into his base and he looks like he doesn't have anywhere to go. He's going to end up falling down now for 100 seconds as he chose to venture too far forward. Copy just having 3 kills to his name, 2 deaths and 12 assists. And the thing is, Roshan is spawning. It's going to be towards that top side where Passion UA are planted. They're probably going to be able to see that Roshan. Tiny does have buyback. They're actually pinging it right now. So they might want to be going there, but it seems like ITB, they want to be fighting this? They want to be going in on towards Crystallize. He doesn't have the BKB, but he has his Blood Mist available. They have the Solar Guardian, a tiny buyback going to come out right now, but a Tidehunter, he's being gazed off by the Lich, and now the Dawnbreaker is inside. The Skewer back on towards the Lycan. Another RP, the Bloodseeker is going to end up falling. Will they be able to take out the Lycan? But the Satanic is going to heal him to full HP. The buyback coming in from the Bloodseeker, but it seems like this one is a bit over. The Magnus Skewer Touring back to Willow was not the best of idea, that he's going to end up falling too. And now the Shiva's Guard going to land that extra bit of damage to take down the Willow, but buybacks coming in all around. The Magnus bought back too. They want to be going all in. They want to try and win this fight so they can take that Aegis. Tidehunter, he's taking a lot of damage right now. Blood Mist now activated. Fernandez did end up falling. The Nether Ward will fall as well, but the Bloodseeker, he's all alone. Now the Solar Guardian going to come out on towards Tiny. Copy bought back. If he falls over here, that might just end up being a dieback. Rupture coming online in about 3 seconds. Bloodseeker, Crystallize taking a lot of damage. The Rupture going to come out now. It can be anyone's game. Crystallize, he's going to end up falling. That is a dieback. Batchuk, Bloodstone activated, but they haven't been able to take down anyone. If they're not able to do this, then ITP can just go high ground. Batchik bought back as well. He can't end up falling over here. But it looks like he's used everything in the tank. But oh, he comes back with a buy. Okay, so he was the only one that he didn't use the buyback on. But for everyone else, it's just the Pug9. It's just the Tidehunter. Skewer back on towards the Willow, but that's a dieback on the Magnus, and it looks like it's going to be good game. 1-1 for both of these teams, and it looks like we're going for the second time today to the third game in a best of 3. Oh, what a game by ITB and Passion UA. I mean, Passion UA had the right idea. They tried to farm up, tried to defend, and for a lot of those, it was really close. I mean, in the last team fight that we saw, it got incredibly close. If Crystallize managed to survive there, take out that Tiny, getting that dieback on towards the Tiny, the Aegis would have been theirs. It would have been ended up being a completely different game, but the constant reinitiations from Passion UA, which were a bit sloppy sometimes, it just sealed the deal. I believe their supports died too many times to those Lycan Wolves that it was a bit hard to play around. But that, guys, that was game number 2. Passion UA tried to go for that long game. It just did not end up working out for them. ITB came with a monumental comeback in that second game. I mean, a comeback in the overall series, and they've managed to take it to a game number 3. Whether or not they're going to be able to close that out, we will have to see, as we're going to go for a game number 3 right after a short break.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back from what was a very long and tedious journey that Passion UA faced, right? They wanted that Bloodseeker to farm up for the entirety of the game, and then they wanted to take a fight there. But I mean, they tried really hard, but it just wasn't possible at the time because I mean, I think ITB just grew too big, and there were a few itemization mistakes in my very humble opinion. I'm not a pro player. I'm not in their team. I don't know what they were thinking, but just the Shivas on the Bloodseeker was not ideal instead of the Skadi. But guys, anyway, we're now in game number 3, and we're now in the drafting phase. Let's see what Passion UA have in store for us this time around. But it looks like they're not actually changing anything. They're actually going in for the Magnus first pick, which is the exact same as last time around, right? And ITB are actually going to snag up that first pick, Dawnbreaker, as well for themselves. So this is interesting. This is a bit change of pace from ITB. They didn't want a Dawnbreaker going the other way. Not to mention, the Dawnbreaker is just actually just one of the strongest heroes in the game right now. Passion UA banning out that tiny. I hope they don't go for that niche play like the Bloodseeker. Now I spoke about this in the previous game. Southeast Asian teams and South American teams, they know how to make the Bloodseeker work, right? We've seen the Bloodseeker work when those regions play the game, and I haven't seen the Bloodseeker come out from European side of Dota I believe I was about to say I haven't seen it outside of a handful of times, right? And I don't see as much success of the Bloodseeker in the hands of European teams that I do in the hands of Southeast Asian or South American teams. But it's just again, is that wow factor, is that absurdity factor that comes in with Bloodseeker, right? Just running around, that has a part to play in it, in my opinion. So I hope that Passion UA go for conventional Dota, go for what works. You know, in the previous seasons of CCT, they've played very good Dota, improved each and every single time, and I do believe they have what it takes to beat Mind Control and his crew. But let's see if they'll be able to do that. Banning out that Pugna earlier on as well. Definitely that Decrepify, just keeping everyone alive for so long. Last game around, it was a bit troublesome. Let's see what they make do this time around. Plus the Pugna and the Dawnbreaker is just an absolute menace of a combination. The Morphling is still up for grabs though, if ITB don't ban this one out. So let's see the Nyx Assassin ban coming out from the Passion UA. Again, they banned the Nyx. I'm not exactly sure why they're so afraid of the Nyx Assassin, but you know, perhaps there goes perhaps just some thought behind it. Perhaps they just don't like playing against Nyx. I do hope that we see some form of AoE combination coming out from Passion UA this time around as well. Even something like the Gyrocopter carry for them wouldn't be as bad because of the way that they like to play, right? They like to center themselves around their carry player. Meanwhile, from ITB, I've seen the story before. The Dawnbreaker plus the Batrider, just the sheer amount of combinations possible from there. You know, it'll not only keep the Batrider alive when he goes in for that lasso, it'll add on towards a lot of damage as well. Not to mention when the Dawnbringer gets that scepter up, you literally follow the Batrider lasso as well. So it's very dangerous. It's a very dangerous combination. Passion UA picking themselves up that Phoenix so pretty early on. There's quite a lot of heroes in the pool that ITP can pick up because they haven't gone for their carry or their mid, so they can potentially, you know, even if their support, even if they wanted to pick up that Snapfire right now, it wouldn't be all that bad. But revealing the Phoenix and the Dark Willow support this time around for Passion UA. Last time around we saw it over on the side of ITB. Puck ban coming out. So both of these teams have a lot of AoE firepower. Let's see what they end up going for. I wonder what carry Passion UA are going to play. Now they have the Magnus, and you know, we talk about the Magnus, we know that there's some sort of combination there. Last time around it was the Bloodseeker, not the best of combinations, but you know, this time around it might be something different. Like perhaps it's the Ursa Warrior, perhaps it's the Phantom Assassin. Who really knows? Now, ITB have actually gone in for that Invoker. Earlier on, it's probably it might just end up being Aquos Vex Invoker, but later on into the phases of the game where you have that Exort skilled up quite a bit, you can go for those Sunstrike plays with the lasso as well. Not to mention, you can just go for those early Sunstrikes as well. So definitely a hero worth contending with. But you know, it's I would say with the Witchblade auto attacking Invoker, it's good, but in the mid lane, in terms of competitive play, you can have, at this level of the scene, obviously you can have a few heroes that do it a bit better. You can go for the Spirits as well. You can go for the Cop, or even the Lina, in my opinion, would do nicely. But let's see. This might even just be an Invoker support, who really knows. But no, in fact, it's going to be a core Invoker because they have picked themselves up a Chen. And I don't think I've seen a Chen before in CCT. I might be wrong. At least from the games that I've casted, I've never seen a Chen, right? But it's something really new to me in ultra competitive play. But because usually we see an Enchantress come out, right? But this time around, you know, the Hand of God from the Chen plus the Dawnbreaker is just, it will provide you with just so much heal. Not to mention, if you go for that aura item on the Dawnbreaker as well, the Chen can go for the mechanism, the Dawn can go for that pipe, and then you add in both of those items and both of those abilities that provide you with the heal, and it's just straight up impossible to be cutting that down. You need absurd amounts of damage right now if you're Passion UA, if you want to be contending against both the Chen and the Dawnbreaker. And it's going to be the Lifestealer. So a decent enough combination on its own. You know, you can invest into the Phoenix, you can invest into the Magnus as well. The RP does do quite a bit. Not to mention, you have that Empower for the Lifestealer to farm. And you know, you can just straight up invest into the Chen creeps as well. Just instantly take one of those creeps out. So that's a good enough combination, I suppose. I personally would not have expected it, but does do well against the Invoker, for example. Not that well against the Batrider Lasso that is eventually going to come out, right? Because you can once you're able to lasso a Lifestealer up, you can throw in some more disables to stop the Lifestealer, and you can also throw in enough magical damage before he's able to pop that Rage in. But that's assuming that Passion UA are not able to support that Lifestealer and counter initiate at the back of everything being thrown onto him, which is probably not going to be the case, right? One thing that I am not seeing is that Phoenix is not, I mean, the Phoenix egg, there's not a lot of ways that ITB have to dealing with that, right? The Invoker Alacrity, perhaps that's going to come into play when dealing with that egg, but apart from that, Chen, Batrider, Dawnbreaker, not exactly heroes with a high base attack time or a high base attack speed. So let's see. For Passion UA, is this going to be a mid Magnus again? Now you do have the offlaner, you do have the supports, unless this Phoenix is on that offlane position, in which case the Magnus will be going towards that mid lane. But I'm not entirely convinced that you would want to send a Magnus against the Invoker. I do think that you want ranged core on that mid lane, something like the Queen of Pain, or even if you're going for a melee, you go for those spirits instead. You know, you can go for perhaps the OD as well. Right now, it would do well. So a lot of heroes, I don't think the Magnus is the best of them to be sending against the Invoker, and particularly to be, you know, when you're dealing with the amount of control and the amount of CC that ITB are bringing to the table, with the Dawnbreaker up, for example, with the Chen, with the Batrider Lasso, if you're committing so hard to be able to get those RPs out, and sure, Passion UA last game around Niche did a very good job at it, but there wasn't enough follow-up for that RP, and I'm seeing a similar situation. I mean, sure, you have the Egg, sure, you have the Dark Willow and the raised up Lifestealer, but there's just so much control over on the other side that are you going to be able to get a successful RP off? Okay. And so they recognize this and they're not going to be going for a mid Magnus. It is going to be a mid Ember Spirit. That is definitely, in my opinion, the right play. You can even infest inside of the Ember Spirit. Not to mention, the Ember Spirit does pretty well against a lot of these heroes. The Invoker, you can go for the Mage Slayer, for example. And even if you go for a Glepnir, the Maelstrom procs on towards the multiple creeps of the Chen should be doing quite a bit of damage. Not to mention, the Ember Spirit can utilize a lot of the lack of lockdown that ITP have outside of that lasso, right? They don't really have much to be shutting the Ember Spirit's remnants down. But in fact, they're actually going to go for that Doom. So if you get the Doom off on towards the Ember Spirit, then you potentially, not potentially, but you straight up end up killing him, right? So Lincoln Sphere has become the key requirement for Niche and perhaps for Crystallize if they want to be keeping him alive. But there's one more item, of course, that if you don't want to be going for the Lincolns, then you go for the Scepter on towards that Phoenix and just, whoever gets doomed up, you just plant that egg with him. At the risk of obviously the egg being destroyed, but it's a risk either way, right? But you want to be getting damage up. One of the key requirements for Passion UA is whether or not this Ember will be able to do enough in the mid game so that his Life Stealer is allowed to farm up. I'm guessing he's going to be going for an Armlet Radiance. And if that doesn't happen, then I'm afraid that ITB might just snowball pretty hard, right? Because if you look at their lineup, it's kind of built to steamroll, right? It's kind of like the Chen is going to be going on towards all of those towers with the Forest Spirits. The Doom threat is always going to be there. The Batrider threat is always going to be there. And then you have the Dawnbreaker threat that's always going to be there. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on those objectives, a lot of pressure on your towers, right? So you need to be successful with Niche. You need to be successful with Batchick. You need Crystallize to farm up to make sure that if you lose your tier 2 towers, it's the same scenario as last game, in my opinion, where Passion UA really required that strong high ground defense, really required their items to be online by the time that ITV come knocking, so that they're able to defend, able to take the game from there. That is probably going to be the key requirement for them. Whether or not they're going to be able to handle the amount of pressure earlier on, right, when those tier 1 towers are going to be pressed, when those tier 2 towers are going to be pressed, that's going to be very highly item dependent, in my opinion. For example, when the Tiny is able to get that Blink Dagger, the Magnus is able to get that Blink Dagger, for example, and whether or not some of these other heroes, whether the Ember is able to get enough done, whether he gets good, solid enough Glepnir timing, should he's going for that, or the Phoenix, and whether or not they're able to control the Invoker from rotating to other places of the map and just getting all of those pickoffs down. Mid lane though, Invoker versus the Ember Spirit. Now, technically you can dodge the EMP, but it's just incredibly hard, right? There's such a small duration trying to dodge out that EMP. But ideally you can dodge a Tornado as well. You can do a lot of things with the Invoker. It's just you won't be having that great of a time farming up. And so the Invoker should be very slightly ahead in terms of the laning. On the bot side, though, you have the Lifestealer alongside who I believe is going to be the Dark Willow, so he should be having a decent enough time there. Oh, in fact, it's going to be the Phoenix with the Lifestealer instead of the Dark Willow. So again, decent enough time there, I suppose, against the Batrider and the Doom. I'm not sure about the Phoenix here compared to the Dark Willow, because the Dark Willow allows you to stop the Batrider's Flame Trail, right? And because of the Brambling Maze, but the Phoenix doesn't. And just simply because of that, I think the Dark Willow would have been much better here. But I suppose there's a plan behind this. The ability to zone out Doom, for example, that could be in handy. But Lifestealer Crystallize should be having a decent enough time, should be able to get his stacks up. You know, you have the rage to pop if you're in any sort of trouble. I don't see him dying a lot in this lane or dying at all in this lane. Meanwhile, over on the top side, you do have the Dawnbreaker and the Chen, who are going to be facing up against the Dark Willow and the Magnus. So again, a lane where both sides should be doing decently well. I don't see a lot of kill potential from the side of ITP on towards the Magnus or Dark Willow, simply because Chen doesn't offer all that much earlier on at that level 2, level 3, level 4 mark. But meanwhile, the Magnus and the Dark Willow, right, if you're able to get a skewer off on towards the Dawnbreaker, you can stop the Celestial Hammer using that that maze and essentially take him out. Last hits though, everyone seems to be having a decent enough time. The Dark Willow though, you need to be a bit careful. The only requirement to stay alive on this top side is dodging out 423 Celestial Hammer when it comes out. So hopefully he'll be able to do that, but let's see how this laning phase goes. I'm glad we haven't seen a first blood. I think for both of these series, we've seen a first blood happen within the first minute of the game. But this time around, things are a bit different. I suppose the stakes are higher for both of these teams. You want to be walking away with a win in the group stages. Three-minute mark coming about. If you take a look towards the last hits, it seems like ITB are doing significantly better than Passion UA in terms of last hits. But it's not, I mean, it's not that much better, but when you add all of those up, those are 10 creeps of a difference. That's around 300, 400 gold that they've gained for themselves, which should go in handy. And this is what we expected, actually. The Invoker is actually has twice the last hits of the Ember Spirit, having 9 denies compared to the Ember's 1 as well. So Nisha's not having a good time in this lane. Bot side, the good thing is Lifestealer is able to match up against Doom. Cracker is doing a decent enough job just zoning him out. And it seems like Ember's rune is going to end up getting denied as well. That's going to be a huge win for ITB in this laning phase, if they're able to push back the Willow though. But no, it seems like they'll each be able to secure a rune each. Four minutes in now, and not a sign of any kind of aggression coming out on any of these heroes. On the mid lane though, you just have that EMP combination coming out. But top side, the Phoenix is here, and they really want to say this might just end up being first blood in the way of Batchuk. Will 423 be able to get a kill onto Fernandes? He's slowed down quite a bit. The shockwave is going to drag him back, but the Celestial Hammer is going to be able to finish Fernandes off. 1-1 now. Of course, the first blood did go the way of the Magnus, so that's going to be pretty good for the position 3. Should go nicely in the journey towards his Blink Dagger. Copy. Needs to be careful. He doesn't have the mana for anything. I mean, I believe he can invoke the Ghost Walk, but there is a Fernandes close by, and they've left Crystallize towards this bot side. Now the Phoenix is going to dive in. I believe this is just to attempt some sort of damage on towards the Doom because they really can't kill anyone at this stage. Overall, again, very static game. Similar to the one we saw in the previous game, the mid game is really when, or the early to mid game is really when ITB are going to be amping up the pressure. As when you have a Chen, you just go for those towers. And the scary sustainability that's going to be coming out from them in the mid game, the pipe, the mech, the heals. I'm really worried that will Passion UA be able to have the amount of damage output that they require? Mid side though, rooted up, Batrider. He is on the other side though, he is downhill in the river, so he should be making it out to safety. And the Ember is going to be going for that Mage Slayer. Definitely the right move against the Invoker. Of course, now that he's hit his level 6, he should be doing fine in lane. I mean, throw out all the tornadoes and EMPs that you want. He can just go back to the lane and come back. Back to the fountain and come back. So he should be fine here. Now, the problem with the Ember Spirit on the mid lane, and I suppose it's the only lane that you send an Ember Spirit in. But the problem is that your game becomes a bit passive as far as the team goes, right? So you're not as much in control of the tempo of the game as you are with other heroes on the mid side. So he needs to farm up his Mage Slayer, for example, and that's going to take quite a bit of time, right? That's going to be a lot of space for ITB to be doing what they want to do, and they have a lot of options. Rotate with the Invoker and the Batrider to get some kills. You know, you have the Dawnbreaker to come in as well for backup if you need it. Or you can go pair up with the Chen and you can just start mowing down some of those towers. So those are two very distinct ways to play this game if you're Team ITB. Which one they go for is going to be interesting, but they've managed to accrue quite the net worth lead already. 8 minutes in, 3,000 net worths ahead of the other side, and the Ember Spirit has 29 CS. He has 29 CS. He has the same amount of CS as the Chen. Nearly. The Chen has 25 and he has 29. So like it's 4 less CS, 1 creep wave less. But I mean, that's not good if you're Passion UA, because your towers, like we're seeing right now, they're going to end up falling. This is going to be the first of many for Team ITB. Doom is up as well. If they manage to find a Doom pick, the Lifestealer is going for a straight Radiance play. So that's going to be... that is so greedy, because that's so much time that you're giving to Team ITB to just do whatever they want. It's 9 minutes in. He won't be having the Radiance up until the 15 to 16 minute mark or even later. Meanwhile, you can play around a Doom, you can play around a Dawnbreaker, you can play with the Chen creeps, you can play with the Lasso. There are so many ways you can go about it that I'm afraid they might have been boxed into a corner, and now Doom expanded towards that bot side. I'm not sure why the Lifestealer chose to go into the Doom there. Crystallize is just going to walk into his death. He didn't even use his rage as he walked up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
9.5 minutes in, Crystallize has 1,000 gold, and the Dawnbreaker is going for that armlet, so he's going to be online. He's going to start playing with his team any minute now. Once he gets that, you know, you start going for those towers as well. You be at the ready with your ultimate. But what is going to be Passion UA's game plan? They have a farmer in the form of, you know, getting up that Mage Slayer. Now the Magnus does have the Blink Dagger, so that's the ideal scenario, right? in a losing scenario. Of course, that's the ideal way to turn this around in a losing scenario. So you want to be using that blink dagger to be getting yourself some kills, a skewer like we're seeing on the mid lane on towards Copy, but the Dawnbreaker is going to come in, keeping Copy safe,
Radiant structures
and there's
are
no more
fortified.
firepower up for Passion UA. One 4 now for ITB. The Dawnbreaker heal is just too much at this stage. I mean, you just have a skewer, and you have the Phoenix, sure, you have the Willow, you have some bit of magical damage, but it doesn't sound like it's enough. Not against the Tornado Disruption that's inevitable to come out because you are not killing the Invoker within the duration of the RP,
Dire's middle
or within the
tower is
duration of the
under
skewer at least. Ember Spirit. Again, 15-16 minute mark, that's when he's going to have his Mage Slayer up and ready. MC's already decided that, you know, he can go for that Midas. It's really fine because they have this entire window to play around in. Ember? Oh, Arcane Rune at the ready for the Doom. He has his ultimate too. So if they smoke up right now, they can essentially use that Arcane Doom. My sorry, my remix is a bit glitchy. So guys, there was a bit of a technical difficulty, but you know, we're still, this game is still going on, I believe. So we're gonna sort that out one for you guys, and we'll probably be back into the game in just a bit. I mean, Passion UA have their work cut out for them. They're the Ember Spirit needs to be getting that Mage Slayer up in the next few minutes, and we're already down 12 minutes, right? The Magnus has that Blink Dagger, but until the Ember Spirit has that amount of damage, the Life Stealer has that damage as well, they're not going to be able to do much. So I feel like Passion UA are actually boxing themselves into a corner. Meanwhile, Team ITB, they have,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know, they just seem they just seem in control of this game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bot side though, it seems like they want to make something happen, but the Phoenix is going to dive into his death. The Invoker is right there at the ready, but the Skewer on towards Copy, he's going to end up falling. What was going to be a play on towards the Phoenix ended up with Copy's demise. Passion UA were ready for that one. But it took 5 heroes to do that. Meanwhile, ITB are getting all the space in the world, and look at this, the Doom, he's in Whisk, going to use the Doom on towards the Magnus. Batchuk, just nowhere to go. The Dawnbreaker is going to come in as well, and that's going to be a very clean kill. I don't believe they even needed the Solar Guardian, but I suppose they wanted to ensure that kill. And now the Invoker with the Orchid. He's not in Ghost Walk, so they're probably going to spot out the fact that he has an Orchid at the ready. And this is going to do so much, right? You look at the Ember Spirit, who's struggling to get one of his items up. He has it now, but a Mage Slayer versus an Orchid, it's, you know who's winning that exchange. But meanwhile, it seems like Copy's not actually winning any exchanges, as he's falling pretty low. The Ice Wall trying to buy himself some amount of time, but he might just stick out to the Sunray. The Infest is going to buy some amount of time, but I'm actually pretty confused on what's happening because that infest, I'm not sure who that was supposed to target. The invoker was out of there. It seemed like the infest was like 5 seconds
Dire's top tower
too
is
late.
under attack.
But Invoker managing to make it out at the nick of time against 4 heroes, against 5 heroes, that's a bit sloppy by Passion UA. If you're not able to punish an Invoker that you are on, 4 heroes are on,
Dire's middle
then that's
tower
a bit
is under
troublesome.
attack.
And much of the concern of locking someone down, you know, as it goes both ways, towards both Passion UA and towards Team ITB, because
Radiant's
you
bottom
only have
tower
one
is
stun
under attack.
over on holding that thought. Though they might, I think they found someone.
Radiant's top tower is under
It is
attack.
Fernand's, but there are TPs coming in. Is there going to be a re-engagement? You do have the RP available, you have the Phoenix Egg, but it seems like no, they just wanted to come to the aid of the Willow. But the RP is the only stun that they have. And it's a bad stun. Like, I mean, it's an incredible stun, but it's an ultimate, right? It's not as if you can use it as much as you want. So outside of that RP being used, I don't see any lockdown. So this Invoker can actually just walk around freely.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
2-6 now, 8,000 net worth lead up for Team ITB. I mean, Lifestealer, he's struggling so much now. The good thing is that he is going to be making his Radiance in about a minute or so. It is a late one, but he will amp up his farming after that. So if ITB, you know, contrary to what I was thinking, I thought they would be going in for that Chen play. Instead, they're going in for those pick-off, that other pick-off route, right? They haven't put enough pressure on towards all of these towers that I think with that Radiance, Lifestealer will have that window to continue farming up. So we might end up in a similar position in the previous game, right? Where the Bloodseeker was farming, Crystallize can just farm up on the Lifestealer instead. But a lasso on towards the Phoenix. This is the death of the Phoenix. As I don't think he was making it out of there. I think anyone that gets lassoed up at this stage of the game is going to straight up die, because it can't exactly do anything against the Orchid. None of their Passion UA's heroes can, not even the Lifestealer, who has picked himself that freshly minted Radiance. The Doom, he's well on his way towards making that Sanj and Yasha. He's going to be having it. I don't see how you take down this Doom or this Dawnbreaker, who has an Armlet and a Sanj and Yasha at the ready. They have so much survivability, so much sustainability. To be able to get to the Invoker, for example, with that RP, you need to be going through the Doom, you need to be going through the Dawnbreaker, and I mean, I don't see how Passion UA are going to be able to do that. Sure, you have the BKB up, but the BKB does not provide enough sustain compared to the Sanj and Yasha. It provides you the magic immunity for sure, but not the ability to man fight. But now an RP, Patrick, recognizing that opportunity, will be able to snag 2 of their heroes. Now the Solar Guardian is also missing. The Phoenix Egg is going to pop, and that's going to be the death of Copy, and it's going to be Doom soon to follow. MC down now as well. 2 heroes from ITP just crumble. They just grouped up too hard against Patrick. I don't even think he was planning to land their RP. I don't think they were going for that, but he saw the opportunity and he took it.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
4 and 9 now, 6,000 net worth lead. Now Passion UA have done a pretty good job at stabilizing this game, right? In terms of objectives, They've taken down a tier 1 tower towards the mid side. They've taken down a tier 1 tower towards that top side. They've slowed down, the lead from getting out of hand. The Light Stealer has gotten his Radiance. They've gotten a few neat kills on towards the cores of into the breach. But they need to make more plays like this if they want to stay in this game. Ember Spirit going for... He's going for the Sanj and Yasha. Now, I'm not even going to comment about that because I'm not exactly sure if that is the item to be making. I mean, if you want sustain, you go for that straight up BKB in my opinion, right? Or you want to be going for that Lincoln Sphere against the Doom. Copy needs to be careful. And Copy needs to keep in mind that he can fall off pretty quick, right? Because getting pickoffs is nice, but if you're spending the majority of your time trying to get those pickoffs and you're not successful, then you're going to fall behind in terms of net worth. So he's the lowest, he has the lowest net worth amongst all of the cores in the game. So this is something that he really needs to focus on his farming. Get that Manta style up if he's going for that. Get some other items up. You want the Bloodthorn later on as well. You want the Scythe of Feist. You need gold to make those items happen, as that is going to be the key factor when you transition should things get out of hand. But a Doom engagement on towards Batchuk, he's probably going to end up dead. Yeah, he's for sure going to end up dead. I mean, I for a second there, I thought he could blink TP out, but then I remembered that the Batrider was there. And now an engagement on towards that top side in the jungle. It seems like Fernandes, he had an idea. I'm not sure if it was the right idea because he was stuck in between 4 people. $11 and 4 now, 10,000 net worth lead. The Aegis up for Team ITB, and this is very difficult for Passion UA. Sure, we saw potential, we saw some signs of life, a pulse from Passion UA, because when they landed at 2-man RP, they were able to take down 2 of those cores, but it's just going to get harder and harder. You're not amping, because you're not amping up the damage that you have, right? Your Ember's gone for that Sanj and Yasha, not even a Manta style against the Orchid. The Life Stealer doesn't have the damage yet, but again, an RP by Batchuk onto 2, going to clean up Copy once again. As Passion UA, they're somehow, despite of the fact that they're playing without that much damage, they're able to find these 2-man RPs at the back of into the breach, committing, overextending in fact. And now they might even find another kill. The BKB from 423. In fact, he doesn't have a BKB yet. It's still he just needs one more component. Meanwhile, he's trying to end up going in, but there's so much control ready for a 423. He doesn't have that much mana. Open wounds on him, and it seems like Crystallize should be able to take him down. Meanwhile, the Chen going to fall towards the Ember Spirit, or in fact, going to fall towards the Magnus there. And the Ember Spirit is going to end up falling. Batchuk needs to be getting out, will skewer himself away, but will he be able to get there in time? But the Doom has a Blink Dagger at the ready. The Infest coming out as well, as they're trying to save Batchuk from falling. But in fact, Crystallize, he could have ended up killing the Dawnbreaker. The Dawnbreaker was on 50 HP, but he just ended up TPing out. I think Passion UA just went into panic mode over there, because they could have at least taken the Aegis out before that TP.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Instead, they just hit the go back button, and they never looked back. Just decided it's every man for himself, and just left the Magnus there to die. Now the BKB is up and ready for the Dawnbreaker.
Radiant's
The
bottom
Doom
tower
having
is
the
under
Blink Dagger, the
attack.
Manta style
Radiant's
ready
bottom
for
tower
the
has
Invoker.
fallen.
Meanwhile, for the Ember Spirit, you do have the Sanjin Yasha. You have a lot of survivability there, provided you don't get doomed. The Lifestealer has his Sanjin Yasha as well, and he's going to be going for that Lincoln Sphere. So the Lincolns, it's obviously the best item you can make against a Doom, right? But it doesn't offer you
Radiant's
damage,
top tower is
which is
under
what you're
attack.
lacking. We saw Lifestealer land about 50 hits probably to... I mean, I know that's an exaggeration, but he was on a Dawnbreaker for quite a long time, just not able to finish him off, and it just wasn't enough. He needs more damage. Speaking of damage, they've dealt quite a bit of that on towards the Chen. He's dead, and they want more. BKB's being activated all around. The RP being committed on towards MC, as he's going to end up dying. Dawnbreaker, he's falling incredibly low, nowhere to go. He's going to end up dying too. The Aegis now expended.
Is under attack.
Do they have enough? Willow ultimate, fearing him back. The Lifestealer Rage trying to take down as much HP for 423 as he can, but the BKB activation means that they have to back out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And I think Passion UA are able to find these engagements because Team ITB Breach, they're not really committing everything they have towards Passion UA. I mean, we didn't see the Invoker there, we didn't see the Batrider come in either, so it's more like 5v2 engagements every time rather than 5v5 engagements. Scopy is going to be going for that Hurricane Pike. Batrider does have the Blink and the Force Staff up and ready. And anyone that gets lassoed up, anyone that gets doomed up should be
Dire
an easy enough target to kill if you're into the breach. But again, it seems like they want to be going on towards two heroes though, but a Shackle on towards the Doom and the Invoker. Are they going to take this as a signal to get out, or are they going to press their luck as Passion UA? They are forming up, they are grouping up. But so are ITB.
Radiant are scanning.
Nine and 14 now, and they really have Passion UA have done a great job at bringing the tempo back. You know, they've kept their towers alive. The tier 2 towers on the mid side and on the top side are still alive. The bot one has fallen, but this was a 10,000 net worth lead at around the 14-minute mark, and now it's down to just 5 or 6,000. The damage that they were lacking previously, they have managed to accrue quite a bit of damage dealing of their own, right? They do have that Lincoln Sphere up and ready for the Lifestealer, not to mention the Shiva's Guard up and ready for the Ember Spirit, just providing a lot of healing reduction against the Chen and against the Dawnbreaker.
Too much.
For the Lifestealer, after this Lincoln's, he should be going for... He should just be going for something that gives him all-out damage, or perhaps something that gives him sustained. Something like a Scotty wouldn't even be bad for this Lifestealer, even though I know that Scotty isn't really an item you make on the Lifestealer, but just the healing reduction coupled up with the Shivas against heroes like the Dawnbreaker and the Chen could potentially do a lot.
Dire are scanning.
Passion UA, they want to circle on towards into the breach, but it seems like the Willow was caught. He's going to end up falling almost immediately, but an RP just finding just the Dawnbreaker, but he's going to be able to activate his BKB. The egg is going to come out as well, and it seems like Doom MC is the one who's caught in a bit of trouble. The Hand of God does come out, but it's not going to provide that much healing as the Dawnbreaker's trying to counter initiate, but it's just not enough. They don't have the damage to take out Passion UA. They're going to end up falling over here if they stay. The Dawnbreaker is going to end up dying, as it looks like Into the Breach have taken enough of a beating that they want to be going back. And again, the Invoker was missing for much of that fight. I'm not sure I'm not sure why Into the Breach are taking a lot of these fights in this fashion where they're faced up against the entirety of what Passion UA have to offer, but they're not bringing enough numbers of their own. And it's really showing in the way that they didn't have that damage. The Dawnbreaker was there, the Doom was there, but there was no Invoker, there was no EMP Tornado, there was no Meteor, no Sunstrike, nothing. Now taking down a Tormentor is going to go to the weight of Batrider, but I see Into the Breach. I'm seeing weaknesses in the way that they're playing this game. They haven't taken that many objectives, and quite honestly, without the Invoker joining the fights, I don't see how they can match the damage output. Now that Passion UA have secured themselves this Roshan, it looks like there's going to be a bit of objective gaming for Passion UA from their own side. Lifestealer is in fact going to be going for that Eye of Skadi. Okay, so I'm glad that my horrible suggestion was actually taken a bit seriously. But no, in fact, I don't think it's bad. I think it's an amazing item. I think it is the item to get against the Chen and the Dawnbreaker. Passion UA, they've gone for a smoke. They have the Aegis. They have everything that they need right now. They want to be taking down some of these objectives because, I mean, they struggled at it in the previous game. But this game, it's so close, right? It's so close. They can almost see it. They have the Aegis. They have the potential to go high ground as well. They just need to take some of these tier 2 towers. Now, Into the Breach can hold very easily. They have a Satanic up for the Dawnbreaker. Again, not a lot of damage, just entirely sustained. But they have the Shivas up ready for the Doom, but holding that thought, a skewer into the high ground over on towards Into the Breach, and it seems like Into the Breach, they're trying to fight back, but they're kind of crumbling. The Invoker's already dead. The BKBs have been expended. The Doom gets thrown out as well, but at what cost? You have nothing. You have no fuel left in the tank. As MC is going to be the second casualty. 2 heroes dead now, and it doesn't seem like they want to stop. They're going straight into the Throne to find some of these kills. No buybacks coming out just yet. Say he might end up falling too, but you'd have to go to the fountain for that one, and I don't think Passion UA want to be going there. They just want to be getting out. Infest onto Niche as he's just going to be exiting, and without any buybacks coming out, this is going to be a first lane of racks for Passion UA. Who would have thought that they would have ended up in this position? I mean, this is insane. Batcher got that skewer on the high ground, just bringing that Invoker down to the low ground, enabling all of this to happen. The Doom was thrown out willy-nilly as it was used on a full HP target. When all of your BKBs were fully expended, there was just nothing, no follow-up to Doom when it was used. The Dawnbreaker, you have the Satanic, but you don't have any damage coming out. So it's just an overplay on the amount of sustain that you have, but there's no damage. There's no way to sustain the damage output that you're dishing out. And once that Skadi comes online, once you have that Shiva's lifesteal that you're getting from the Satanic is also going to be massively reduced. Top side, the banner did get taken down, but Crystallize has 1 full minute left on his Aegis.
Dire's top tower is falling.
35 minutes in now. The scoreboard is incredibly low, right? 14 and 15 kills
Radiant are
each.
scanning.
7,000 net worth lead up for Passion UA this time around, and it's their game to take. A full minute left on this Aegis means that they're not going anywhere. Now, ITB have all of their ultimates at the ready. Crystallize. Backing at those racks. Should be able to get the range racks, and he should just fully commit on towards the melee racks. Perhaps he's a bit afraid of that Doom or that Batrider pull.
Top barracks are under attack.
The Ember Spirit isn't even... Okay, now the Ember Spirit is there.
Dire's
I was confused. I was like, why is the Ember farming towards that bot side?
Dire's top
But
barracks are
ITB,
under
they really
attack.
need to do something. I mean, at this point, the Rax is lost, right? And good thing is you have your... Oh, in fact, but an initiation after the fact, after the Rax got taken, the Egg is going to come out as well. The Doom is going to come out towards Batchuk, but it's the Dawnbringer is going to come in as well. But do they have enough firepower? They're throwing everything that they have, but it's not doing anything. As an RP is going to catch the Chen and the Dawnbreaker. 423 Satanic up, trying to heal himself back, but it's just not enough. You can heal back, but you don't have the damage, as 423 is taking a lot of it. Crystallize very low right now. Will they be able to finish him off? The Sunstrike, the lasso, they're throwing everything. He's still alive. He's still alive. Crystallize is healing back up, and it's the full team wipe. He survives through all of that,
Dire's
and
middle
they're
barracks
just
are under attack.
going to go for the throne. I can't believe that Lifestealer stayed alive, and there's the GG call. ITB have had enough. As Passion UA, from what seemed like a very shaky start, they seem to make it work. Passion UA, Breach had all the room to play with, had all the map control, had all the objectives that they could go for, had this entire window where the Lifestealer wasn't as farmed, where the Ember Spirit was walking around with a Mage Slayer. I mean, the Lifestealer got a Radiance at 19 minutes, but despite of that fact, they still allowed Passion UA to come back into this game. I don't think a single attempt was made by Breach on towards those tier 2 towers, towards that mid side or towards that top side. But I mean, I'm surprised, but I'm glad that Passion UA showed that capability of a comeback. But guys, that was an overall exhilarating series, at least for me. I hope you guys had a good time. That was series number 2. We still have a lot of series coming your way. We have 2 more series planned for tonight, and of course several days of Dota after that. This was Passion UA versus Into the Breach. They ended up winning in a 2-1 fashion. For the next series, we will be coming to that shortly, but of course before that we will be taking a little break.
Welcome, one and all. We are here once again for some CCT Series 6 action as we head on over from Group A into Group B to witness an incredible matchup between Miles Esports and the side of Zero Tenacity. Of course, we've already seen some Group A matches go the full distance. It's been a 3-game affair the entirety of the day, and we're kind of hoping for a similar amount of entertainment as we head on to the second half of our Day of Dota here in CCT Series 6. Of course, my name is Sneh. Taltruas has retired for the evening, so I'll be taking over until proceedings will conclude. But of course, hopefully, it's as entertaining a day as it was for him earlier on today. So, like I said, it's Miles versus Zero Tenacity. In Group A, after all of those results have somewhat shaken out, we still have no idea what things look like in Group B. One of the teams hasn't played just yet. Zero Tenacity has played a game. They got a W. Miles, they played a game. They got themselves an L. And looking just towards here in Group A, Nightpulse sitting at the very top of the group with themselves having 2 straight up wins feels very good. Passion UA, of course, we just saw them being able to clutch out an incredible late game victory up against ITV Shuffle, who are sitting in 3rd place. And then, of course, we round out the bottom of the bracket with Team Turkey and One Move. Those are the dangerous positions because those are the elimination slots. So we certainly want to see both of those teams level up, do a little bit better, and ensure that they aren't just left in the shuffle. They remain competitive until the very last day. Of course, that's Group A. In Group B, which is the group that we're going to be taking a look at tonight, as mentioned, Zero Tenacity, they have themselves a W. Miles Esports, they have themselves an L, but Miles has an opportunity to change that fate. Zero Tenacity, of course, wanting to advance that as much as humanly possible. In 2nd place, at the moment, in Amiga, chilling pretty. They're not going to be playing later today, so they can just sit back, try to figure out exactly what's going on, figure out some new style of drafting before we head on to the latter parts of the group stage. And then, of course, in 3rd and 5th place, respectively, 4 Pirates and LFG Esports. LFG lost the game. 4 Pirates haven't played a game, but both of those 2 squads will be in action up next after this particular series. So that's going to be a very important game to watch. But before we get there, the main one, Zero Tenacity versus Miles. And Miles is a very, very new team. For a while they were lighting up these Western European qualifiers, it was with Allnet, Supreme, Force, Narman, Bengen. 3 of those players no longer in the crew. Low Skill has replaced Allnet as a primary carry. XX Vampire is now your 4-position player. And then, of course, Fly, legendary Fly, Tala Zeke himself, in through to be playing the position 5 role for this team. So his experience will certainly end up helping Miles in the long run. It might still take a little bit of time for them to fully adjust, incorporate his playstyle into theirs. So we can expect some growing pains from the Miles Esports roster. But their opponents right now, on the side of Zero Tenacity, they've already gone through some of these growing pains. Dad, Stoikov, Nefrit, Pablo, and LeBron. We have seen this team in a couple of these qualifiers doing really, really, really well, progressing further into the qualifier runs, not necessarily earning and clinching those spots to go to LAN events, but still progressing day by day by day. So in terms of just where these rosters are overall, I would certainly say that Zero Tenacity has a slight advantage given how new Miles is, but Miles, of course, have the brain trust in the form of Fly that's going to be chilling in the back. Not to say that Zero Tenacity doesn't have that kind of brain trust themselves, you know. You've got guys like LeBron who've competed on every roster under the sun. Pablo is the same. Stoikov has been holding it down in this tier 2 scene for many, many years at this point. I'm very excited to see if they've been able to fully cohere as a roster and give us a type of Dota that demonstrates why they deserve to be at LANs and not just simply ending in the qualifiers 4th, 5th, 6th. So those are the rosters that we're talking about. Those are the teams that are going to be involved. And now the most important part of any Dota game, it is going to be the draft. The first pick, who has it? It's going to be for Zero Tenacity. Dire side first pick. Miles has the Radiant second pick. Of course, we see Tiny Band, Invoker Band. So far, so normal. What's still left in the pool that's OP? I see DK is gone. I see Alchemist is gone. We could see Gyrocopter being banned. We could see Morphling being banned. There's still Lich. There's still Bristle. There's still Magnus. There's still Shadow Demon. There's still Muerta. There's a lot of really strong heroes for the first pick that are still available for either of these rosters. But let's see. For now, Miles has banned Nyx Assassin. So that seems to suggest to me either Batrider, Dawnbreaker, or Gyrocopter. One of those 3 heroes as the first overall pick, if they felt that Nyx Assassin was strong enough to ban out in the first phase. With Zero Tenacity, let's see what comes next year. I mean, they have first pick overall. Maybe what they can do, actually, is ban Morphling, and then they first pick the Gyrocopter. I would actually like that a lot. ban Morph, pick Gyro. You have this hero that can scale very well into every aspect of the game. Depending on who he's matched up with, can be not just a strong laner, which he is naturally, but can be a kill lane in general. So certainly would like to see that from Zero Tenacity. So far, though, we haven't seen any mid heroes really being contested whatsoever. I feel like normally what would happen now, you give up the Gyro, they pick Magnus, everybody's happy. Zero Tenacity, they make the decision to ban the Gyro instead, so they go for the Lina. Okay. Alright, you get the premier mid laner in the game right now, a hero that can pretty much provide burst to you throughout the entire stage of the game. Strong in the lane, like mentioned, but also doesn't really have any bad matchups, right, in general. I'm not surprised that Miles went for the Magnus. This is usually what happens, right? One team gets like Gyro, Lina, Tiny, one of these kind of heroes. The other team takes Magnus. Completely fine right now. I will say one thing that is very intriguing about this matchup, in the event that they end up running the Magnus in the mid lane, this Lina, you literally can't lose this lane. It's impossible. I imagine, actually, I think right now she's what, second, third best laner in the entire game from mid. Now though, on the side of Miles, they can start to make considerations of how do we deal with this Lina later on in the game. Sure, Magnus is going to buy a Blink Dagger, he'll have Skewer, he'll have RP, but you do want a little bit more reliable catch onto this Lina hero. Dawnbreaker would be great. You can get some Storm Spirit, some Puck, these kind of heroes that always close the gap onto her. You can also put that responsibility onto the carry, right? Give him a Spectre or something, have the Spectre jump onto this Lina in the backlines. Spectre could also have access to Empower. One of the things that Spectre does often lack in these games is physical damage output, but with Magnus there, that certainly is not going to be that much of an issue. Zero Tenacity, yet again, burning through a lot of their reserve time here, down to only 42 seconds. They do end up banning out TA and the Phantom Assassin. So denying the Blink Dagger target as well as denying the Phantom Strike target, who can just close you down and kill you. But I think probably the main thing here is getting rid of BKB carries. If they do end up picking like a Spectre or something like this, Spectre doesn't buy BKB. So even if you jump onto this Lina directly, she might still be able to chain disable you and kill you before you deal the necessary damage onto her. To be fair, there is still like some Juggernaut, some Lifestealer. Well, maybe not Juggernaut. Juggernaut's a really bad hero, yo. Like, it's very bad. But Lifestealer is a very good hero. So it could be LS down the stretch. We shall see, of course. As Miles have opted to ban out this Magnus. Oh, but this Morphling, excuse me. So what do we pair right now? We know that the Lina is likely going to be mid, so we don't have to worry about, like, having a high priority on a Shadow Shaman Lion to deny them getting a Spirit Tile hero. I think Lich. Either Lich or a hero like Oracle that can give you some magic resist against the Lina. But I still think Lich is fine. I think get the Clockwork. Okay, that's also a very good hero. Yet again, a hero that can jump onto the Lina. But I think crucially, the main thing about getting this Clockwork in this game is the vision control. When you're playing with Magnus, you never want to be in this position where you don't know where to jump in the middle of the fight. But if you have the Clockwork in the game, it gives you that Rocket Flare, gives you the direct angle of where to go. And best case scenario, he interrupts the part of the fight that you don't want to be in. Breaks up these supports, gets on top of them directly with the hook shot, sometimes even isolating the carry hero, stopping him from re-engaging the fight, and then you as Magnus, with some of your other cores, get to clean up the backlines. And I like this Clockwork a lot. That being said, I also do like the Tusk. I think the big thing for me with this Tusk is it doesn't just provide solid laning. You know, Tusk is just a good laner in general. It also means that he can make some rotations, even playing from the 5 role or the 4 role, regardless of which side of the map they decide to place him on. He can move middle, help contest for the power runes at 6 minutes, ensure that they can actually get some kills as soon as the Lina hits level 6. And even if he doesn't make that big rotation to the mid lane, she is very happy to rotate to the side of the map where the Tusk is on, because you ensure and guarantee that a kill will happen when you make that move. So I like this from Zero Tenacity. Paired up with the Phoenix, they see right now that Miles don't necessarily have the best tower egg hitters. You know, very low attack speed on these heroes. If you hit them with the Fire Spirits, it gets even worse. And you have the Tusk as well with the Ice Shards. Not only can you block them from approaching the Supernova, you can also block them in to ensure that the Supernova explodes directly on their faces. That being said though, the counterplay from Miles will be this Puck in the mid lane. I like Puck. I think Puck still loses mid to this Lina. However, I have seen a couple of games where the Puck has just been a much better player. And if you can play around the phase shift, dodging the necessary spells, you can actually do, you don't win the lane, but you'll do decently enough that you don't feel like it's a mismatch in that laning setup. And they're going to pair this with Dark Willow, Muerta, heroes that can break the leash, or they're going to pair it with some other heroes that can maybe increase the amount of chain disable they have during the Dream Coil. If this was like 2 years ago, this would have been a perfect game for Snapfire. You get the low shredder into the Supernova. You'd have the Magnus plus the Puck to hold heroes in position long enough to get the full duration of the Morty's Kisses out. I don't think that's going to be the case, but like I said, 2 years ago, that would have been like a brain dead pick for Miles. Now though, let's see. I still like Muerta or Dark Willow. I think for me, those are my preferred options. Miles now willing to burn through their own reserve time to curate this particular pick. If Nyx was available, XX Vampire would have loved to play that. What else gives them some decent attack speed? They could play like some support Centaur, get away from the Supernova if they really wanted to. Unlikely though, they're not going to do that. They go Earthshaker. Okay. So Earthshaker, which position is this Earthshaker actually? Because it could be carry Magnus, offlane Earthshaker, mid Puck, could be support Earthshaker, it could be support Magnus. The way I'm feeling about it right now though is that it should be carry Magnus, offlane Magnus, sorry, mid lane Puck, and then position for Earthshaker. Feels a little bit awkward though. It feels like whenever I see Earthshakers nowadays, it feels like this is a hero that requires resources. It's not like back in the day where you just play in position 4, get him a blink tag, and it doesn't really matter. I think that you maximize the impact of this hero nowadays by giving him levels, giving him farm. That's a reason why we see him often deployed either in the mid lane or in the safe lane, in fact, not even in the off lane. I haven't seen off lane Shaker in quite a while. And now Zero Tenacity, go for this Ursa Warrior. This is great. No matter who gets mashed up in the off lane, whether it be Magnus, whether it be the Earthshaker, having the Ursa plus the Phoenix, that is a winning lane for sure. There is some kill potential, definitely, but it's very difficult for these heroes to completely zone out this Ursa. As the game scales as well, one of the ways you can deal with the Earth, it's not like it's a free game for him. He can still die. Awkward games for Ursa are games where the enemy team has tons of chain disable, especially before you get the Aghanim Scepter. And they certainly do have that on the side of Miles. They don't have the best burst in the entire world outside of the Earthshaker, but they still nonetheless have ways to really annoy you in the fight. On the bright side though, you do have the Earthshock, where you can get yourself directly over the fissure if it's dropped in front of you. You have Overpower, so you can very easily destroy these cogs from the Clockwork. Alright. So what do they need? Zero Tenacity still need an offlaner. They're having some push heroes banned against them. No Enigma, no Lycan. So Miles afraid of the tempo they could set behind this Lina. Personally, I would like to see them go for a team fight hero instead that can initiate for them, because right now they're feeling very behind the 8-ball in terms of making engagements happen of their own accord for Zero Tenacity. And they get the Beastmaster. Okay, so this is half-half. They get the push potential that they needed from like an Enigma / Lycan, but they also get the team fight initiation. Just have this primal roll, regardless of if the enemy has a BKB or not, you can get on top of them. It provides them also a big thing, an additional tool of vision, which they didn't really have prior to this. So now you have that vision matchup into the Clockwork, BKB piercing disable, set up for the Ursa, the Inner Beast Aura to help you take down some objectives. I mean, they actually have an obscene amount of attack speed on all 3 of their cores for Zero Tenacity. Alright. And then Miles, they round out the draft with the position 1 Terrorblade. So it is indeed going to be a position 4 Earthshaker, right? XS Vampire, yeah. XS Vampire on the Earthshaker. Supreme Park, Force on the Magnus, and then low skill playing Terrorblade. And then for Zero Tenacity, their lanes sort of just speak for themselves, right? Safe lane Ursa, Nefret going to be going into the off lane here. We have Lina going mid, then of course Phoenix and the Tusk as the supporting duo. As a Terrorblade game, it's an intriguing one as TB. It's not the easiest game in the world. Even if you buy BKB, they have BKB piercing disabled with this Beastmaster. The thing that's really scary for me is that they have Fire Spirits. So whenever you proc your illusions in the fight, they throw them all out. You're slowed down to hell and back. You can't really do anything as a TB. And of course, you have this big problem of if Ursa ever gets on top of you, he will kill you. And the messed up thing about this matchup between Terrorblade and Ursa is if they're even in the network department, even if you sunder the Ursa, he can still kill you. You can get sundered 100 to 0 and still just pop and rage, kill you regardless. So low skill certainly is feeling very optimistic and very like he must feel like the lane is very favorable. What's his lane? It's him and Clockwork against the Beastmaster Phoenix. It should be okay. I feel like that Terrorblade should get quite a bit of farm there. Unfortunately, there is kill potential onto this Clockwork, so Fly has to watch his positioning because Phoenix Beastmaster can certainly bring you down. There's a ton of slow in that lane, a lot of dot damage that is quite difficult to avoid. Nonetheless, though, I do think that these are going to be drafts that suit either lineup. The question is, which one is going to be superior at the end of the game? And that is a question we're going to have answered in our first game of this series. Not of this tournament, of this series. It's going to be the side of XX Vampires, him and Zero Tenacity taking on Mausch Esports. Let's go. Game 1. I personally, looking at these drafts, I like the Zero Tenacity draft a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I still do think Miles has great team fight potential. I mean, look at these heroes. Clockwork, Earthshaker, Puck, Magnus. Amazing combat potential. However, if you look at Zero Tenacity's draft, Lina, Tusk, Phoenix, Ursa, Beastmaster. The scaling that this team can go through is kind of incredible. But we are going to be finding out together exactly how this game shakes out. As both teams right now just positioning for some bounty runes. We did have some smokes out of the base, but no insta wraparound to try find the first blood. Looks like we're going to be having a nice, solid, relaxed, peaceful start to game number 1. Force is being scouted out right now, but they should be able to get this bounty. Let's see what Retsu decides to want to level up here. They're forcing them away from the bounty. Stoikov moving bottom to try and assist his team on the bottom bounty. And Pablo will get caught inside some power cogs. He does grab the bounty. He couldn't get close enough with either Fly nor low skill, so will be a 3-for-1 trade in an exchange and in favor of Zero Tenacity. That's a great start to the game. And they've got the D-ward as well. Oof, life is good. Nefret, fresh off of getting the D-ward. Somehow with 4 CS to his name. Don't ask questions. Let's see how they fare down bottom. And they actually decided to put the Tusk instead of the Phoenix on this side of the map. I thought for sure it would have been Phoenix, just so they can get the Fire Spirits into the metamorphosis of the Terrorblade. But they opted instead to put the Phoenix in the top lane to ensure that he can assist this Ursa. It should still be a good lane for this Beastmaster. I legitimately don't see how Terrorblade Clockwork can threaten Beast whatsoever. Top lane. See XX Vampire just going to look for some pulls to ensure that his Magnus can have a better time. This is still a very tough matchup. Magnus into Ursa plus Phoenix. Not too much fun for the Mag if he has to play this lane heads up, so XX Vampire going to try and ensure that he doesn't. And in the meantime, we see this mid lane. Zero Tenacity, Stoikov. Doing better than Supreme. This is to be expected. Lina can't be beaten really in the mid lane matchup, but Puck should be fine as well. early game. So far, everybody just focusing on their CS. No real attempts to make any kills happen. To be fair, the lanes aren't necessarily set up for easy kills. I hold that door, top lane. I think Phoenix is dead. LeBron! Feels bad, man. He ends up dead, but he doesn't give up the first blood. The tower actually got the last hit. So no bonus gold delivered towards Mouse. Kind of an awkward position to be in as a Phoenix, but could have been worse in that situation. And you will, of course, bring back some regen for his Ursa. Mid lane. Still very Lina favored. She's actually doubling up the puck. Okay, I know I said that the Lina can't lose this matchup, but this is pretty disastrous for Supreme right now. He's going to be level 4 while the Lina has level 3. They get to the level 6 mark first on this Lina. Bring in a solitary rotation from this Pablo Tusk that we see bottom, and that should lead to a death on this puck. Still has time to try and recover. Has some water runes to grab, power runes will come up. We'll see how Miles decides to make a recovery in this game. For now though, Zero Tenacity happy to just command the top of the CS shots. Beastmaster on top, Lina. They're actually rotating onto her. They want to try and bring her down. Illusory Orb gets jaunted forward into by Supreme. Stoikov pops the Fairy Fire, trying to run. Oh, uphill miss, baby. It could still be a death fissure in a couple of seconds, but it's not going to be enough damage. It's only level 1 fissure. So Lina should end up fine. And now they actually put some aggression towards Force in the top lane. He does skewer away underneath the tier 1 tower. And that'll keep him safe as well.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Down bottom, Fly getting gone on right now. Nefrit should be able to get this kill. Man, I really feel like this Beastmaster game is amazing. At some point, if he gets Aghanim Scepter, if you get Ags, Blink, DB pops Meta, pops his Illusion, just blink into them, you roll him, all of a sudden he does nothing in the fight. I really, really like how well this game is going for the Beastmaster. Miles, I think the first rotation from the puck has to address this. And top lane, LeBron gets outplayed by Force. Was Icarus diving past the Magnus, instead gets himself skewered into the tier 1 tower. That'll be a kill. Very nicely done. The Magnus wasn't doing so well in the CS department, so certainly needed that additional net worth. At the same time, Nefrit, down bottom, they were able to kill off excess Vampire. Zero Tenacity. This laning phase just going impeccably for them. This is very scary. Like, they need to do something kind of drastic to change the situation around, and this is going to help. Big rotation bottom. They need to kill Nefrit. If they can give the kill to low skill, it would have been great, but as long as the Beastmaster dies. Honestly, these kind of moves are the ones that are necessary right now. You can't just allow Zero Tenacity to keep getting away with this spectacular laning phase for themselves. Unfortunately, it looks like Zero Tenacity want to make a similar move because LeBron, after dying in the top lane to this Magnus, the Phoenix is bottom. They maybe want to try and make a play onto the Terrorblade, but he backs off. Top lane, it's just going to be 1v1 Ursa versus Magnus. They're just farming away. So things have slowed down yet again, which seemingly seems to benefit Zero Tenacity. So I assume this might be the tenor of this entire best of 3. Zero Tenacity would love to just be able to sit back on farm, but they need to be stopped in their tracks. They're trying to do so onto Stoikov, but this is a very strong Lina. Fly is just going to end up dead. Laguna Blade. Couple of more right clicks. Clockwork Goblin just goes down. Lost 3 heroes around him, but certainly worth it in the end. It's a 2k gold lead in favor of Zero Tenacity right now as Pablo. Surrounding low skill. They're bringing in some TPs down bottom. 3 heroes here. Nefrit almost helped to kill off low skill. Nice fissure. XX Vampire saving the life of his carry. It might not be enough though as Pablo still chasing through the trees. The nighttime allowing low skill to juke around the tusk.
Dire's courier
Nice
has been
rotation
killed.
from Supreme, finds the Dream Coil, finds the kill. Low skill gets a TP home to safety, denying Zero Tenacity any progress in the bottom lane.
Are scanning.
That was so close. If there's so many small instances that save things there. If the fissure is not there from the Earthshaker, Terrorblade dies. If the puck doesn't show up, Terrorblade dies. If it's daytime, Terrorblade dies. Low skill allowed to live. And that's going to reset quite a lot of this equilibrium for Mouse. Gave them a chance to keep the defense of their tier 1 tower bottom. The entire time that was happening, though most of the team was there, Force on his Magnus was on the top lane, recovering some of the lost CS and net worth he had in the earlier portion of the lane. Now he has level 6. Approaching with his team middle, they want to try and find the RP kill, and it looks like they're going to be able to do so. Skewer towards the tier 1 tower, onto Lina. Stoikov though, still able to kill the Magnus. However, Fly, amazing power cogs on the two is Pablo and Retu. Pablo falling low, he will end up dead. Supreme with a double kill. LeBron did his best on the far side of the fight with the Sunray, but does not have the Supernova to threaten with. They end up with Mouse taking this team fight 2-for-1 in their favor. Completely now resetting the equilibrium on the map. In fact, Puck is now the net worth leader, vying with this Ursa at the top of the charts. Said Ursa is making pretty decent progress towards having Battle Fury. He did pick up the Amplified Damage rune. It's going to help his farming a little bit. Force sees him, but Force doesn't really want to be next to him. He's kind of happy that Retu went towards the east there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
After all is said and done from the early laning phase, I feel like Mouse should be ecstatic about how much of their map they managed to hold on to. Tier 1 tower bottom is at half HP, Tier 1 tower top, and Tier 1 tower mid are basically at full. And you know that this is the stage of the game where the Beastmaster wants to be sitting back, farming his Ancients. Ideally, you wanted to take the Tier 1 tower bottom, maybe help mid, and then go farm these, but forced into it immediately. But unfortunately, he is getting towards this Aghanim Scepter very, very quickly. Second in the net worth charts. Drums of Slum, amazing in this game, number 1. In the meantime, though, he might have to help mount the defense of the Tier 1 tower. Metamorphosis was triggered, but low skill realized what a dangerous fight this could be to take, so we'll just opt to farm some of these jungle camps as the rest of his team are busy pressuring mid. RP is back online. They have all their spells if they want to try and deploy them. Pablo already down to less than half HP. He needs to be very careful about this fight. There's a siege wagon arriving now. And Zero Tenacity stopped this push. Unfortunately for them, Phoenix is only level 5. If they had level 6, maybe Supernova can be dropped down, but I think with this being your only spell complement, you have to let this one go.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Tier 1 tower in the mid lane. By some miracle, the first tower of this game won. Taken by Mouse Esports. See how Zero Tenacity decide to respond on the map. And now they are still happy to just get their farm towards their next big items. They want the Battle Fury on this Ursa. They want the Sags on the Beastmaster. They don't feel like there's a real rush. They know that their scaling potential is kind of incredible. Yes, the enemy team does have Terrorblade, does have Magnus, but our heroes are no slouches either in the late game. See some lines being drawn towards the top lane by Mouse. They would love to claim another tier 1 tower for themselves. This time around, XX Vampire has level 6 and so does the Clockwork. If anybody shows on the top side of the map, they will die. They have an Observer Ward laid out as well. Retsu, is he gonna walk by? If Retsu walks by the ward, this is such a scary, scary moment. Okay, he doesn't. He's fine. He's okay. Mid lane. Phoenix is not gonna be so fine though. Fisher comes out towards him. And LeBron will end up going down on the Phoenix. Absolutely no counterplay available there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Despite finding that kill, I don't think that Zero Tenacity will mind too much. Them having to hunt for that kill onto the Phoenix middle meant that they couldn't pressure the tier 1 tower top anymore. So Retsu was able to basically finish his Battle Fury now. It's literally flying out on the courier as we speak. Behind him though, LeBron. Oh my god, LeBron not just finds the D ward, but doesn't get caught by Fly and Supreme. But this is big. They just killed the Battle Fury. Phoenix should end up dead here. Ursa forced to retreat away through the Twin Gate. That's a big grab. Honestly, the courier kill is bigger than the Phoenix kill. No Battle Fury for another 2 minutes. It's a big deal. Nonetheless, they do take the Twin Gate. They get the tier 1 tower bottom. Tier 1 top is still standing by some miracle. And they smoked up on Zero Tenacity. Stoikov moving to the north side with Pablo, seeing what they can find. They will come across Fly, who's on the high ground, ready and waiting to break some smokes, get some vision. He breaks the smoke. Might still end up dead. And as the north side, we see a Primal Roar, first one of the game, deployed onto Force. Force is gone. And the tier 1 tower is still alive. Honestly, in terms of macro movements right now, Zero Tenacity doing some pretty amazing stuff in this top lane.
And it's off.
Amazingly, this game is still basically nothing in terms of the net worth distribution. Mid lane. First RP or second RP of the game committed onto the Tusk. They'll drag him back. Nice little attempt to dodge with the snowball, forcing the pump fake out of Force. And honestly, at this stage of the game, when the Beastmasters, the Ursas are being so elusive with their farm patterns, using the RP like that is not so bad. And they're going to smoke up immediately. They still have Dream Coil, they still have Echo Slam. It's still possible to kill off Nefrit. Will he get out of here in time? Taking the correct route to escape here, but the route came a little bit too late. So he should still end up dead. Dragged in, caught with all of these spells. Echo Slam committed. He does die with the Dream Coil now thrown in. Only onto Pablo. Can the rest of these heroes escape in one piece? First one gonna get caught out is this Earthshaker. Excess Vampire in danger. Supernova dropped down. They want to try and pop it onto the puck. The Supernova does get taken away, but it might still lead to the puck's death. No. Beautiful skewer by Force to drag these heroes away from the puck, with Fly setting them up in the power cogs, enabling the 2 kills to happen. Beautiful play by Miles Esports in this top lane. 4 for 1, a tier 1 tower, everything they could possibly want in that engagement. Man. Right then and there, I guarantee you that Stoikov on his Lina was very regretful about the fact that he deployed the Laguna Blade onto the Earthshaker. If the Laguna was still there for the puck, perhaps the puck dies. And then even if you lose, it's not so bad. As top lane, now they're about to lose Nefrit. Died in the blink of an eye. Skewered into a Metamorphosis Terror Blade with no allies around him. Even though he does have the Drums of Slum, even though they did do some damage onto the illusions, certainly not enough. As mid lane now, they find and catch the Phoenix. They should be able to kill him. Mouse Esports. It was an even game 3 minutes ago. All of a sudden, Mouse just putting their foot on the pedal. They're not even done just yet. They get the hook shot onto Pablo. He's caught inside these power cogs. Fisher makes sure that there's nobody available to help him, and they kill him off as well.
Are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
5k gold lead now for Mouse.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The thing is, they're still farming for their BKB on the Ursa. That's going to be the item that he feels comfortable fighting with. Prior to getting that, there's just too much disable. Magnus, Puck, Clockwork, Earthshaker. What moves can you make without having spell immunity? So while Red 2 is busy farming that, Miles is taking over the map. They've secured the tier 1 tower in the top lane, and they're muscling in on the tier 2 tower in mid as well. And because Force has Blink Dagger on his Magnus, it's so difficult for Zero Tenacity to try and posture in front of this tower, knowing they can just easily be displaced by the Blink Skewer.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Supreme getting closer towards having Lincoln Sphere. It's going to be a little bit of time, but once it arrives, no more Lagunas, no more Primal Roars. Zero Tenacity can't just afford to sit quietly by it. Indeed, they smoke up. They're going top. Pablo trying to buy time. Does manage to snowball towards the creep wave. And on the back end of the fight, here comes a better engagement. On the RP on the 3, followed up by the Echo Slam, but unfortunately, it's not enough damage. Nefrit and Retsu still able to clean up both Force and Excess Vampire. The fight might still continue though. Supreme coming in on the backline. Dream Coil and Lucio kills off Stoikov, and he's diving deeper into the fight. Snowball doesn't connect onto him directly. Instead, it's going to be Supreme able to secure the double kill back onto Pablo after baiting in the Snowball. 2 for 2 engagement. It looked so solid for Zero Tenacity, but still end up losing your mid. That being said, you have the overall gold exchange in your favor. You got slightly more experience as well, so you'll probably take it. But you don't want this. Okay, never mind. Suddenly it feels really, really bad.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
While all this has been happening, low skill. Oh, he secured the tier 2 mid, but he ends up dead for it. And now Force is going to join him in the grave. Retsu able to jump on top of him. Wild access from Nefrit. Secure the Magnus kill. That's 2 big cores that Zero Tenacity just claimed. Can they pressure into the tier 1 tower in this mid lane? Because that's what they really need, some real estate. And how to get some real estate? Make sure there's no enemy teams to defend it. As they find themselves a 3rd kill onto the Earthshaker. But they don't want the tier 1 tower mid. They want Roshan. Wait, do they want Roshan or they just want to go top? Okay, they just want to farm. They just want to farm. Never mind. Bottom lane, Lina. She's going to get herself Dream Coil. She's going to get herself brought down. Stoikov attempting to get a BKB, but being forestalled in these efforts at every which turn. 4th death of the game. Yet again, a great catch from Supreme. Y'all, Supreme is 12-0-6 on this Puck. If they ever kill him, my god, it's going to be a massive amount of gold given away.
Dire are scanning.
Still opting to go for that Lincoln Sphere on this Puck. Certainly can't blame him. Nefrit able to get a quick kill onto this Clockwork. Nicely done between himself and Pablo. Okay, now they Rosh. You have to Rosh right now, right? And Miles knows that they have to Rosh right now, so that's why they're smoking immediately. They have the Dream Coil available again in 10 seconds. RP is up, Echo Slam is up. Zero Tenacity trying to take this as quickly as possible. Should be done soon. Miles, will they get here in time? They're actually looking to a Twin Gate move. No. They're just bringing in the Terrorblade. Roshan, though, falling low, and they get it. Puck went in, looking for the steal, unable to find it, but they do find the Echo Slam onto 2. Nefrit and Pablo both end up dead. The Supernova will trigger on the backside of the fight, stunning up XX Vampire, killing off this Earthshaker. But what about the rest of the heroes? Nice blink away by Retsu. RP gets dodged as well, and in fact, they just turn onto Force. The Magnus dies just like that. LeBron still alive as they hookshot forward with Fly onto Retsu. They kill off LeBron. They would like to find Retsu, take away this Aegis, but Retsu still feeling fairly strong. Does end up dead now though. Without the Enrage, subject to quite a lot of damage as Supreme diving under Stoikov from the tier 1 tower. They get Stoikov. Behind them, Retsu able to blink towards the east and escape himself. But they nonetheless end up losing 4 heroes on the side of Zero Tenacity and the Aegis. Whilst Miles Esports only lose 2 and claim a tier 1 tower thereafter. Mouse Esports, baby. That fight was... Okay, so if you click on Nefrit on this Beastmaster, there's one item that would have allowed them to demolish that fight. Nefrit is currently building BKB. Retsu just has BKB. If they had these BKBs around that Roshan pit, there is no way, like literally no way Mouse can win that fight. So much of the damage came between the Puck and the Earthshaker, but BKBs available would have been different. Those items will be available on the next go though. However, in the meantime, Mouse managed to forestall any efforts from Zero Tenacity to reclaim some map advantage. Ensure there's no Aegis to worry about. Let's see what they do for the next move. Nefrit gets stream coiled, but can they really kill him? They're gonna try for it. Fissure, Skewer, Death. They actually can really kill him. Alright. Well, at least he has BKB, but certainly wishes he had it in that moment. As now, here they come. Mouse Esports looking to try and get in and look for the high ground push, but Retsu, he dives to the low ground, forces an RP out of the Magnus, activates a BKB of his own, just trying to get back into the base, but Fly says no. Throws in the hook shot. However, there is a supernova on the high ground, protecting the Ursa. That allows him to retreat into the base. However, it now means there is no supernova. There is no enrage for another 15 seconds. So that tier 3 tower should end up being brought down by the rest of Mars, as they still have a Metamorphosis Terrorblade here beating onto the building.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Nicely done by Mouse. Smoke up for Azure Tenacity. They know there's no RP for a little while longer, whilst they have Enrage available again. So they can try and make the aggressive jump. They're going in, looking for this Magnus. Tusk gets skewered back, unfortunately, close towards the Terrorblade. There will also be a Fissure Echo Slam on the backline of the fight. The Echo Slam, though, will still get the Earthshaker dead, but it accomplishes the purpose of killing off the Phoenix. Now we see Fly being brought down by Nefrit and Retsu with their BKBs, but now the BKBs are down. There is going to be Force trying to save the life of his Puck, managing to do so with the Ice Shards and the Skewer. Pablo and Nefrit cannot close in the gap. In the meantime, Low Skill with the Empower has been quietly sitting in the backline, chomping away at these heroes, right-clicking all of them, getting an ultra kill, and securing a full team wipe for Mouse Esports.
Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks is falling.
Lane of Rax in the top lane getting taken away. The mid lane
Dire's top
getting
barracks
massaged
are
as well. The full set top should be a full set middle.
Dire's top barracks has
It
fallen.
should be a game 1 victory for Mouse Esports, the way things are looking right now. They're just unable to connect all of their spells onto like one solitary target from Zero Tenacity. The fights are a little bit too spread out for my liking, and they're still really struggling to get the Supernova in a great position. In the meantime, Mouse now have a full Bloodthorn on the Terrorblade with the Manta. He's building Linkens. Supreme has the full Linkens with Parasma, whilst Force is also getting towards a Linken Sphere himself. All of a sudden, this Beastmaster's prospects of impact in this
Dire's
fight
bottom tower is under
precipitously decreasing by the moment. And to make matters worse, Stoikov on his Lina still doesn't have BKB. The other cores do have it. And as discussed earlier, you really can't play this game without it. Way too many disabled on the side of Mouse.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
All the other towers now removed. Zero Tenacity, how will you defend here? As Mouse, despite not having an Aegis, are mounting a push. But Zero Tenacity going for the big smoke wraparound play.
Are scanning.
This might be the last play of the game. Nice smoke break from Supreme on his Puck. They do still get the jump up. They find Magnus. They want to try and kill him with the Primal Roar. He skewers away, gets the RP, even though he does die. They do manage to also remove the Supernova as Nefrit dies with the right-click damage of Low Skill. We see Retsu trying to run away as Tusk dies in front of his face. This BKB will not protect you from the rest of Low Skill's damage, who's already gotten himself a triple kill. Fissure from Excess Vampire doesn't catch the Ursa because he managed to blink away. But Ursa doesn't need to chase just needs to retreat once they kill Lina, and they've actually just called GG. Zero Tenacity recognize the predicament that they are in. They see nowhere more path to victory, so they throw in the towel. GG well played is called Game 1 for Miles Esports here in Group B of CCT Series 6. Woo! Great game. I will say, for me, the reason why that game is actually very impressive from them is a couple of things that they did really, really well, right? So initially, their bottom lane didn't look the most solid in the world, right? They had Clockwork, Terrorblade. These are not heroes you imagine dominating a Beastmaster lane, right? That lane fell really far behind. Mid lane was being doubled up in the CS department by their counterpart in the Lina. And of course, they had this top lane Ursa that was also doing super well in the early game. But what they recognized was their ability to fight without BKBs. They just needed a couple of items, right? The two key items, and I'll tell you, well, hold on, let me just check the exact minute that they got these two items that changed the game, in my opinion. 11 minutes, 58 seconds for the Magnus, and at 15 minutes, 13 seconds for the Earthshaker. Blink daggers, baby. They realized that, listen, if we just get these blinks, these heroes actually need BKBs to fight against us. So they force them on the enemy side to have this long, protracted farm period where they're trying to get to the BKBs. They know they can't take engagements. We know for a fact because we saw them time and time and time again trying to take some fights. And at first it looked good before the blinks arrived. Once the blinks arrived, and especially one on the puck as well, things all of a sudden start to look extremely complicated for the side of Zero Tenacity. Not really surprised that that's what ends up happening in the end. The BKBs on both the Beastmaster and the Lina just took a little bit too long to arrive. And crucially, both of them died just prior to getting those BKBs in scenarios where having that item could have literally not just turned a specific fight, but maybe the entire game around. So with that, Zero Tenacity now going to be thrown back into the drawing board, trying to figure out a different style of draft for Game 2, because Miles Esports looking like they are starting to click together and finding a formula that is working for them. Of course, it's not all done and dusted just yet. Like I mentioned, still Game 2 to come and still a potential Game 3 with every single series today having gone the final stretch. I feel like Miles Esports will certainly have to be very wary of what Zero Tenacity have to bring to them in Game 2. So to that end, let's take a very small break. When we return, more CCT Series 6 action here in Group B between Zero Tenacity and Miles Esports for Game 2 here in the group stages.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's courier has been killed.
welcome back one and all to some more CCT Series 6 action as we have here in the group stage, in Group B of course, the side of Miles Esports taking on Zero Tenacity. Game 1 did go the way of Miles with some very impeccable team fighting in the mid game, and although they had a massively scaling draft on the side of Zero Tenacity, they weren't necessarily able to get there, bridge the gap in between the laning phase and their major item timings, particularly those BK beads that they desperately needed against Miles. Well, we'll see though, Zero Tenacity has what it takes in Game 2 to reverse their fortunes and take us into a deciding Game 3. Of course, my name is Snare, here to bring you this action, and let's see what we've got. Miles will be playing Dire side with the first pick, Zero Tenacity Radiant side second pick. The bans aren't going to be massively changed up. Zero Tenacity, they weren't the ones that banned the Alchemist and the DK in the previous game, but they do so now. And yet again though, they are the ones that ban out the Gyrocutter. I really thought they were going to go for, what did they ban last game? They went Nyx ban. I thought they were going to pick Morphling in the previous game, but that ended up not being the case. But now on the other side for Miles, they've yet again removed the Nyx Assassin. Wait, they were the ones that banned Nyx? Or was it Zero? I forget. I do see this Invoker ban as well though. So that could mean that they want some Ember Spirit. They want some Medusa to avoid getting burnt out with the EMP. Quite a few options available. Another hero that we did see, of course, removed in Game 1 was the Tiny. So it makes a lot of sense that they take it out once more. So it still leaves Magnus, still leaves Lich, still leaves Morphling, still leaves the Puck that we saw in the previous game, still leaves Lina. Honestly, I'm of the opinion that Puck is one of those heroes that whenever you lose a game against Puck, it's soul crushing. Afterwards, you're just like, I don't want to play Dota anymore. Just get me out of here. Instead, though, they banned the PA. This hero was banned in the previous series, but it was banned by Zero Tenacity. The PA, that is. And the Bristleback was also banned out in the first game. It was banned out by Miles themselves on the Radiant side. But now they'll offer that as their first pick. Only, what, 2 easy sources of break remaining. The Hoodwink and the Viper. You could still go for Primal for the break later on in the game. But for now, this BB, we still don't even know where he's being played, right? It could be safe lane. It could be off lane. A lot of options available with this hero. If this was China, I would even venture a guess that it could be the position 5. But outside of the Chinese region and some teams in Southeast Asia, I haven't necessarily seen too many teams being happy to throw him into the position 5 role. For Zero Tenacity, I would like to see them go Magnus. Magnus, Shadow Demon, Lich, Hoodwink. But I think Magnus, Lich. Lich to be able to turn the Bristleback around. Not 100% sure how I feel about the Phoenix. But alright. Still some attack speed slow in the event that he is the position 1 hero. You apply that onto him. He's not a hero that always wants to be... I mean, he does buy BKBs, but doesn't want to have to, you know? If you have Phoenix in the game and he is a position 1, you force him to have to. But me, if I'm Miles, there's no way I play him carry now. Once I see this pick of the Phoenix coming out, he's certainly going to be my offlaner. He can buy us the Pipe of Insight, help us against some of this damage output. If he is laning against the Phoenix, he doesn't really care about being hit by Fire Spirits. With Quill Spray, you can still farm in that lane, despite having basically 0 attack speed. On the bright side, it is kind of hard for Bristleback to close in onto the Supernova. But we shall see. Also, another bright side is that as Phoenix, you can very easily buy a Spirit Vessel. So help you get some that heal reduction onto the Bristleback. Certainly a necessary thing, as they're the ones that ban the Puck. I mean, like I said, you lose to Puck, you ban Puck, man. That hero, whenever you lose to Puck, there's a couple of heroes in the game that losing to can psychologically break you. For me, from the mid lane, Puck is very high up there just because of how annoying it makes the game. It used to be heroes like Techies, which are just so frustrating. Back in the day, you'd lose a game to some faceless void and you'd be like, no, I don't want to deal with this anymore. But right now, I think Lina, Puck, Sniper, these are the heroes that are really frustrating to lose games to. So they follow up the Phoenix with the Clockwork. So they steal away the Clock from Fly. He's going to be forced to play something different. Not just the Clockwork, they've actually taken 2 of Fly's best heroes, his Phoenix and his Clock. So honestly, if I'm Fly, I want to play Lich now, dude. Just give me Lich. Lich. Plus Lich Bristleback. Lich Bristleback in the middle of a team fight. Yeah, that's a lot of sustain, a lot of survivability on that hero. If they opt against getting that, let's see. I would still like Muerta. I do think a silence is very good against both Phoenix and the Clockwork. Having Deadshot as well can be quite solid for your kind of lineup. But my main thing is having the calling. Whenever Clockwork jumps in, you're just calling directly on top of him before he finishes. Even if he gets the full combo of spells, he has to leave. He can't necessarily maintain his presence there. But I think Muerta, Dark Willow's decent. Shadow Demon. I mean, one of the best heroes in the entire game, right? Now you still get to interrupt the Clockwork after he jumps in. You jump in, you know, you're so excited. Batch your assault, I've got everything. Then you get disrupted and you do nothing. It's very frustrating. And to make matters worse, when you come back out of the disruption, there's two illusions around you that are bouncing off the battery assault between them. You can make easy stacks for this Bristleback to be able to farm later. You have some BKB piercing, not disable, but you make it very complicated for these BKB heroes to play the middle of these team fights. Obviously, you have the save, as mentioned earlier. I think this could be a decent game. But we'll see. We'll see what the options are going to be. So far, it's probably going to be a Promulgate game. I don't think he goes for the Shadow Servant. But let's see what follows next. They get Marcy now. I don't know if this is position 4 Marcy, if this is position 1 Marcy, position 3 Marcy with the position 1 Bristleback, position 3 Marcy with the position 5 Bristleback. I just don't know. I do not know just yet. I'm still very mixed about this hero right now, this Marcy. I don't have the greatest read on where she fully fits into the meta. But one thing it does give them is having attack speed. The Unleash can instantly destroy the Supernova. So if she just gets a little bit of magic immunity, she can jump in, kill the egg. Alright. For 0 tenacity, we need damage. This support duo doesn't really do damage, right? I need some damage. I mean, Sunray can scale later and later, of course, but I need some hurt. Well, there's some hurt, baby. Lina definitely gives you some damage. You get some magical burst damage. You get some physical right-click output as the game goes later. If the enemy team tries to save somebody with a disruption, that's an easy setup for you to drop the LSA on top of them. You don't have the best ways to reface the Bristleback, but one of the ways in general that people deal with Bristleback is trying to burst them down. And Lina can give you that, certainly. The Bristleback also doesn't always have the best time into this Terrorblade, just given how much damage output can come from the TB. That being said, you still are going to be giving up some Terrorblade illusions to the side of Miles. They have a Shadow Demon already. The more farm you get on your Terrorblade, the more stat items that he buys, the stronger that the Shadow Demon illusions become. Now they just go back for the Spectre. We spoke about her lightly in the previous game, specifically as an answer to Lina. Somebody that can close in directly on top of her, try to bring her down 100 to 0. In this game, he can create chaotic fights, but it's not like the last game where they had like some Magnus, Earthshaker, Park, you know, these heroes that guarantee that team fights will be taking place on your terms. And this time, how do they start fights here, right? Miles jumps in with Marcy. And then from there, you know, Bristleback will be holding an anchor position in the middle of the engagement, trying to draw as much attention. If he has what? He's going to get them some bodyguard from the Marcy, keep him alive there. But where's the stuns? Where's the disables? Like, look at 0 tenacity, right? How do they start fights? Hookshot. You hookshot into a target. You try to blow them up instantly with the Lina being nearby. You drop a supernova somewhere else in the fight. Make it very hard for Miles to approach that egg. And then that's how you secure the engagement. I feel like for Miles, they need a Spirit hero in the mid lane. And 0 tenacity feel the same thing. That's why they banned both Ember Spirit and the Storm Spirit here. Ember would have been amazing. No Ember, no Puck, no Storm. I guess you sort of have to play Earth Spirit. Is there another like easy team fighting initiating style hero? I mean, they could actually play Earthshaker mid. I think actually Earthshaker mid. The lane is going to be tough. You're going to get demolished by the Lina. But throughout the game, you have the Echo Slam into the Terrorblade. You have the Fissure, which, yes, the enemy team does have the Icarus Dive as well as the hook shot from the Clockwork. But being able to split up the fight, I think, could be very important for your lineup. They don't go Earthshaker. What else can make initiations happen for them? Back in the day, this could have been a pretty decent Kunkka game. Poco Rum to stop the burst from the Lina. A way to help with some of this Terrorblade illusions, but Kunkka is deader than dead right now, so I doubt that's going to happen. There's still Earth Spirit. Comes with some silence. Oh, there's still Pango. Okay. Alright. Pango is still very solid here. Pango is very solid. Actually, Pango is pretty good. Yet again, some AoE damage into the Terrorblade. You have some big disables to start your fights off with. The main thing, the reason why I'm happy with the Pango, they needed a hero that can create chaos. Spectre thrives, requires chaos to be at her absolute best. Pangolier definitely thrives on creating chaos. So he goes in the fights, makes things a little bit weird. Spectre can jump in, try to find these targets on the back lines. And they actually just go for the Primal. Okay. Primal Beast mid, one of these heroes that can grab the Pangolier directly out of his Rolling Thunder. Nefrit is going to be playing it in the off lane here. That is not a lane you can win as Spectre. Like, it's just impossible. Like, you just don't do anything. Like, they have low skill in the lane with Fly, so Spectre, Shadow Demon, you're chilling. The only thing that's really going to bother you is that you can't onslaught as randomly as you want to. You know, you have to be very judicious with the use of that spell, given that the Shadow Demon will have disruption to stop you in your tracks. But nonetheless, the Primal gives them a lot of beef. Looking at the lineup on the other side, though, from Miles, they have Spectre, you know, going to be playing from the carry lane. In the mid lane, they have themselves... who's mid? Pango mid, right? Pango mid, Bristle back in the off lane. What do all of these heroes lack? Burst damage. And what do they have on the side of Zero Tenacity? They have two heroes, Primal Beast and Terrorblade, who thrive in occasions where the enemy team doesn't have enough burst damage to kill them 100-0. So I actually like Zero Tenacity's draft a lot more in Game 2 than I did in Game 1. Or at the very least, I like it a lot more relative to what their opponent is bringing to bear. They're not going to be locked into this weird situation where they can't fight because they don't have BKBs, they don't have Blinks. They're not going to be in this awful scenario where the enemy team just needs 2-3 items to completely overwhelm the team fights. They actually have a lot going for themselves right now for Zero Tenacity. If I was a betting man, which I'm not, and neither should you should not be betting people, but I know what the landscape of Twitter looks like right now. I personally think we're going to Game 3. I feel like the Spectre, as much as I do love Spectre as a hero, she can be really incredible. This Terrorblade, I don't think they've fully addressed what this CB is going to be able to do to them. If the game keeps scaling, though. If they try to overwhelm them in the early game, then we might just see a 2-0 result in favor of Miles. But let's find out what's going to be happening in Game 2. Let's go, baby! We are still in the group stages, so we are not in a scenario where either of these teams are too worried about elimination. Nonetheless, let us not forget that Miles Esports, they have already gotten themselves a loss. So losing again in a 5-team group stage, 2 losses makes you feel super, super sad. They definitely want to tie things up right now in the group. But Zero Tenacity, they don't want to suffer their first loss either. So let's see what they make of this game, as Miles will go for the 4-5 hero smoke, and so will Zero Tenacity. Unfortunately, both teams go the exact opposite movements.
30 seconds to battle.
Counterclockwise rotation by Zero Tenacity. Same is true of Mouse Sports, so nobody's gonna find each other. Everyone's just gonna be chilling.
Oh my god, no, not like this!
The horn will sound.
The battle begins.
And it looks like we're just going to be having 2-2 on the Bounty Rune trades. So let's go. find out how game 2 unfolds. Pablo, previous game, he was playing on his Tusk, couldn't make the biggest impact in the world. Now he does have his Clockwork with Nefret on the Primal Beast. So yet again, a duo melee lane. This time around, they're playing into Spectre. And they were still able to deal very decisively with the Terrorblade. I feel like, man, I would not want to be Spectre in this lane. Let me just put it that way. We're already caught inside some cogs right now. We see the bounce around onto Fly. My man Fly right here, he's going to be the one saving this lane. With the disruption, just to bail low skill out of trouble if things get a little bit too dicey. Nefret will just trigger out the uproar here at level 1. Fly getting bounced around these cogs a little bit more, but no one's really going to be in danger of dying just yet. Fly just making sure that low skill can get as much CS in these first 3 levels as humanly possible. It's down bottom. Force and XX Vampire on the Bristleback and the Mossy, taking on the Phoenix, who is backing up the Terrorblade. I don't see anything. Honestly, this lane's going to be boring as hell down bottom. It feels like it requires a pretty massive mistake for anybody to die here. So I don't think that's going to happen. Everyone's just going to be farming, hitting some creeps, doing their thing. Mid lane, we do see Stoikov getting ahead of the CS onto Supreme, but the previous game did demonstrate that the early laning phase is not the be-all, end-all for these mid-heroes right now. Still though, this should be an even more decisive win for Stoikov than it was in game 1. Top lane, Trample going out onto Fly, Pablo trying to chase him down. Do they have the damage for this kill? They definitely won't, because Pablo, unfortunately, only level 1 on the Clockwork. Did not have the Battery Assault, so cannot complete that kill onto Fly. The main thing though is that this Primal Beast has been able to catch up now in the CS department. I'm honestly genuinely surprised that the Spectre has this much CS. Now Fly though, this time around there's no way out. First blood gets drawn by Pablo. Getting the kill with the Battery Assault. Nicely done by Zero Tenacity, giving this Primal Beast as good a start as humanly possible, which they certainly will need. Fly now back in the fray, but this lane only gets harder from now on out. The more levels come into these heroes, Clockwork, Primal Beast, the harder it gets for the spec. Fly has the get out of jail free card, sure, but already starting to have to ferry some additional regen into the Spectre. So things can certainly start to look tougher and tougher. Speaking of tough, mid lane, turns out that Supreme is feeling fresh about himself here on this Pango. Much better performance just in the sheer laning phase than it was with his puck in the previous game. Making ample use of the block off of the shield crash. You know, putting 2 points into it. Stoikov is still ahead in the CS department, in the network department, but being pressured much more heavily. In fact, being pressured so much that he feels he has to go back to the base for safety. He even tips him. He's like, all right, man. Respect, my G. You actually do. You're doing your thing, my man.
What a hunk.
Top lane. Okay, I thought they were gonna go on Nefret, but Stoikov just goes back to the mid lane. Gonna be chilling.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Unfortunately, the other side of the map is much more even. The Bristleback getting his CS, the Terrorblade getting his CS. They're basically not even playing the lane together. Just as far apart from one another as humanly possible. 5 minutes in, we only have the solitary kill between these two squads.
Dire's courier has been killed.
They're gonna try middle, it looks like, because they have Marcy here. Okay, Lina, is Lina dead? No, Lina's fine. Lina's okay. Everybody's fine. False alarm, y'all.
Dire are
We're all just chilling. I am kind of surprised though, because
Radiant's
there was a
middle
little bit of
tower
time that
is
Fly
under attack.
was a bit further away from that top lane, but they didn't decide to pressure low skill whatsoever. As Lina, she wants to get towards her bots. She is level 6 right now, but Pango about to crack the 6 mark himself.
Radiant
And with this
structures
power
are
rune
fortified.
spawning up now in the top side of the map as well, we'll see if they do something. Sadly, it gets stolen by Pablo, who gets the invis, uses the battery assault with the cogs. They're going on to XX Vampire. Enough damage from Stoikov from the low ground to kill him. Supreme triggers out the Rolling Thunder. Can he chase down this Clockwork Goblin? Clock is falling low. Shield Crash was there. Clock does end up dead. So 1-for-1 on the supports, but Stoikov wants the one to grab it first.
A little something extra for the effort.
Dire are scanning.
You see this top lane, Nefrit is getting zoned away because Clock was on some adventures, so they had to leave the Primal Beast alone. And they actually might try to put some pressure onto him. Does manage to onslaught away though. And instead, Pablo going back in. Got the battery assault out. Nefrit coming closer. They want the right clicks onto Fly. They should be able to kill the Shadow Demon. He's trying to hide in the trees, doing his best. Unfortunately, it does not seem like his best will be good enough. He ends up dead to the trample, and now that he's alone, low skill might also be in quite a bit of danger. Pablo has cogs in a second. They will come out. They miss though. So does the onslaught. Battery assault trying to hold him in position, and he wasn't able to effectively juke away. Despite some really nice moves, and some really bad misses, it nonetheless results in a kill on the Spectre. Double kill for the Clockwork of Pablo. Alright, alright, alright. They need those kind of plays. You need to do everything in your power from now on out if you're Zero Tenacity. I want to see them continually starting to play top side of the map. Or not necessarily top, wherever Spectre is at. Just prevent Spectre from having a game on
Radiant's
Dota.
middle tower is under attack.
Mid lane, they might kill this Phoenix. Able to Icarus dive away. Oh, nicely done. Stoikov with the Laguna Blade, able to bring down the XX Vampire. Supreme went in, Rolling Thunder, looking for this Phoenix. Will be able to find him. No, ran out of mana. Didn't have enough mana for the shield crash. So the Phoenix will end up living. Disastrous scenario. Pablo was trying to hunt him down. Thankfully for Supreme, he went to the north side. Won't be able to TP home. That is so sad. Just a little bit more mana is what he needed for the shield crash and kill. And now instead, he might return mid to find there's no more tier 1 tower. Mid lane, they're fighting again. First horns of the game. They find Clockwork. Clock is going to end up dead.
Radiant's bottom
While all
tower
this is happening,
under
Red
attack.
Suit has just been sitting top, trying to get as much farm as possible, closing the gap towards having a Blink Dagger. Actually gonna go forward because they brought Retsu in from the top side. There's the Pulverize onto the Spectre. Low skill. Gets saved for now by the disruption. Blood Grenade dropped in the opposite direction. And with 3 heroes here, they have to flee. Instead, it's Retsu who gets tossed back in towards the tower. XX Vampire almost dies with the Metamorphosis hits, but does have the magic stick. That'll keep him alive. And they forced out a meta. They forced out the Pulverize. They have a TB top and they got nothing out of it. Miles must be ecstatic with this move. Just like the last game, at around 10 minutes, it was still extremely even in the net worth department. Power cogs thrown in onto the Shadow Demon. Fly in danger. Fly is dead, but now they get in with the Shadow Step onto Stoikov. Stoikov is going to be the next one to fall. Pablo might not be lucky enough to escape either. And Supreme making sure that the chain disable is there. In the meantime, they also got the solo kill from Bristleback onto Phoenix bottom. What the hell just happened? Mouse Esports just turning up on the map right now. Alright, gang.
Radiant's bottom tower
For me, the scariest part about all of this is Supreme. Firstly, Supreme did not lose his lane into the Lina. Went even in the lane against Lina. Was able to get the initial kills afterwards. Now has bonus gold from all of these kills, as well as the tier 1 tower dropping on the bottom side of the map. This Pango is going to be a big problem. He's building into Diffusal Blade, and all of these heroes with Zero Tenacity need mana to be able to play the game. Tier 1 tower taking some pressure from the Sea Dragon. Boykov will clear it out. But they know that they have to maybe contest onto this high ground here, as they're having their stacks taken away. XX Vampire, did he get it? He did, okay. There was a neutral token dropped on the ground, grabbed by Mouse before the clockwork could close in on it. Zero Tenacity. Despite having lost a lot of these skirmishes, they're still not too far behind in net worth. 1,000 gold in favor of Miles, yes, but Lina is third in net worth. Terrorblade is not too far off the pace as well. They still have a tier 1 tower in the mid lane and in the top lane. Also, now they have a Blink Dagger available on Nefrit. Blink Dagger on Nefrit, and they are about to have level 6 on the clockwork. I feel like it should be go time for them to try and make something happen on the map. Create some space for the Terrorblade so he can finish his Manta style in peace. Not be too bothered by the enemy lineup. Also, his itemization in this game is going to be crazy. Manta, Butterfly, Skadi, all of them incredible into the opposition that he's facing. The Butterfly Skadi in particular. Skadi amazing into this Bristleback, who's going to want to have some kind of heal. Already building Ring of Tarask. Butterfly with the Skadi for both the slow, the damage, and the evasion into Spectre, who never wants to be buying her NKB. She will have Bloodthorn eventually, yes, but Retsu could certainly make this game quite interesting if he's not stopped in his itemization progress.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And finally, they do buy the smoke for Pablo. Wants to try and link up with this Primal Beast, but he also breaks the smoke middle. XX Vampire and Fly. We're heading on an adventure somewhere, but that adventure is going to be summarily cancelled. Oh, actually, XX Vampire comes forward onto Stoikov, though, hoping for that kill, but it was a trap. Both of them just dead in a blink of an eye. Genuinely, I am astonished that they made that move. I felt like they knew for a fact that they were scouted. They knew more or less what Zero Tenacity were. They still opt to go for the flay, and they get summarily punished for the decision.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Well, I will grant a tier 1 tower towards Nefrit and the boys. And they might not even be done just yet. Nefrit has Pulverize again. Another 5 seconds. Him and Pablo are heading top. Pablo doesn't have the hook shot, but can still find vision with the rocket flare. Meantime, though, Mouse, upon their respawn, they immediately smoke up. XX Vampire feeling like that fire's not how I wanted it to go, guys. Let's try again. Let me show you how I can do this. Sadly, there's nobody in vision right now. All of them are hiding. The only person that's showing on the map is Nefrit in the top lane, but do I really want to be jumping a Primal Beast in lane? Probably not, but I might not have a choice. They're going north. Pablo, though. Pablo's here. Breaks the smoke. Will happily die for this. Tanking the gank to make sure the Primal Beast gets out to safety. Good move from Mouse. Didn't really cost them all that much. They didn't have to commit any ultimates. They get a tier 1 tower mid lane now. They have another smoke on Fly. Honestly, they could go again. They could actually go top lane, top lane, top lane, top lane. Spectre! Spectre! Oh no! Oh, it's right next to an observer ward. Nefrit with the blink dagger. Stoikov coming in with the bots Laguna Blade. Just bring down the hard carry with zero effort on their part for Zero Tenacity.
That's for me.
Oh, that's a problem. Zero Tenacity 4.8 relative to a 1.2 in terms of the odds. I feel like that's a bit much. That's a bit disrespectful to Zero Tenacity. I don't think they're that far behind Mouse. And like I said, I actually prefer their draft in this game, so I feel like that's a little bit disrespectful. ZT just getting some Lotuses. Pablo would like to turn this into a greater one at some point, but now it looks like Mao's gonna push this high ground. Oh, is Pablo just dead? Nice pushback. There's the silence. The cogs pushing him back. Where can he hook to? There's no creeps super nearby that are easy to access without being blocked, and indeed he does get blocked. Does get killed. That was very optimistic from Pablo. Did you see the movements he took? I don't know what that was about. That Mao's will exploit the mistake made by the Clockwork to head directly into the Roshan pit. Gotta grab themselves the first ages of this game. Don't know why Pablo did that. That was so dangerous. Well, Aegis now in the hands of this Pangolier. Supreme will start angling towards having an Aghanim Scepter for himself. The tier 1 tower still does need to be taken, so they will put their efforts towards that. As we're having a little bit of packet loss. It's not us, it's the server. Blame the server, blame Gaben. What can we do?
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Tier 1 tower top will fall.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Zero Tenacity did manage to take the tier 1 in the mid lane for this Terrorblade. That will finish off the full Manta style for the TB. That is the one thing that CT can still hang their hats upon as they now leap forward, kill off LeBron. Very easy kill on the Phoenix. The Orchid being too powerful to deal with. Nonetheless though, while all this is happening, while they're suffering these indignities to their supports across the map, their cores are farming, baby. Retsu, top of the net worth. Lina, number 3 on the net worth. See this Primal for Nefrit, number 4, and now they just jump back in. They're looking for Supreme. Look how much damage he took on this Pango. Manages to blink away though. Very nicely done. Now turning in with the Rolling Thunder, getting the chain disable onto the backlines. But can they finish these heroes off? Pablo suffering damage now from the Unleash. He will end up dead. Supreme gives up his first life on the Aegis as Force goes in, turns his back, gets the back damage out. Stoikov now ends up losing his life as they're trying to zone them back with the Sunray. Force is quite low, but so are Retsu and Nefrit. Nefrit forced to get himself away with the onslaught. Retsu, last second, gets out the Sunder, but it will not matter. He still gets pounced upon and killed off by Mouse. And with no Fire Spirits onto these heroes, low skill and Supreme can decimate LeBron's egg. All of a sudden, it's a 3-for-2 engagement, but one of the lives they claimed is just an Aegis. It's actually 1-for-4 technically, because Clockwork died earlier as well. Zero Tenacity, yet again, finding themselves on the backside of a horrendous fight that Maos are willing to take here in the mid game. Oh boy. The really problematic part about all of this is Force on his bristleback has been practically ignored in these fights. Been allowed to just sit back, you know, cast some pipe, throws in some goose, getting out some snot rockets, you know. He's chilling, man. And bottom, Nefrit, is he gonna have to BKB to get out of here? Oh no. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. That was the 9-second charge from the Primal Beast. Was absolutely hoping to turn that into a big fight, but not going to be allowed. And now Pangolier Rolling forward, they're looking for LeBron. The Phoenix is gonna get caught, should end up dead here. And yeah, that's it for LeBron. Dominating streak right now for Supreme. Oh boy.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The thing is, Miles have been able to get Supreme. Hell, they've even been able to get XX Vampire on his Marcy into situations where they're starting the fights on their behalf. Even though Zero Tenacity have Clockwork, they have Primal Beast, it's only been like 1 or 2 fights the entire game that has looked like it started on their terms. They've been very responsive here in this game too. And speaking of said response, they have multiple heroes TP down bottom, but Fly, he gets onto Nefrit with the Demonic Purge. The Onslaught gets purged away, can't get anywhere. There's the Silence as well. Thankfully kept alive by these Power Cogs. But that is still Zero Tenacity yet again being put in a position where they're responding instead of playing aggressively. And Mouse, they just get out. Nefrit had a lot of his Blink Dagger disabled throughout that engagement. They need to find somebody here. But they're just gone. Swashbuckle to the north by this Pango. Everybody running away to the east. Retsu way too far away from the engagement. So these multiple heroes that are smoked for Zero Tenacity, nothing will end up coming off with back of this. Miles still sitting on a 4k gold lead right now. They managed to dodge the smoke from Zero Tenacity. They no longer have an Aegis to play around with, of course. They have to wait 3 more minutes to presumably find out when that will respawn. And still, at the end of the day for Zero Tenacity, they still do have a lot of farm onto these cores. In fact, if you look at the gap in terms of net worth on the map right now, primarily the gap is just between the 2 position 4s. Like literally that's the entire gap. It's between XX Vampire and LeBron at the moment. Soto step middle. Swaycop. My god. Well, there used to be a Lina there. That is no longer the case. Just eviscerated by Mouse Esports. And she was sitting with a AD rune. I imagine they wanted to try and make a play happen with that, but the opportunity will be denied by Mouse. Lanes are being pushed in. And still, it's this Pangolier that sits at the top of the network charts. Supreme now has... Look at the farm on this Pango. Blink, the Fusel, Aghanim Scepter. Bristleback has the Pipe Crimson. The Max Tank Route building into the Hairball with the Shard. These heroes are getting big on the side of Mouse. But no, the problem isn't that they're getting big. It's that they're getting difficult to kill. And Zero Tenacity... You know, when you have your Lina doing well, she's getting items, she's getting levels. You know, the notion of a hero being difficult to kill doesn't even exist, but in circumstances like this, things are very different. As LeBron just gets caught and solo killed by the Spectre, very easily done. As the rest of his team are taking a tier 2 tower, 4 versus 5, with no response from ZT.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Smoke up now by Mouse. Supreme, XX Vampire, and Fly. Have all their ultimates at the ready, except for the Shadow Step. That's going to be up in 12 seconds. The smoke will break on the Marcy, so knowing that somebody's presumably in the high ground, little does he know, it's already been vacated. Pablo has gone to the north, so not going to get caught out here. Okay, I'm going to tell you all something really wild, right? So we now have a 5k gold lead for Mouse. Gaben presumes a 72% win probability. Spectre, oh, Spectre, who's bottom? Lina's dead. Dude, Spectre, what a hero. Spectre, what a hero. He just solo kill Lina. Top lane, they're going on to Pablo. They pop the Unleash. Pablo able to hook shot away, trying to retreat with the TP. Gonna be able to make it. Alright, here's the wild thing I want to tell you all, right? Hero Blade can still carry this game. I know it sounds insane, but I'm telling you, Terrorblade can still carry this game. I mean, super high diff. Don't get me wrong. It's not a... not a plausible carry situation. It's a possible carry situation. But nonetheless, I am telling you that Retsu right here, he can still do it. Still hanging out near the top of the net worth charts. Obviously can't do it alone. You know, we'll need a team to carry some of their own weight. Stop dying solo to the Spectre. That is still possible. We're many minutes away from that point, to be fair. Like 25, 30 minutes. But it can be done. Speaking of said Spectre. Well, Spectre just doing Spectre things. Jumping to the bottom lane, killing off this clockwork. Now they want to try and bring down Retsu. He doesn't have a BKB, but he does have help from Nesfrit. He goes in. They get the pulverize out onto the Pangolier. Pango will fall. Force making his way towards the engagement. Taking quite a bit of damage, has his back turned now, and oh no, Spectre is inside the crevice. Spectre doesn't have a Aegis to survive with, so Spectre just dies. Double kill for the Terrorblade. Force right now getting himself sundered up, so has to retreat from the fight with half HP. Spectre? After what was amounting to a perfect game from low skill, that just ends up being a game-ruining situation. Not only is it a kill onto the Spectre, it went the way of the Terrorblade, and now the Terrorblade is gonna have an Aegis. Maybe not. There's a fight going on. Nefrit finding the perfect pulverize. There's gonna be 3 heroes caught inside the cogs. Fly is gonna be the first one to die here. XX Vampire trying to kill the Supernova. Will be able to do so, but loses his own life in the process. Hashtag not worth by the side of Mouse Esports. Why did they try to take the secondary fight? Yes, I understand Nefrit caught them first, but not retreating there just ends up being very painful. They not only lose 2 additional heroes, as yet again, still the Aegis in tow for ZT. But most importantly, the game practically reset. We're back to even footing right now. Zero tenacity, showing maximum tenacity in these team fights. Top lane, we have another fight happening here. Low skill came in with the shadow step, but unfortunately the twin gate was taken by Pablo. They will chase him through the gate though and still bring his ass down. Not much he can do about that. Top lane, Nefrit does have a BKB, might need to use it. In a little bit of trouble here. BKB, TP out. Do they have the damage to kill him? No, they do not. He gets out to safety. He's A-okay. Very entertaining game we have on our hands now. While all this has been happening, Retsu is still sitting with the Aegis. Mao is considering their next move. Supreme trying to build into a Lincoln Sphere. And how far away from the Basher of the Spectre? Not that far away. We're like, what, 500 gold out? The rest of the gang gonna make sure that they still have control of the map and control of the areas that ZC wanna farm.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
14-10, with pretty much no gold lead between the two squads. As Mouse, they smoke up. They want to try and make something happen. They have a Blink Dagger on Fly, so they can initiate with the Shadow Demon. These heroes on the Radiant side, though, are very far away, and they're heading even further into the east. It will be quite hard to catch up to them. Mouse will lay out some vision. We have LeBron trying to position to protect himself here. Let's see, will the smoke break on the Bristle? Yes, it does. Smoke breaks, they now see XX Vampire. LeBron getting gone on. Can't get off the Supernova just yet. He's been silenced, but not dead, not yet. Force also held in place by the Cogs. Stoikov finds these heroes inside the LSA with the Laguna onto Supreme. On top of the Pulverize, he is dead. So is the Bristleback. Stoikov with a double kill.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
They
bottom
thought they
tower
had the angle. They found the Phoenix first, but they committed so much to kill him. They went in with the rebound. They went in with the Spectre, with the silence. They tried fighting with the Rolling Thunder. Hell, they even had to disrupt to save a hero just to make sure they could kill the Phoenix, but all of that attention just allows the rest of Zero Tenacity to just mop them up. And now here they are on the high ground, ready to claim a lane of racks against Mouse Esports without a single buyback being available for the Dire side. Spectre, she haunts in onto the Primal Beast, able to solo kill him though. Nefrit is gone, and she goes bottom. Oh, bottom lane is going to be Fly. Unfortunately, no help is incoming, my friend. He ends up dead. Back in the base, Redsu all of a sudden realizing that he's kind of alone here. Gets off the Sunder onto the Spectre. Wants to at least try to claim the racks before he dies. Doesn't manage to do so, and does have the help of LeBron coming right behind him. Still with the Supernova in tow. So Mouse Esports will certainly know better than going high ground. I say that, of course. He went too close to the high ground, almost died for his efforts here. Barely makes it back into the base. Supreme in the meantime coming on the backline with the Rolling Thunder, trying to create as much chaos as possible. XX Vampire, he will go destroy the Supernova, die in the process though, but he stops the big stuns. Low skill, able to bring down the Clockwork right now as they surround Redsu, kill him off. That's life number one.
Radiant's top tower
Every other hero dead around him, they cannot help. Redsu trying to TP out, getting silenced, getting bashed. There is enough damage to kill him. He is down. That's a full team wipe. Mouse Esports defend the base and get all of the heroes out of the map. Massive streak claimed by Supreme. Holy base. Okay. I want you to just listen to these gold numbers, right? Marcy, 480 gold from that fight. Bristleback, 830. Pango, 1274. And Spectre, 2,300 gold. What the hell, dude? All right. Very fun game of Dota that we have on our hands. You see the Spectre for low skill. Full Bloodthorn, Nullifier about to emerge. Basher, Manta, super stacked. Force now has the Lotus, so can start building into getting an SNY for himself. And the Terrorblade. He's going for Daedalus now. It's complicated, right? Because you can't, if you go just straight up for like the Butterfly, you still have to be very careful about when you Manta against this Bloodthorn. But I still would very much like to see a Butterfly at some point. There's no BKB, unfortunately. Maybe that's the consideration for the next item for Terrorblade. Do I want BKB because this Marcy and this Pango have been really frustrating me in the fights? Or is the Shadow Demon so annoying with the Demonic Purge that BKB is pointless and I just go straight Butterfly, but then I still give away a very good illusion to the disruption? It's tough. Smoke up by Mouse. 3 heroes. Will they be able to catch here? They don't have really great vision. Not gonna make a jump just yet. As Zero Tenacity, they smoke now themselves. Maybe perhaps they'll be the ones more willing to create the engagement. Pablo will break the smoke on the Bristle. They see the Shadow Demon. That's 2 ultimates for Fly. And a BKB charge. Dude, if I'm Fly, I'm smiling ear to ear right now. Hook shot, pulverize, BKB. Oh, my lowly self, whatever, dude. Vector, Shadow Step. She's going in onto the Phoenix. Phoenix, solo kill. Vector too strong. Middle of the fight right now. We do see Metamorphosis triggered out by the Terrorblade. They will be able to bring down the Marcy. Supreme trying to open up the fight with the Rolling Thunder. But look at the right-click damage from Redsu. Redsu now putting pressure onto Force, onto the high ground here. They did manage to also bring down the Clockwork. Not enough right-click damage because the Bristleback has his back turn. Pulverize will be there, but Force is still alive. There's a Sunray now from LeBron, who brought back to be in this engagement. Throwing out as much as he can. Still Force remains alive. Nobody else from the side of Miles really wanting to engage this. And they managed to take away most of the duration of the meta. And now they want to jump back in. They're looking for LeBron. LeBron is going to die back on his Phoenix. It does cost the life of Supreme in the meantime, though, because the meta illusions rip through this Pangolier. Miles Esports, not sure how they're feeling about this one. Yeah, they got a dieback on the Phoenix, but it cost them the life of the Pangolier. It'll feel all in all like an even trade. So both sides will declare an armistice, back themselves away, and live to fight for the next one. I'm just saying, y'all, our boy Retsu here, that you see on screen right now,
Dire's middle
dealt
tower
9,000 damage in this fight. His team did 12,000 in total. He did 9. 75% of all the damage came from the TB. I'm telling you, Mans can still carry this game. Going into a Silver Edge next, probably feeling, after that scenario that happened, that, well, if I had a Silver Edge, Force would have just died heads up. Then we would have just overran that fight. And honestly,
are scanning.
can't fully blame him for that rationale. High key, if this was, except for like a few select heroes, if this was most other offlaners, CT would have been in a much better position, as Low Skill has just picked up the Aghanim Scepter, happy to commit the Haunt to find and kill the Phoenix. They're chasing Nefrit, but there's no way Force commits for this. He might actually. They're going in right now though. Nefrit does have the Aghanim, so he does get the break out onto Force. Supreme as well, trying to open up the fight on the backline with the Rolling Thunder. We do see Retsu. He just wants to find a target, deliver the damage. Supreme interrupting the soul, but they haven't killed anybody yet. Excess Vampire. He's going to end up dead, dying to these illusions of the Terrorblade. And now TB wants to go ham in this fight. Look at him go. Getting the reflection slow out, almost killing Fly in a blink of an eye. Fly still alive thanks to this disruption as well as the Glimmercade, but will eventually die. And now Thunder out onto Force. Force getting slowed down by the Eye of Skadi. Retsu hoping for the angle to get the reflection. Can't find him just yet. It is nighttime. So the Bristleback limps himself to safety. But nonetheless, zero tenacity with the power of this Terrorblade. Part of the problem is that as strong as the Spectre is, she can press Haunt, go to so many different targets in the fight, but as long as Zero Tenacity hold their position around the TB is just gonna rip through her. And now she comes back in. You have to leave. You can't be here against Terrorblade. She does kill Nefrit though. Alright, low skill god. Never mind, gang. I wasn't familiar with your game. I see your hustle right now. What an assassination onto this Primal Beast. And the thing is about that kill, the reason it's so big, it's not just a core kill. It prevents Zero Tenacity from taking Roche. They can't really do it without the Primal Beast being alive. They will scout that the Roche is up, but
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
without the Primal, there's no way to take it. Miles Esports know that, and they know for a fact that they have their Shadow Demon up before the Primal. Retsu going forward, has the Silver Edge. They get onto Force, but they get him. They have some stuns out onto Retsu. Supreme able to bring down the Phoenix on the back edge of the fight. Retsu able to get away from the Bristleback, and they force the Primal Beast buyback. Force held in place by the LSA. Still very healthy on the Bristleback. Nefrit has now TP'd in. Come through the Twin Gate. Let's see how they engage this next portion of the fight for Zero Tenacity.
Scanning.
They do have a perfect observer ward. They saw so much of what Miles is doing. Retsu going forward. Silver Edge is ready, but can't find the right angle. And the Phoenix still 15 seconds away. Hold up. Looking towards killing off the clockwork. Clock will still live. Nope. Ends up dead. The Soul Red, enough from low skill. Buyback being forced in, and now Force losing his HP. But even with the Laguna Blade, not going to be enough to kill the Bristleback. And going back in onto Stoikov right now. Stoikov barely surviving, but Supreme makes sure he finally dies. Now low skill, trying to run away from Nefrit. Look at the Spectre go onto the high ground though. Surviving thanks to the dagger. Nefrit not so lucky. Supernova will be dropped down, does get destroyed. But all of a sudden, Force and XX Vampire a little bit isolated from the rest of the fight. The illusions from the Terrorblade bringing Force very, very low. Retsu still stuck around. He was trying to TP out but got disrupted by Fly. It stops him in his tracks, and even though they almost kill so many heroes, they just don't have enough in the tank. All of these heroes go down. Diebacks on both Clockwork and the Primal Beast. And all of a sudden, Miles Esports feeling comfortable, going on the high ground and looking for their first lane of ranks.
Radiant structures is under attack.
Well, they came so close. Came close to killing low skill, close to killing force,
Top barracks are under
close to killing supreme, but
Radiant's top barracks
Mouse
has fallen. Radiant's middle
able to
tower
dance
is
around
under
that team
attack.
fight, outplay
Radiant's
them.
top barracks has fallen.
Now here they are. Lane of Rax taken in the top lane, mid lane. Tier 2 goes down, and we still have 40 seconds, no Terror Blade, 30 seconds, no Primal. That's just two sides.
Radiant's middle tower has
Just
fallen.
gone. And they still have the latitude to go back and claim themselves an Aegis if they want for Mouse. But they don't want an Aegis, they want Megas. They know there's no Terror Blade for so long. I don't know how they know he poured out, but they are correct. Has no buyback available. They do force out the cliff though. That'll be good enough for Mouse. They will back off. And now Zero Tenacity need to highly concern themselves with how do we fight into the Roshan. Because if we give away an Aegis, a Cheese, a Shard, and a Roshan's banner, I don't know how we win this game anymore.
Tell me someone saw that.
There it goes. Aegis gone. Boss of all people will get the Aegis. Despite having only died once. They're like, yeah, man, that one death was too much. But this will allow him to play uber aggressive, as he's doing right now. Just running forward, daring them to use spells on him, because what are they going to do? There's an LSA. Fully connect. They could actually take this fight. Retsu! Retsu! The Terror Blade is in the middle of everything. He needs to get away with the Shadow Blade. In the meantime, these Illusions are trying their best. Nefrit comes in with the BKB. Can they catch anybody? Not yet. They've lost both of their supports. Supreme putting in this pressure. Nefrit now be able to find a Pulverize out onto the Spectre. Spectre falling low, but saved by Fly with the disruption. In the meantime, Stoikov on the background trying to kill XX Vampire. Able to do so, but now that the Spectre is right here, ready to get the Abyssal Blade stun, they find it onto Stoikov. They get the full disables. They get the full team wipe. They don't even find the Spectre. So GG, well played is called. Mouse grab themselves 2-0 win and get themselves a 2-0 record in the group stage of CCT Series 6. Woo! Yeah, I will say, previous game, you know, I thought the drafts were a lot more even. This draft, I really did favor what Zero Tenacity was going to be able to do, but the pace of the game being played by Mouse was just a little bit too fast. Because the thing is, there was barely a moment where they didn't try to leverage all of their spells as much as humanly possible in one fight, right? They would throw in the Rolling Thunder, make sure that there's as much chaos in the engagement as possible, come in with these shadow steps, move in, move out. And although they did have the damage, don't get me wrong, the damage output was there from Zero Tenacity. What wasn't there, unfortunately, was the connection onto a single target. We kill this guy, we move to the next one. We kill this guy, we move to the next one. There were so many fights where they'd be forced on the one side, right? Falling very low to some Terror Blade illusions. Then you'd have Supreme on the other side, falling low to like Lina and maybe the actual Terror Blade, one or two other heroes. But both of them aren't being focused directly by the entirety of the team. They both escape, they can both re-engage. The same was true with low skill on the Spectre, able to also just dance in and out of the fight. It just, I don't know, at the end of the day, you could just tell that the coordination of Mouse was superior to the coordination of the side of Zero Tenacity. So ZT will unfortunately go down a 0-2, giving up their first loss here in CCT Series 6. But Mouse Esports, of course, claiming their first victory. So both of these squads are now tied up 1-1 in the group. Neither of them are in the elimination scenario anymore. They're all playing on the same even footing, which of course is what you want to see early on in the group stages before things come down to the wire in the latter stages of the tournament. Of course, with this win for Mouse, they will be now very happy, giving themselves not just the win. For me, it's not the win that's important. The important thing is getting a victory as a new squad and a dominant one. Being able to demonstrate that your ideas actually do work, that the coordination can be there. It was a little bit shaky for some time, but once it started to click together quite nicely, it looked very, very solid from the side of Mouse. So shout out to them for this win. In retrospect, this Pangalia pick absolutely broke the game open for them. Not just going even in the lane against the Lina, but being able to control the bigger team fights down the line. Because look at their lineup. Without the Pango, where's the team fight? But the Pango felt like he was multiple heroes at a time because of how much chaos he was able to create and how good his team fighting was. And of course, I got a shout out Fly on the Shadow Demon. There were several occasions where all three of these calls were dead to rights, but Fly is there to bail them out with the disruption. A good move from him to go for the very early Blink Dagger, first overall item on the Shadow Demon, but they ended up paying massive dividends down the stretch. So with that, we do have a victor for our third series of the day, but it's not our final series of the day. We still have one more to go. The side of 4 Pirates, their first series, taking on LFG, who did not necessarily cover themselves in glory in their first outing, and of course we'll be trying to rectify that going into this third and final series of the day. So to that end, y'all, we've got about 15 minutes ish. Go get a drink, go stretch your legs a little bit, grab some fresh air outside, and make sure that you join us in a couple of minutes to go for the final series of the day, as we have LFG and 4 Pirates coming up shortly here in CCT Series 6. Welcome back, one and all, to some CCT Series 6 action as we have ourselves the final BO3 of the day. It is LFG, who've already struggled in their first series, copping a loss early on in the tournament to the side of Zero Tenacity, taking on the 4 Pirates, whom it is their first match. So we don't necessarily know exactly how that team is going to be shaping out. We don't know how coordinated they are at the moment. So we still need to witness exactly how the Russian squad will be coming together for the side of the 4 Pirates. Of course, I'm Snare yet again, bringing you this final series of the day. And before we get into the nitty-gritty of the Dota, there is one thing that we do have to pay attention to. Meloyul, unfortunately for LFG, is unable to participate today. So there will be a stand-in on the side of LFG with Nizam standing in for him, which obviously complicates matters because team cohesion right now in Dota, given how close the skill level is between so many of these teams, team cohesion and just overall team strategy is much more important than individual skill. So we'll see how much of an impact this is going to have on the side of LFG. But before we get into that, let us just remind you of who are the people that are going to be participating in this matchup. Here, the gang, the LFG boys, Norma, Nizam, Yawai, Astral, and Flacco. I really hope that Flacco is an ASAP Rocky fan, because if he's not, I'm going to be very upset with LFG having someone named Flacco, but it's not pretty Flacco. Nonetheless, like I mentioned, they did end up tumbling on their first series that they played in this tournament, so we're hoping that they do a little bit better today, especially because their opposition on the side of 4 Pirates, even though 4 Pirates haven't played a single game just yet, there are still some recognizable names. The same is true for LFG, right? You lose a game, it is what it is, but you still have known entities competing here, as well as some up-and-coming players, the form of Astral, Flacco. These are the guys we want to see doing very well in the future. And of course, their opposition on the form of the 4 Pirates does have some very recognizable names here. Most of us will know definitely of Wotaker. This is a guy that's been in the scene, right, for the last several years, playing on teams like ITB, like Chicken Fighters, like Team Ivy. This is a guy that does have some renown, but obviously wants to be able to take himself to the next level. And then the other teams that some of you might know about, other players rather, Natty and Ariel, these are guys that have been in a lot of other like lower tier teams throughout the history of their play career, but they're trying right now to go to the next level as well. You see all of these green silhouettes that they're having. They definitely want to make sure that by the time the next tournament comes around, they have some full-throated pictures, they are known entities, and they can make some deep pushes, not just in CCT, but in definitely other tournaments, other qualifiers, try to get themselves into the LAN environment. So if there is going to be a future from the CIS scene, from Eastern Europe, some of these players will definitely be involved from the 4 Pirates. But we do have to remember, we haven't seen them at all. They have not played a solitary game just yet, not just here in CCT Series 6, but as a roster, this particular roster. So they'll need to demonstrate that the faith they've placed in each other is definitely well justified. And they do that, of course, by getting themselves some game victories. Their first game in CCT Series 6, their first series overall as a roster. I cannot wait to see what they have to bring to the table for the 4 Pirates. It's weird that they call it 4 Pirates. Why isn't it 5 Pirates? Like, what the hell? It's kind of weird. Anyway, we now have seen the teams. We know who the people are behind the keyboards. Now, though, it's time to find out what they have within the game itself, as we have our first draft ready. Radiant side, it's going to be 4 Pirates with the second pick. Dire side with the first pick for LFG. Let's see what they've got. It seems to be everybody first phase is just banning Alchemist. So it's what? It was Alchemist, DK, Tiny, and then what was the other one? It was either Gyro or Nyx, right? This time it's Morphling plus the Monkey King being removed by the 4 Pirates. No Dawnbreaker, no Bristleback. Thanks to the side of LFG. This feels like a Gyrocopter first pick for 4 Pirates. If they can get it. They could also just go for the Gyro themselves on the side of LFG. That being said, there's still Nyx. So rather go for the Magnus. Alright, this is a safer option. And they can just get Lycan. Okay. I thought for sure they were going Gyro with the pattern of their bans, but it turns out my thinking was that, well, you know, if you're playing Gyrocopter, you don't necessarily want to play into the Monkey King, into the Morphling as well. These heroes can either just get away from your damage, outclick you as the game goes on, but these heroes are also annoying for Lycan because they have so much mobility, they can just move around. Lycan now feels solid. I really hope that he's going for the Alpha Wolves. Every single game that I've seen of Pack Leader Lycan, even the games they win, feels lackluster. Alpha Wolf Lycan feels bonkers. So I'm imagining that this is going to be Alpha Wolf Lycan for the side of the 4 Pirates here. Now I have to think about the lane. What kind of partners does he want? I feel like this would actually be a good game for Dawnbreaker. Not Dawnbreaker, Dark Willow. Dawnbreaker's banned. The Dank one could be decent. Brambles are very annoying for the Magnus to play into. Just having that kind of like advanced lane pressure can allow the Lycan to take over that side of the map. You as the Dawn leave to provide teamfight aspects elsewhere. I could see that. I could see that. And they are picking first out of the phase, so it certainly could happen. With Lich being banned. If they don't go Dawn, how about Rubik maybe? Rubik, I like Rubik. I like Rubik. The classic counter to the Magnus that people have had before. But we see Clockwork removed by LFG. That's also a very annoying hero to play into as the Magnus. Rocket Flare can disable your blink. He has vision. Sometimes he initiates in such a way that there's no easy area for you to blink into an RP. Many times, we've all seen it in our games, or even in pro games as well. Magnus will blink into Cogs. As soon as he arrives, ready to RP, Cogs pushes him away, he can't do anything. 4 Pirates. Ban out this Phantom Assassin. That is yet another game we've seen the PA being banned. I believe it's been every game on these last 2 series so far. So 3 for 3 on the PA bans, followed up by the Batrider pick. So we have some counter initiation, strong laning prowess, if they're going to be playing this in the 4 role, which I imagine they're going to do. So Bat Lycan, that's not a fun lane. That doesn't sound like much fun. Definitely a lane I'm buying a magic stick immediately. That's like my first item that I buy in this lane. What's going to be the response from LFG? So we've seen they could have gone for Clock. Obviously, they banned it themselves. Could still see Dark Willow. Could see Shadow Demon. Okay, they do get Dark Willow, but the first one they snagged for themselves was the Phoenix. Okay. So we have now between Dark Willow and Magnus a lot of easy ways to defend the Supernova. All of Dark Willow's spells are good at doing that. So are the Magnuses. Strong lane. Magnus plus Dark Willow is very, very strong. Not just for the initial toolkit of these heroes, but if you get a Bramble Maze, one Bramble Maze, the hero dies. Because you can easily skewer the hero into a secondary Bramble. Gives you that stacking damage that the Dark Willow has on that spell. Very easy grab to get there, some multiple kills. RP plus Supernova plus Terrorize Bedlam. Their teamfight potential on LFG already sky high with these heroes. They are susceptible though to being ran down by this Lycan. That's one concern that I have. Like, looking at these supports, what do they do against Lycan? Like, if Lycan gets a good enough game and he's able to just run these Alpha Wolves onto these heroes, hell, even if he just goes by himself, BKB Lycan on Phoenix, Dark Willow, nothing they can do. Nothing. So I'm kind of worried about these heroes in this game, especially now that we have an Ember Spirit as well. Neither of those heroes have an instant disable to deal with this Ember Spirit. In the meantime, he has a very easy way to close the gap onto you and put pressure onto these 2 supports. And now they add to that getting an instant disable themselves. The Hex, the Shackles. In the event LFG go for a Spirit hero mid, they're going to be finding that the game is very difficult for that hero, dealing with Batrider, Ember, and the Shadow Shaman. Another thing this does is that this gives them some pretty decent objective taking. Between the Serpent Wards and the Lycan, powers can fall, Roshan can fall, and they can do some low committal high ground push. If you look at these heroes beforehand, Batrider, yes, is a range hero, but not a very high range hero. Ember Spirit, melee, Lycan melee, Shadow Shaman doesn't want to be showing in front of a push, but now you have very low committal ways of doing that. You pepper them with some Lycan damage, you drop them as Serpent Wards, bring the tower down a little bit, reset, try again. That being said, this Pangolier that's coming out right now from LFG I also quite like a lot. Yet again, combos up quite well with the Bramble Mazes that they already have. A hero that can also just create chaos. And if you ever get a multiple hero RP, that's just infinite chain disable, lots of swashbuckle, shield crash damage. Also lanes very well into the Ember Spirit. I think that's also part of it right now. and not a hero that's as susceptible to just getting caught and bursted 100-0 like some of the other spirits may be in the mid lane. I like this Pango. It could be Pango in the off lane and Magnus going mid or carry, and they still want a mid or carry. Pango can be mid, off lane, Magnus can be mid, off lane, and carry. And they have they don't have the last overall pick, but they can certainly see what they want to do with this next bait of bans. We see they ban Ursa. They ban Ursa. Which carry do they want? Do they want Troll here? Maybe not, right? Like, Ursa doesn't do the best there. Morphling already gone. Perhaps they want the Gyrocopter still. I wouldn't mind Gyro. Some long-range damage into the Supernova. And you just BKB, pop Flat Cannon, go hit the egg. And you're still doing damage to everybody else. What else could they want by banning Ursa? Unless Lycan is carry and they want like some Tyrant in the offlane. Yo! If Lycan is carry and they get some Tyrant in the offlane, that would actually be kind of buck. The Dead in the Water anchor into Magnus and Pango. That stuff is really good. Naga Siren for LFG. Alright. We don't get to see that much Naga, especially given that this should be core Naga Siren in this game. Carry Naga, I think. And indeed, they are going to be playing Lycan carry. I feel this, actually. I'm feeling this a lot. I feel this. Lycan carry is a hero that can deal out a surprising amount of damage as well. There is the song reset. That could be very problematic for them to deal with on the side of LFG. After the song, they can use song supernova setup to create like tons of chain disable. It's sort of like the old school song into vacuum, except you can't do anything about it anymore. You can't really patch out this kind of interaction. They have this Magnus here to also facilitate some team fight and provide them some damage. How do I feel about this? Harry Naga Siren. I haven't seen this in so long. I actually don't know. In this game, they do have some tools to be able to deal with the constant spam out of the waves. Both supports have some tools to be able to de-push a little bit. The one thing that is concerning is that they don't necessarily have the best burst damage in the world. So I can very easily envision scenarios where they jump the Naga Siren and try to kill her 100-0, but she does manage to get off the song. A Sun Ray comes in behind her. Hell, she might even have Aghanim shot at that point. And then all of a sudden the turnaround fight is much more difficult than it should be beforehand. But I just don't know. I've not seen enough carry Naga. I haven't played enough carry Naga to have a good feel of where this hero is at the moment. But I will say, looking at the drafts overall, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. I'm gonna slightly, and I mean very, 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 very slightly favor the side of LFG. I do think that they don't necessarily have the best tools to deal with this Naga Siren. I think Naga can also be a very annoying matchup into the Lycan because you have constant ways to ensnare him, even if he does have the BKB available. You can song him, isolate him from the rest of the team, and then just try to kill him off by himself. So I'm not 100% sure about the Naga, but I do think the Naga should have a fairly decent game number one here. But it's going to be up to them to try and demonstrate why this Naga Siren was picked, why it is the key to victory, or it's going to be the side of 4 Pirates claiming their first win in their first game of the tournament. Let's find out what happens. Game 1, LFG versus 4 Pirates. This one, not elimination just yet, but still going to be very fun to witness. So let's get into it. I want to see what happens here. Part of me, though, as much as I do slightly favor the LFG draft, I'm kind of hoping they lose because I don't want Naga Siren to be good. I hate playing this hero. And meta's where she's good. All it just feels like I'm leaving free MMR on the table. I just refuse to learn how to play her well. She's so boring. Well, Pirates, we'll smoke up. Let's see if they can find anything off the back of this. They'll send in the Alpha Wolves, who will get immediately revealed. I don't think that the smoke is going to connect onto anybody, unfortunately. By the way, let me know in chat. I'm seeing Flacco here in front of this Pango. So wait, the smoke, it actually might connect. They took the super long wrap. They get the Alpha Wolves out onto your Y. Your Y hit in with the Ether Shock. They blast it back with the Flame Break. Blood Grenade will be there. Do they have the necessary damage? Dire Focus out. They want it, but it's not enough. Now they get the turnaround. There's the Dark Willow getting a big Bramble Maze out onto the Shadow Shaman. He is almost certainly going to end up dead. And the target of the gank instead ends up being its beneficiary. First blood drawn by the Naga Siren of your Y. On the bright side, he's going to be forced to go home, replenish his mana, then TP out. So he's going to miss the entirety of the first wave. I mean, that's something for 4 Pirates. That's something, but not sufficient after giving up that first blood and a failed gank. Nonetheless, though, with this Beastmaster, they do have some source of dealing with illusions as well. Once he gets his Aghanim Scepter going. Alright, let me know in chat as you see this Phoenix. Does anybody know who Pretty Flacco is? Let me know if you know who Pretty Flacco is. If you know who Pretty Flacco is, I'll give you a shout out. Bottom lane, we see Astral getting ran down by these wolves. A couple more right clicks. Could have gotten him brought down, but just barely unable to do so. Nonetheless, though, putting in a major harass job, preventing Astral from being able to pull the wave in a decent fashion for himself. So it forces him and Norma to farm into the tower. While Oteka on his Lycan, having a phenomenal time here down bottom. There's no way they zone him in this lane. This lane is impossible.
Deep now.
This Lycan is going to be way too tanky. Did indeed go for the Alpha Wolves, thankfully. So we'll also have that hamstring later. Lycan. Another hero I hate playing, but I've seen so many really good players deploying him in the safe lane that I might be forced to do so as well. Sigh. What can you do? To be fair, the Magnus should also have a fairly decent time. The only one I'm actually even remotely concerned about in this bottom lane is the Dark Willow. Like, Shadow Shaman, gonna take some harass right now, but this hero is deceptively hard to kill, honestly. Also, of course, has the cluster clock to go with. They're actually gonna go onto Magnus. Norma falling very low. He does have the skewer though. Skewer 6 charges on the magic wand, or magic stick rather. With a Tango, should be fine here. Does need to be careful, because in 10 seconds they can go again. They actually would be able to kill him. There's enough mana on the Shadow Shaman. Norma, he's dead. Somebody's gonna die here. I don't know who, but somebody's definitely dead. Norma is gonna try to skewer away. Does actually get it. Oh, they went on. Okay, never mind. That was my fault. That was a Caster's Curse. That was the worst case scenario, because if they get him with the Ether Shock into the shackles before he skewers away, he probably dies, but the shackles land as he's skewering, so he ends up completely fine. Top lane. There's some farm trading there, and mid, we haven't spoken about this lane just yet. Ember into Pango. Pango favorite matchup, but both of them, it's like 90-10, right? Or 90%, 100%. Ember is still 100% completely fine. Getting a ton of experience, getting a ton of farm, just slightly less than the Pango. Seems to have been the case that so many of these games here in CCT have been quite close in the laning phase. This one is still repeating that. Flacco
Radiant's top tower.
eats a dive hawk, but does have access to the Icarus dive, so under no real threat of death. Yawai does manage to destroy the courier, or Ariel rather, destroy Yawai's courier, as it delivered the additional stat items there.
Where are you watching? That's how it's done.
Overall, though, all three lanes, everyone just trading farm. No one really bothering each other. The supports have been chewing through regen, yeah, but none of these cores are in any real jeopardy. We might see one of these supports head towards the mid lane to try and assist with the power rune, but the way things are so tightly measured, they might not have the latitude to try and do that. Top lane, they are bringing in the Shadow Shaman, making a twin gate rotation, hoping to try and catch out Yawai. However, the ping must have come out from bottom that, hey guys, we don't see Shadow Shaman. Play very carefully with your positioning, but he's gone too far forward. Nagasan gonna be in some danger here, does manage to get off the illusions. There are the shackles, they're looking for the kill and they will find it. Flacco will get help from the Bramble Maze. They want to try and close in onto the Naga. Flacco will end up dead, I believe, though. So even though they do get the Shadow Shaman, the 2-for-1 exchange, definitely not worthwhile for LFG.
Dire are scanning.
Oh my goodness. Is Ember gonna die? Ember's not 6 yet. Pango is 6 on the high ground, but didn't try to trigger off the full Rolling Thunder. Was held in place by these Searing Chains, and now they will get shackles back onto this Dark Willow. Astral ends up dead. Natty Narwhal was a sliver of health away from dying. Perhaps a solitary cost point from the Pango from dying, but instead they get the turnaround. Nice little come in from the Shadow Shaman. Sort of resets the entire game. Top lane, they're going Rolling Thunder. First rotation coming in from Nizam, able to get it and find a kill onto the off-lane Beastmaster. He goes down. Down bottom, this Magnus was getting enclosed upon, but he managed to escape his fate. Now they want to contest for this Wisdom rune. Going forward, who's going to get it? Wisdom gets taken away, but the Ember Spirit finds Searing Chains on the 2, and with the Ether Shock, they get Norma down. They will end up losing the Shadow Shaman. Natty Narwhal, though, hoping to try and find more on the backline, and Nizam is falling so low. He's got Searing Chains up, back online, does have the mana, does he have the kill? Almost! Ah, Sleight of Fist, there it is. Natty Narwhal. They get 2 core heroes. Sure, they don't manage to steal away the Wisdom rune, but this is even better. And now they're trying to get aggressive in the top lane. They're going on to ASAP Rocky. Flacco gets the Icarus dive away. He will survive. He'll be fine for now. Alright, early laning phase was a very demure affair between all of these teams. But now, turning up the temperature a little bit. All of this chaos definitely benefits the side of 4 Pirates. While all of that was happening with the Magnus not being around, Oteka was busy farming and so was the Beastmaster. However, it's not like they're lacking for progress themselves on LFG. Naga's the top net worth in the game. Oh, mid lane. They might be able to kill this Pangolier. They don't have the lasso just yet though. So he turns around, shield crash, Rolling Thunder. Going forward to get the chain disable out onto the Shadow Shaman. He is almost about to die, but Nizam lets him go. They don't have enough follow-up. The rest of 4 Pirates came in, held Flacco in place, and he just gets himself away. But LFG did an amazing move. While they were jumping middle, they were also jumping bottom.
Tower is under attack.
Norma and the gang able to kill off Oteka. Nicely done by LFG on 2 different sides of the map. I wonder actually for this Ember Spirit, is this a Mage Slayer game for him? That's usually the average build for him, but how much magic damage is there really on the enemy lineup? Like, there is some on the Dark Willow, but not the most in the world, right? Lots of physical damage on the Pango. Naga Scion's gonna be walking around with physical damage and power. Magnus is mostly physical damage. This might be one of those rarefied games we do not see a Mage Slayer on Ember. But we'll see. Right now he's joining this Beastmaster in the top lane. They want to secure the tier 1 tower. Aghanim Scepter being built up, which is going to be huge. LFG unable to defend, as they do TP in Norma though. They don't have Song, however, from the Naga Siren. If they had Song, that TP would have made more sense to me, because then you Song, set up for the RP afterwards. But without Song, it is a little bit of a wasted TP, because now he's super far away from the Lycan. Lycan will free farm, pressure the tower bottom. They have to get something out of this LFG. They're maybe gonna try and steal this hard camp, but look at the damage they're already taken. Primal Roar onto the Phoenix. Phoenix is gonna end up dead. There is an RP though, massive one, followed up by the Rolling Thunder. Beastmaster and Batrider will end up dead, and now so will the Shadow Shaman, held in place by the Ensnare. And that is gonna be a guaranteed kill for them. That being said, they did get out the Mass Serpent Wards, and here came the Lycan. They're hoping to kill your Y. Your Y almost died, getting chased by Oteka. But I don't think Oteka's going to chase him all the way across the river. He has vision, but he doesn't have the reach. In the meantime, though, he's going to change directions. They go towards the Magnus instead on the northwest, so he will die. Natty Narwhal with a dominating streak. They get the Magnus, which makes it a salvation play. 3 for 3, 1 offlaner, 2 supports. Both sides claim it. The game, by some miracle, still remains even. That being said, personally, I would rather be on the side of 4 Pirates from that one. We have 25 seconds until we have Primal Roar. They have 55 seconds until they have RP. We can play around that, try to put pressure middle. And they did get a tower on the other side of the map on bottom. And they're still pressuring mid. However, not all that easy, because Norma does not have a Blink Dagger on his Magnus. They need to be very careful about how they approach the tier 1 tower push. Turns out Ember is still going to be getting Mage Slayer. It's still too good. Oh, Lasso. First onto the game, being deployed. Onto the Magnus. Magnus is dying. Norma is going to end up falling. Oh, one more right click. They get him. He's gone.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Best case scenario, you kill the Magnus just before he has RP. And also, you don't lose the Ember Spirit middle. Terrorize will break the shackles of the Shadow Shaman, send him away from Norman. But... or from Nizam, not Norman. Too many end names here. I mean, to be fair, the cores don't have that much magic damage, but... you are still playing into a Dark Willow Phoenix, right? So, Sunray... Fire Spirits, the Supernova itself. Mage Slayer can't hurt necessarily for this Ember Spirit. Batrider will end up dead in the jungle. Surrounded by 4 Dire heroes. No way out of that one. I still want to see what your Y is going to build on the Naga Siren. So far, still going for the Manta. I want to know, is this Orchid game? Do you go AC? Do you go some Nullifier? What is the build-up for Carry Naga these days? Don't have to worry about him for a while yet, because right now Nizam just finishing the Diffusal Blade. Him and the boys, do they have a smoke? Astral has one. All right, time to go. Time to go make a play. Let's go, let's go, let's go. They put a slight sliver of vision onto this Beastmaster. They see him. Norma does have a blink, but he doesn't go fast enough. Beastmaster's up. He's safe. He might still chase onto the high ground, however. Shadow Shaman breaks their smokes. They see them now. So sadly, it shall be a failure. And perhaps an opportunity for 4 Pirates to re-engage. They get their own vision. They get the lasso out onto the Pangolier. Terrorized, though. Beautifully done. Sending them back into a Supernova as well. They need to run. Nizam, Rolling Thunder, catches out onto the Batrider in tandem with the Supernova. What a response from LFG, baby. This Phoenix not even gonna die from this. Tank some damage, but he's okay. Oteka does show up with the Lycan, going in with the shapeshift. They want to try and find somebody here. They get the steering chains out onto Norman, but look at this. They get the shockwave into Brambles. However, the song, this actually screws up their fight, but instead they do get the RP thereafter. Magnus does end up dead. Oteka still alive as the Ember Spirit does fall. Primal Roar goes out onto the Naga Siren. He doesn't have song anymore. Yowai trying to run away. Yowai will die. Flaco now also looking in some danger as these Alpha Wolves trying to run down the Phoenix on the back line, being followed by this Batrider. Flame Break not going to be enough to kill him as to the south side, Dark Willow goes in with Bedlam. Does she have enough damage for the Beastmaster? No, she does not. It ends up being a double kill for Beast. The Drums of Slump delivering the damage. And although LFG managed to find the Ember kill, they got the Batrider kill. It cost them 4 heroes and 3,000 gold in the process. Man, what a crazy fight. I will say, that song on the Siren doomed their entire team fight. That song was happening as the initial Bedlam was going. If they had that Bedlam 1 with the RP, that would have been enough damage to kill these heroes before they could counter-engage, but unfortunately, the song ends just as the Bedlam does. They have the RP, yes, but they don't have the follow-up damage necessary to win that fight. 4 Pirates. All of a sudden now enjoying a 3k gold advantage. Yowai is still the net worth leader on the map, but all these Radiant heroes are catching up. Are they just gonna go Rosh right now? I mean, they can. Where's Lycan at? I don't even really need the Lycan. Just Beastmaster with Aghanim Scepter is more than enough to Rosh at this stage. LFG nowhere near contesting this because, oh no, look bottom. Oteka is literally taking them for a ride. He's actually going to try and solo kill Astral. He almost did it on the Dark Willow. The crazy thing is he forced 3 heroes here. He forced them to skewer, which they missed. Forces a TP out from the Dark Willow, but most importantly, forces all their attention away from the Roshan attempt. So 4 Pirates with the first Aegis of the game sitting on the Beastmaster. As he builds into a BKB, should be unkillable until he reaches that point, and should enable 4 Pirates to claim at least 1 tier 2 tower on the map before the Aegis expires. But LFG, they don't want to let this go for free. Look towards the mid lane. They have a smoke available on the Phoenix, and they would love to use it.
Radiant are scanning.
So although they don't find anything yet, Primal Roar onto Phoenix. Phoenix, dead to rights. Okay, gold lead right now for the Pirates. LFG, they have Blink RP at the ready, but and they keep the Dark Willow alive. She should be fine here. Unfortunately, Nizam does not have a Blink Dagger of his own. It's a little bit complicated for him to just immediately get into the fight.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oteka's just been casually building towards his Harpoon, just picked up an Echo Saber. He is top, or close to the top of the net worth charts, but he does have a Midas, so it's going to take some time for the full impact of this money to be felt in the fights. And it does look like we are going straight for the Orchid Hearts for the Naga Siren, so seems not much has changed from the last time you used to play this hero core. 4 Pirates now. The change they want to make on the map is that this time they are the ones going for the aggressive play. They've been responding to what LFG has been doing for quite some time. Now let's see what they can make happen as they're on the front foot. Yowai might show... Oh my goodness. Yowai. Be careful, brother. Be careful, brother. Be careful, brother. Be careful, brother. It's nighttime. They see him. He's dead. He's dead. Batrider got the bonus vision. They don't get the lasso thanks to the Orchid, but it might not matter. Beautiful terrorize from Astral into the Bramble Maze. RP from Norma misses entirely, but it will not matter. They still find the Beastmaster. It will be a zip away from the Ember. It's coming this way and that. Still wants to re-engage into this fight. Lycan here now as well with the shapeshift. Looking for some of these supports. Yo, why will pop the song? It's too far away from Astral, so Astral will end up dead. And now they're looking to try and bring down the Supernova. They get it. Double kill for Oteka, but they've lost the Lycan and the Shadow Shaman for this. There's a lasso now out onto the Pangolier. He dies too. Dominating streak for the Beastmaster. With the double damage rune still available for Natty Narwhal. He'd ideally want some more. Doesn't have any remnants remaining, however, so can't really go high ground. Does get skewered towards the tier 3 tower, but not into it. So for now, he's still safe. He's losing a lot of his HP. Does get the remnants out. They will end up killing the Magnus, but he dies as well. An absolute bloodbath down bottom that might not even be over. Nice blink away from the Beastmaster. He will get out. So will this Batrider down bottom. But man, oh man, 8 kills in totality. 4 for 4 in that engagement. Beastmaster only lives because he has the Aegis. So in the grand scheme of things, looking in the big picture, let's see. You probably say LFG won that because Naga Siren stayed alive the entire time. She might not have dashed out that much damage, but she cleans up. You get more gold on her than you got on the Beastmaster nor on the Lycan. So you're good. You managed to zone them away so you can get your Tormi as well as your Wisdom rune. If 4 pirates had won that fight, they could have gotten Wisdom, stolen Tormi, but LFG is still in this, despite the gold deficit they're suffering right now. Four pirates still have a gold lead, but
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
don't know how things are going to transpire in the next few minutes just yet. I imagine Roshan is going to be a large port of call for both of these squads.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
By the time Roshan comes back, Nizam on his Pango should have the full Aghanim Scepter. And the Magnus. Is he going to finish Kaya Sanj or is he going to go straight for the Silver Edge? I don't know. We shall see.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yo, Wyatt almost has his heart on the Naga Siren. But on the other side though, Beastmaster does now have BKB. Not only does Beastmaster have BKB, they have the full SNK. SNY, not SNK. SNY is out on the Ember Spirit as well, so now we have the status resist.
Radiant's
I feel like this
bottom
could be
tower
go time
is
for them.
under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
The only thing that's missing really is the BKB on Lycan, but he's often been one of the last people to show up to the fight regardless. So he might have a bit more latitude. Right now, rest of his team busy pushing the tier 2 tower. They drop Serpent Wards for it in the top lane. So we should have a tier 2 taken by Radiant. Let's see if Dire can do anything on the map right now, as they were looking to pressure bottom, but 4 pirates have brought your heroes in to respond. In particular, the Batrider, who they have vision of Naga Siren with these Alpha Wolves. They could decide to jump here, but the Naga Siren illusions canceling the Blink Dagger on this Batrider. Really good play. In the meantime, though, on the other side of the map, Beastmaster solo killing the Magnus. Do they want to maybe take this fight? Jump in, lasso, going out into the Dark Willow. There is still going to be a Shadow Realm. Rolling Thunder, committed by Nizam, only catching onto Illusion so far. Astral will end up dead by the Remnant forward coming out of Natty Narwhal. Can they take the rest of the fight? Shackles out now onto Flaco as the Phoenix will end up being killed off. Nizam TP's out to safety. And Yowai still has Song, but just walks to safety. Nonetheless, 4 pirates get themselves a 3-for-1 exchange. They're happy to give up the Batrider's life for that one, especially since this could lead into more map pressure, but crucially positioning once Roshan respawns. Yo, what? Just trying to finish off the heart right now. Should have it. Buying the Heart of Tarask. Yo, what? Yo, what? Oh, no. He actually had the full Heart of Tarask finished, but he sent the courier home.
Radiant's
What's he
middle
bringing from
tower
home?
is under attack.
Is he bringing... This is actually a really big deal. He has it. Heart of Tarask is done on the Naga. If they catch him and kill him right now, this could be huge. Fortunately for him, 4 pirates, very far away. We'll see him underneath the Observer Ward, but does get removed by this Phoenix.
Dire's top
Okay, he's
tower
sending it out
is
now.
under
He's sending it
attack.
out now. Alright. He just realized the heart is en route. So UI gonna be super strong on the Naga Siren now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still a 10k gold lead. Haven is giving us 60 to 40 odds in favor of the 4 pirates right now.
Scanning.
Top lane, UI was scouted in the lane. Didn't get jumped just yet. There's going to be a fight a little bit more south though, because they find the initial jump onto the Dark Willow. They will interrupt the shackles with the Rolling Thunder. Shadow Shaman will end up being the first to fall here. The Beastmaster was right next to him, so he thought he had the backup, but Beastmaster didn't even throw in a single spell. If they threw in Wild Axes, honestly, I think the Dark Willow would have died there, but I don't want to reveal his position and potentially die. Opts to keep himself alive there.
Is under attack.
This game is close, but
Radiant are
I'm on the side of 4 pirates. It doesn't feel as...
Dire's
It's
bottom
closer
tower
than I
is
want it
under
to be.
attack.
This is still Naga Siren with Magnus that you're dealing with.
Radiant's top tower is
And
under
she's gonna
attack.
start trying to finish off this Bloodthorn
Dire's
for
middle
herself.
tower is under attack.
As they pressure the tier 1 tower top. 4 pirates. They smoke up. Fortunately for them, there's no Rosh at the moment. It's only going to be up in another 30 seconds. So they could find a really good fight and transition that into a Roshan play. Let's see if they find anybody here. Beastmaster leading the charge. They come across Naga and the Phoenix and the Dark Willow. Oh no, Naga Siren gets caught. There will be no lasso because the RP comes first from Norma onto 3 heroes. Shadow Shaman dies first. They do finally find the roar, which brings down the Magnus. But we might end up seeing a Beastmaster get as well, reeled in by the Naga Siren. But here comes Oteka on the background. Beastmaster still alive, will now eventually die as Oteka trying to just take over this fight. Look at the Ember Spirit going as well in the midst of the fray. He wants a Flacco, but now he's in the middle of heroes that he can't kill alone. He does not have a BKB just yet, so he can't do anything once he's been held with all of these disables. They get 3, yes, but they lose 4 in the process. Oteka, the lone survivor for 4 pirates. This was 4,000 gold for LFG. Naga Siren lives, and guess what? Roshan is alive, baby. Give us a free Aegis as well as a Roshan's banner for our next push.
Dire's middle tower is under
So, you know, earlier when I was talking about how, for one reason or another, Oteka's always been the last one to arrive in these engagements. That fight is a good example of how that can be a catastrophe. He shows up at the end, does some damage, yes, but he shows up when it's a little bit too late for them to actually bring these heroes down, and when he's no longer a big threat. I mean, he spent most of that BKB just trying to run himself away. So now LFG, they have the Aegis in the hands of Nizam. Yes, they only have a single tier 2 tower remaining, but they definitely don't feel bad about the game state right now. Lasso was expended onto the Dark Willow, so that's a free, easy kill onto Astral. Elsewhere, though, we do see... Look out, my god! Well, that is a demonstration of playing support versus Naga Siren. Not fun, not fun.
Radiant's middle tower is is under attack.
Nagasai now has Diffusal Blade.
Radiant's middle
Gonna
tower
start building
has
into
fallen.
her Disperser. Bloodthorn, Heart, Manta, Diffu. You know in the draft when I was talking about how I do slightly prefer LFG's
Radiant's
draft?
middle tower is under attack.
We're at the point now where it starts to go from slightly to a lot, because how do they kill Naga? Killing Naga is such a gargantuan task for the side of the four pirates.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Getting through the song, getting through Supernova, getting through Sunray, getting through defensive RP, getting through Terrorize.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. It's
really complicated now.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Hell, even the Lycan. How does Lycan fight Naga?
Radiant's
The Lycan
top
is
tower
itemized
is
purely
under
for physical
attack.
damage. And this Naga right now has 23 armor before she even picks up the Disperser.
Okay, that gives him a head start.
Dire
LFG
are
gets scanned. Look at that on the map. Clear, perfect scan. Four pirates.
scanning. Radiant's
They know
top
where they're
tower
at.
is under attack.
Nizam coming in. He doesn't have Blink Dagger, sure, but he does have Swashbuckle Basher. So with one swash, high ground, shield crash, they just easily kill off the Shadow Shaman. Lasso expended now onto the Phoenix, but Phoenix will pop the Supernova. It does get destroyed, but here comes the rest of four pirates. They stop the TP out on the Lycan. Oteka, BKB activated, but he's not going to be able to do anything. RP from Norma only catches the Bat Driver. That's all it needs to catch. Beastmaster not going to be available for this fight. He's just sitting away as they end up losing two heroes on the north side. Beastmaster goes in. There's the Primal Roar with Drums of Slum. He has enough damage. He does solo kill Norma. But they get something out of that fight, but they still end up losing 3-2 in the long run. And crucially, their carry hero ends up dying yet again.
Never refuse good given.
Four pirates. Fortunately for them, the last couple of engagements have taken place on the dire side of the map. So they haven't lost too much real estate in the intervening minutes. Down here in the top lane, looking for your Y kill. They will get him, and they also force a BKB out of the Beastmaster. He blinked in, hoping to dissuade them from killing the Shadow Shaman.
Radiant's middle tower
Instead,
is
just
under
ends up
attack.
wasting a crucial item. Now that they know it's down, LFG can be a bit more cavalier in how they approach this tier 2 tower push. They could potentially even grab 2 tier 2s in the interval while this BKB is still cooling down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 2 now gets taken.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Not really too much they can do on the Radiant side to defend this. Yoai now starting to build into an Aghanim Scepter on his Naga Siren. Having this reel in, gonna be such a big problem. The only reason Lycan has survived so many fights is that he's able to run away with his BKB active. But if he can get reeled in, then now they'll have, what, 3 different sources of a cancel on the Lycan BKB TP. You can RP him, you can reel him in, you can hit him with a bash from this Pangolier. Yeah, things are about to get very tough for four pirates. So they smoke up.
Radiant's top tower is under
They know the age is just expired, so it's their turn to go and try and force a fight somewhere. LFG also smoked themselves, so both sides should collide with one another. They do miss each other to crack the smokes. Oh my god, did they miss each other entirely? Wow. It's gonna be Natty Narwhal, who remnants back into mid. They still want to potentially take this jump. Norma with the Magnus, waiting for an angle to jump in on. They throw in some Alpha Wolves to scout things out. See what's happening here. They all smoked again from LFG. Angle Sees Natty Narwhal. Doesn't go for the full fight just yet. They actually just begin the TP out from Natty Narwhal. So he's out to safety, and the rest of 4 pirates should follow. Nope, not all of them though. So the Beastmaster will find himself getting caught mid. Yo, why? There to finish him off, but it looks like it was Norma who found the catch. Blink skewer, baby. Now, on the bright side, it did cost them the RP to make that kill happen. But let's see if they can force a buyback out of this Beastmaster. First lane of Rax being sieged upon by LFG. Tier 3 tower. They already forced the glyph out of it. The Y is happy to just sit on the high ground. Pupil's Gift, Tata Tarask, Aghanim Scepter. These illusions are uber tanky. BKB activated now by the Batrider as he's dragging back in this Pangolier. But there will be a song from your Y to bail him out. Do they re-engage on this? Flacco thinking about it. But they decide, oh my goodness, just a shockwave and illusions is all it takes to kill off a Shadow Shaman. He is down in the dirt. Does have buyback if he wants to. Tier 3. Slowly but surely getting plinked away. LFG breaking the high ground. Looking for the first melee racks. They want to get it before the Beastmaster respawns. It looks like that will be the case. They don't have Song, but they are back before he comes up. And of course, they just killed the Batrider who was trying to cut waves behind. But Norma able to get the catch and kill. Yo, I must say, our boy Norma here, in terms of pest control, he's been on it. Catching all of these rats. Making sure that his team always has the positive pressure. Has suffered the most deaths for his team, but happy they do though if it leads to victory. As they have one set up right now. Oh boy. The thing is, the game actually just gets harder for 4 pirates. It doesn't get easier, it just gets harder. Lycan, in my opinion, is now completely irrelevant as a carry in this game at the very least. If he had the Orchid already with the Bloodthorn, it could have been something, a little bit of a different scenario, but he can't anymore. Lycan cannot solo kill these supports, which is very problematic for a Lycan at this stage of the game. At the very least, he can't solo kill the Dark Willow, and he can only solo kill Phoenix if he's willing to commit the BKB. Smoke up right now by LFG. There's a Roche back online. Been scouted by these Naga illusions. Radiant side, no, it's up as well. Has an Aghanim Scepter available. But 4 pirates, they're not in the position to fight this. They do scan the pit, so they know that there is something there. It is the Naga Siren that's in that area at the moment. So they smoke up. Here they come. There's Blink BKB on the Beastmaster. He throws in the Wild Axes. Gets some vision. Pops a dust, but it's a little bit too soon. Nobody from LFG is here just yet. Pirates. How do they want to engage this fight? They're going in with the Batrider potentially. They go on the high ground. They find the Pangolier, but there's the RP from Norma. It catches Beastmaster as well as the Batrider burning away. Should end up dead inside the song and he will die. And as the Supernova pops, it connects onto Shadow Shaman and Beastmaster. They can't keep the fight going. They still do manage to kill the Magnus though, forcing a buyback as Ortega comes in with the BKB, isolating the Naga Siren. They kill her off and they want to chase onto Nizam. Buyback from Norma coming in with the skewer, throwing back the Ember and the Lycan, preventing them from getting the kill onto Nizam. And now all of a sudden, Lycan forced the TP back home to safety. 2 buybacks were expended by the side of LFG on 2 big cores as well. It's Magnus and Naga Siren, but they still end up winning the fight, claiming the Aegis. That being said, it's an expensive fight to win for the Dire lineup. I feel like they overcommitted for that first round. When it was just Beast, Bat, Shadow Shaman on the high ground, they dropped like everything for those heroes. That was maybe the only fight that we've seen Ortega not just come in on the backline by himself, but come in with the Ember and the 2 of them be largely uninterrupted throughout their entire BKBs. They got to dodge the supernova. They weren't there for the RP. The song was already committed by the time they arrived. And as a result, they got to clean up that fight. I mean, they still do end up losing, technically, on the 4 Pirates lineup, but it was due to the 2 core buybacks. That being said, they did buy back on a Beastmaster of their own.
Radiant are scanning.
I feel like if Ember had brought back on that fight and had been able to return to it, they would have won that engagement, but that is not the game they're playing. In the game they're playing, they lost the fight, they lost the Aegis, they've just lost another tier 2 tower. And you see LFG trying to make them lose a support on track to getting themselves another lane of racks. Tier 3 tower
Dire's bottom tower
getting
is
so
under
slowly sieged upon by these Naga illusions. Look how far back Norma is sitting. He's trying to grab somebody and skewer them towards where the rest of their team is at, and it might be the Ember. Might be the Ember. He thought about jumping, but he doesn't. Ember! No! He went back into the fray. Pops a BKB, but now he's been bashed. Now he's been held in place. Now he's been killed. Does have buyback, but why did he remnant forward? Oh no. Straight up lane of racks. It's not going to be megas. There's still a tier 2 tower bottom to protect them. But boy, oh boy, what a mistake coming in from Natty Narwhal. That could doom them. And now they find the Horn Toss Skewer back in onto the Beastmaster. But Magnus could be in a bad position. He actually ends up dead. Yawai trying to hold this fight, but losing his life to the BKB of the Beastmaster. But now that they get the Supernova proc on the backline, they stun up the Beastmaster, the Ember, and the Shadow Shaman. 2 of them die. They have to buy back. In the meantime, now there's the catch onto his arm. Dragged into the base. He gets killed off. Ortega still alive. Fighting next to these mass Sapun wards, able to get the damage out. They do bring down Yawai and Nizam. Everybody else from LFG forced to flee. Buyback on the Ember, buyback on the Shadow Shaman. But this time the buybacks are good for the cause. They bring down 3, force LFG out of their base, and manage to keep the game alive. Massive overextension from LFG in that situation. So much damage the Naga Siren took fighting next to the Beastmaster with the BKB, Aghanim Scepter, Shiva's going. No way Naga could stand her ground there.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Topsy-turvy game here, ladies and gentlemen, as now 4 Pirates. They were being pushed into, but here they are on the high ground. Also remember, the 2 heroes they killed, these heroes died back. They brought back for the Roshan Fight. So now they don't have it available. Tier 4 towers getting taken down. Guys, make a decision. Are we going for the end or not? Flaco going to try and delay the game. He will end up dead as a result. He does have buyback though. Will deploy it immediately as they jump in with Astral. Bedlam damage. Not enough to kill off the Bat Rider, but the Shadow Realm help will. Bat is dead. Ortega does get the kill onto Astral though in the end. They buy back on everybody. Shadow Shaman trying to fight solo versus the Pangolier. Will hold him inside the shackles, inside the Serpent Wards. They don't have enough to kill him though. Ember Spirit trying his best. Ortega got a triple kill on the other side of the fight. Pango, can he get down the Ember? Yes, he can. And now Norma flies into the fight, finds the RP, gets the bring down onto the Bat Rider, making it a double for Flaco. Ortega ran out of a BKB, so he couldn't come in for the backline initiation.
Radiant are scanning.
LFG cost buybacks, but yet again, they survive. What a game. Such a wild game of Dota. Honestly, this game could go either way. Neither team really has buybacks for their big cores, both in gold and in cooldown. The next fight could high key determine the entirety of the game. And that next fight might come sooner than expected for 4 Pirates. LFG know that there's no buybacks. So they're trying to force the issue right now. It is going to be 4 versus 2. But they can still put some pressure in.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
We'll see how far they want to push this. 20 seconds before Shadow Shaman. 30 seconds before Bat Rider, but crucially 50 for the Ember.
Radiant's middle tower
That's so long.
is under attack.
Tier 4 towers in the base. The base is falling. The base is getting destroyed.
Radiant's
The game
middle
might just
tower
end.
has fallen.
Look at Naga Siren.
Radiant structures
They live.
are
The
fortified.
Beastmaster is coming back
Radiant's courier
to try and help mount the defense, but
Radiant's
he's
middle
arrived a
tower
little bit too
is
late.
attack.
Second tier 4 tower will
Radiant's
now
middle
fall.
tower has fallen.
Shadow Shaman is up. What can they do to help stop this? Ortega goes in. BKB, he wants to do something on the back line. They're looking for the Supernova first, but the stun will come out onto the Beastmaster. He dies, no buyback. Ortega trying to kill Magnus, but him and the Shadow Shaman can't do it. BKB is over. Shadow Shaman doesn't have any defense, and now Lycan has no life. Both of these heroes will end up falling. Ariel will try his best with a lasso towards the fountain. He will reach it, but Naga does have the Conjure image. They have the Riptide. They have the death onto Ariel. Now they have the Ancient. The game is over. The Ancient has fallen. GG is up. LFG secure game number 1 and get their first victory here in CCT Series 6. Woo! What a game! What a game, actually. What a game. That was topsy-turvy. The fact that the last 5 minutes involved pushes onto tier 4 towers in both directions, the fact that we had such close fights, like, it's... I'm not sure if it could have gone either way. I do think this is still the correct result. It's just too difficult for them to fight on the side of 4 Pirates. I mean, think of their successful engagements, right? The successful engagements that they had in the last, like, 5-10 minutes of the game almost always happened in ideal scenarios. Ideal scenarios meaning a bad usage of the song, RPUs when the Lycan or the Ember aren't there, BKBs that aren't interrupted whatsoever, a Phoenix Egg that gets destroyed too soon in the fight without Fire Spirits being down. Then they can go on and rinse the entire fight. But even then, when that happens, even then, they still can't necessarily guarantee team fight victories. That last fight they had on the high ground on the Dire side, they got all those scenarios. They killed Phoenix before he even got off a Supernova. They prevented Pango from having mass influence in the fight. He was being held in place by the Shadow Shaman and the Ember Spirit. They allowed Lycan to pierce the backlines, get himself a triple kill, remove the support super early from the engagement, and they still ended up losing. Yes, it did take some buybacks for that to happen, but in the large scheme of things, I do definitely think that this result is the most practical one, just given how difficult it is to team fight into Magnus, into Phoenix, into Naga Siren as well. So LFG, on the back of this team fight lineup, are able to secure themselves in game number 1 and prevent this carry Lycan from running away with the game, despite how much of the map the Lycan and the Beastmaster were trying to claim in the early game. With that though, it's not all done and dusted for the 4 Pirates. Remember, this is still their first game in CCT Series 6, so they still have ample opportunity not just to reverse their fortunes of this game, but to show a little bit of better cohesion, because there were some occasions where they were a bit disjointed in the engagement. In particular, Ortega was always like 2 or 3 seconds behind his team as they're engaging. Outside of like 2 or 3 fights, it felt like it could have been a little bit cleaner with how much they all converged on a solitary target at the same time. I also would have preferred if he'd gotten the Orchid a little bit sooner than he did. Perhaps before he finished the AC, the Orchid might have been preferable, but that's something for him to consider if he wants to try and use this hero in the safe lane yet again. So with that, game 1 in favor right now of the lineup of LFG, but the series is not over just yet. 4 Pirates want to try and take game 2 and turn this into a 3-game series, but we'll see if LFG allow that to happen or if they're going to post up their first win here in CCT Series 6. So to that end, we're going to be going to a very small break, and when we return, Group B in CCT will continue with game 2 of LFG versus the 4 Pirates. Welcome back, one and all, for game number 2 of LFG versus the 4 Pirates. This one is going to be a very entertaining game because if LFG are able to win, they will be claiming their first victory here in Group B of CCT Series 6. However, 4 Pirates certainly want to make that a difficult endeavor by claiming back a victory and making sure that their first series in the tournament does result in a W. Of course, my name is Snare. I will be with you for this final series of the evening. So let's get into it. We already have a draft on our hands. We have 4 Pirates on the Radiant side with second pick. LFG have first pick on Dire. So let us see what happens here. So far, things are conforming to what we've seen throughout the day. DK, Alchemist, Monkey King being banned out by the Radiant side. This time they also decide to angle for the Phoenix. So they felt LFG's Phoenix did a little bit too much work in that game. On the other side, we see a Dawn and a Bristleback being removed. Let's see here. So we're going to be banning Nyx, Gyro, Shadow Demon, Lich, Dark Willow, Lycan. Okay. So they get rid of the Lycan and secure themselves the Magnus yet again. It honestly is starting to feel increasingly for me like this Magnus hero is a maybe not triple S tier pick, but definitely double S. It's very, very good. It's super versatile. It enables so many different kinds of drafts. And the main thing for me about this Magnus is I always like drafts that have, even if we're losing, we have a big comeback mechanism available to us. You know, heroes like the Enigma, Tidehunter, Magnus. These sort of heroes that no matter what, there's a moment in the game we can change everything and put ourselves in a winning position. So I'm glad they have that Magnus. They can pair that up with whatever carry hero they put in the safe lane. Could be Spectre, could be Bloodseeker. In this game against the Night Stalker, Monkey would have been nice, but we'll see. We shall see. Perhaps Troll. We don't see as much Troll as we should. And I feel like Troll plus Magnus is very good. Troll can be quite decent to the Night Stalker. You happily buy BKB, so you want to fight against this guy. But we'll see. The main thing I've seen as well about this Night Stalker hero is the hero does best when the mid hero that you also have in the game is also a very active mid. So whenever you have like, you know, some snipers, even sometimes Lina, these heroes that sit a bit back, it doesn't always feel as potent. But to be fair, that particular responsibility can come from the safe lane as well. As long as there's another core in the game that also wants to be playing actively, getting in the enemy team's face. If Monkey wasn't banned, I would be envisioning that hero. Now that it is, I'm starting to envision heroes like the Spectre that we saw in the previous series. Something like that to enable the permanent jump from this Night Stalker. But they had gone ahead and banned out the PA. The Sniper I was mentioning earlier has been removed from play in tandem with the Lich. If they'd gone for Sniper, then I could imagine them going like some safe lanes Bloodseeker, some safe lanes Sven, Spectre, those kind of heroes. They go for the Shadow Shaman instead. We have now some instant initiation onto any mid hero that they pick up. If it is a spirit hero, that is. We've got some tower pressure. Presumably, this is going to be the off lane. So they also have some kill pressure on that lane, which, in my opinion, you need for Night Stalker. This hero is not the strongest laner in the world. And even if you don't guarantee the kills, you need to have enough aggression from your forward position in the lane to ensure the enemy team doesn't run you over with their safe lane. They need to feel very skittish about committing hard onto you, and having a hero like the Shadow Shaman can definitely make them second guess how valid their initiation is going to be. But they do get a very strong lane. Clock TA, baby. All right. Well, Magnus, Shadow Shaman, I hope you guys are prepared to not get a single kill in that lane. It should be very, very, very hard to kill either of these heroes. Like, really hard. It should not happen. Clock can die maybe once, and that's maybe if his map is somewhere else on the map. He's not really paying that much of attention. But Clock should be able to keep the TA alive, keep her farming. Alright, I'm fine with this. I like this. So now for 4 Pirates, we'll have to have another core hero revealed here with their 16-17 picks. They get Beastmaster. Y'all are not going to believe this. I was literally about to say I wouldn't mind seeing Beastmaster again, because I definitely would like to see them get some more push. Something that's going to angle them towards having faster tempo on the map, being able to take down all of these buildings, move really quickly. Now, honestly, it seems like we're going to be having this Night Stalker in the safe lane. We've been seeing lots of more Night Stalker carry lately, so makes sense. Beastmaster in the off lane, they have a Venom monster as well, so they can decide between Venom and the Shadow Shaman who to put with the Night Stalker in lane. I imagine they're going to put the... Well, actually, I don't know, because Venom in the lane with the Night Stalker would be nice to protect the Night Stalker and harass whoever the offlaner is, presumably the Magnus right now. However, conversely, if Beastmaster goes with Venom as a 4 position, TA hates that lane. Like, playing into Venom as TA in the lane is just awful. Awful. So I don't know. Let's see. But I'm pretty sure that they're going to be playing Night Stalker carry. So let's see now for LFG. Are they getting a support? I mean, they don't have the last overall pick, so I would prefer for them to get a core hero right now. Something that can enable some jump. Puck that rushes Lincoln Sphere, I think I would like a lot. Can be a bit dangerous, don't get me wrong. There are some very nasty heroes to play into. Night Stalker, Beast, Shadow Shaman. Maybe you go Invoker, actually. Yeah, I could see Invoker. I like Invoker. Actually, I like Invoker a lot. If they have Invoker, then you also have Alacrity plus Empower onto the Templar Assassin. If the game continues to scale later and later, she'll become an absolute monster in those team fights. Let's see, they go Enigma. Okay. The thing is, this Enigma could still be a position 4 hero for the game. It's not obvious that it's... In my mind, I prefer core Enigma, personally. So I could see this being Enigma off lane, Magnus mid, TA safe lane. But, as mentioned, LFG, they don't have the final pick, so they're going to have to reveal to us before we see what 4 Pirates has to round out their draft. I mean, 4 Pirates also need a mid laner, and I could honestly see them getting the Invoker. Tornado would be really good against the Templar Assassin. EMP in this game would be pretty legit. Getting the Alacrity onto Night Stalker, who generally lacks the big punch that a lot of other carry heroes have. So you give him the Alacrity, you give him the inner Beast Aura, suddenly he can actually right-click very effectively in the middle of the fight. I like Invoker for them, so LFG might have to ban that out. For now, they remove this Tiny. Alright. There's 2 ways to go about this, right? You either try and play incredibly obscene tempo from the side of these 4 Pirates, or you can go back for like a Lina mid, and then Lina becomes like the actual carry of the game. It can be Lina, Invoker, Sniper. Well, Sniper's banned, but you know, that template of hero that just sits back, does all the damage for your team. Yes, there is a clockwork that can close you down, but you do have some degrees of protection in front of you. Actually, I like Lina a lot. I think Invoker / Lina should be the final ban for LFG. And then for 4 Pirates... what do you ban here? Dark Willow, maybe? Phoenix is already gone, so don't have to worry about the Supernova just cancelling out the darkness immediately. They're just bad mid heroes. So they're envisioning that this Enigma must be a position 4 for the game. Still would really like Invoker for LFG. Lina wouldn't be as hard for them, I don't think, but Invoker, I think, would be excellent. So they ban Earthshaker. What are they going to pick? And they go for the Earth Spirit. All right. We have been seeing a lot of Earthshakers beating the Earth Spirit in the mid lane. All right, so what does this give them? So it doesn't give them the same amount of like massive amplification onto the TA. It doesn't give them a secondary carry like I wanted, but it does give them a way to just start fights very early. Silences are going to be very good this game because Night Stalker, when he's playing carry, you only buy BKB like 3rd item on this hero right now. So he's going to be very susceptible to being silenced. Silence is very good to cancel the shackles on this Shadow Shaman. You perhaps get lucky enough with the Magnetize that you prevent the Beastmaster from even being able to approach the fight. Alright, I see this. Also, you have crazy team fight yet again. Enigma, Earth Spirit, Magnus, holy god. Alright, so now the question is, what's going to be the mid laner for Pirates. To be fair, they could also play the Beastmaster mid, and then knowing that the matchup is going to be into Earth Spirit, that lane should be fine for him. Hell, Venomonster could go mid, but they go with the Invoker. I mentioned this hero earlier, and I'm going to go through the same points. Alacrity onto the Night Stalker for later. Beastmaster gives you Inner Beast Aura. You have the Tornado to help deal with this Templar Assassin. EMP onto these supports can be very, very useful. And you, of course, have the Deafening Blast that if you're lucky enough, you can sort of mess up the initiation of this Magnus. I'm okay with this Enigma, or this Invoker. Another thing I like about the Invoker as well is that you're in a game where you have the Venomonster. If you ever cold snap a hero while Venomonster is next to them, that hero will die. But crucially, it's not just about that. It's about the fact that Venomonster buys Spirit Vessel. Enigma doesn't have to. I mean, Enigma is probably going to be. Oh, it's actually offlane. It's offlane Enigma. Norma's playing Enigma, so it looks like the Magnus is going to be a support. Okay. In that the case, then it's even better, right? Buying Spirit Vessel on the Zeno in tandem with the Cold Snap, you as the Invoker don't have to buy that item. You can itemize into something else. Obviously, nowadays, we've been seeing most Invokers go like Hurricane Pike, Parasma, these right-clicking sort of items. I imagine he's probably going to end up doing so in this game. But like I said, because it's a Veno, some of the damage output early, mid-game is going to be solved by him. And also, one thing I really like about this Invoker, as this game scales later and later, you don't want your Night Stalker to be your only source of physical damage output. This Invoker will help, yes, facilitate the team fights in the mid game, but can also become a right-clicking monster in the late game. And you definitely want that as a 4-black plan, having the Night Stalker as a carry. I will say, as much as I do like this Invoker, I still overall feel the LFG draft is a bit more cohesive. That being said, I'm not certain about this position for Magnus. I mean, Magnus, we have seen played in a bevy of positions, right? Basically 1 through 4, you can do anything with this hero. However, what we have seen is the hero not necessarily requires a lot of resources, but requires a moment to be able to shine. And when he's playing in the 4 position, he's going to always have to be in the advanced spaces on the map, creating space for the Enigma, rather than having space to exploit being created by his team. So I don't know. I still like their draft, but I'm uncertain about the Magnus. That being said, I was uncertain about the Naga Siren last game, and they were able to utilize that and get themselves a Game 1 victory. So let's see if LFG can yet again do something cool with the draft, or if it's going to be 4 Pirates taking us to yet another Game 3 of the evening. So let's go. Let's see what happens. Four Pirates, 3.1 odds relative to LFG 1.3. Yet again, I feel like that's such massive disrespect. Oh my god. 3.1! It's not that bad, gang. I will say though, I'm not actually personally sold on this Venomonster, position 5. I feel like this is a hero, this hero needs experience, like a lot of experience to be able to perform at his best, but we shall see. Down bottom, they actually have vision of Astral. I think this Magnus is dead. Yeah, he's dead. First blood for sure will happen in the bottom lane. They will surround him. But Yank, here he is. Shadow Shaman is out, and they see him.
Battle begins.
Shackle is not leveled just yet. Blood Grenade dropped down. And he knows he's dead. He's not even going to bother leveling up the Skewer. On the bright side, though, his team is able to claim 3 bounty runes. So, despite his death, not the greatest loss in the world, but it is a first blood. And worst case scenario is the fact that that gold went the way of this Night Stalker. So let's see how this all pans out as we now start our lanes. Top, Beastmaster with the Shadow Shaman. The 2 of them taking on Templar Assassin Clock. Let's just put it this way. I will be very, and I mean very surprised if anybody dies here. That Flacco might die once, like I mentioned in the draft, but that's the maximum amount of deaths I'm expecting in the top lane. Strong laners on all sides, yes, but Flacco should be able to hold everybody down. And UI does not want to actually play aggressively here. He just wants to farm. In the meantime, down bottom, Venomancer is actually playing. Oh my god, it's actually jungle Venomancer? Dude, is this jungle Venomancer? Night Stalker laning 1 versus 2 with jungle Veno. Oh my god. Alright. I was wondering why he went for play carrier as a position 5, because normally I've seen a lot of these position 5s will go for the other one. What's the other one called again? The Patient Zero. Yes. But he's actually playing jungle Veno, dude. This is actually the best thing in the world. But the thing is, Night Stalker, not the strongest laner in an aggressive fashion, yes, but, you know, Magnus, Enigma, he should be able to get his farm here. I'm very intrigued to see how this game is going to pan out. The one downside is that they can't stop the Enigma from getting his full farm, so Norma is going to be crazy farmed on his Enigma. But they're technically playing into 4 cores instead of just 3 with this Veno in the jungle. Veno monster in the jungle, bro. Oh, it's the best thing ever. And the thing is, Magnus playing as a position 4, this is why they did it, right? They know that Magnus, when he's playing position 4, can't play as like heads up, aggressive. I'm going to try and ruin your lane as much as possible. So he actually can't stop this. He just has to watch it happen. Unable to really do anything about this. And obviously, as a Venom monster, you're getting way more out of this asymmetrical laning stage than the Magnus is. I mean, Night Stalker is still getting his CS. Dude, this is actually amazing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
High key, this is game-winning type of stuff. Top lane, we do have a death onto the clockwork. That's his first one. I mentioned he should die once, and there it is. But once he comes back, he'll be able to reach level 3, level 4. We'll get to boot soon. Shouldn't die again. So the thing is, I've seen this in my pubs, the jungle Veno, but I don't think I've actually seen this in a pro game. And bottom, they actually might kill Astro. Astro's in trouble. There's a level 2 Void that he has to worry about. It's still nighttime. He's dead. He's gonna skewer. He's on the high ground. Void to cancel the TP. And Ariel gets the kill. Amazing stuff by this bottom lane of 4 pirates.
What have we here?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
How's the mid lane going right now? Seems fairly even in terms of the CS at the very least. I imagine though that Earth Spirit will have less net worth than the Invoker, right? Yeah, just slightly. But very even mid. Bottom is an absolute victory for 4 pirates. Night Stalker uncontested for the most part, still farming, chilling. Ariel just playing in the jungle. I actually can't believe this. This is amazing. Top lane, they're going on to Flacco. Clockwork, he's fine. He's already done his 1 death for the quota. He owed them 1 death, but afterwards, any subsequent death is just a mistake. As bottom, they were going on to Norma. Norma's actually in a lot of trouble, taking quite a bit of damage here. Void onto him. This Enigma's gonna die. Or Taker, able to bring him down. That's 2-0-1 for the Night Stalker right now. Ariel might end up losing his life, trying to juke around these Eidolons. He's bought out all his items though. Doesn't mind dying, he's chilling. Astro. Only level 3 right now on this Magnus. Gonna be a long way away from having that Blink Dagger, which he so desperately wants. They're actually gonna go on to Norma. Enigma's dead. Yeah, Enigma's gone. Bye-bye. First Dark Ascension of the game. Oh no, maybe not. Nizam shows up out of nowhere with the Earth Spirit. They do eventually get Nizam, but it does cost the life of Oteka, and Nizam actually got denied. He was underneath the Venomous Gale, so he can get denied at that point. Flaco, not going to be so lucky as he just dies heads up, but he's put the pressure out onto the Shadow Shaman so they can kill him off. Nizam, though, may have gone too far forward with this Earth Spirit. Losing health, he's ticking down lower and lower. Natty Narwhal trying to chase him down. There is the Sentry Ward on the ground. He's going to scout out the Ghost Walk. Ariel can't close the gap. So Nizam just rolls to the north to safety. LFG, amazing plays for them. A deny on the Enigma, a kill on the Night Stalker, and making sure the Invoker finds nothing with his first rotation. I really wish Lizard was here. He always makes fun of me for the fact that whenever I say somebody's gonna die 100%, they always live or something weird happens. And it's been happening today every single time. It's kind of hilarious. I can't believe they denied him. Also, I can't believe that Venomous Gale is still one of the only 2 spells in the entirety of Dota. Is it 2 or 3? 3 spells, sorry. No, 2 spells. You can't deny the Doom anymore. Yeah, only 2 spells you can deny. This and the Shadow Strike. Well, unfortunate for the 4 Pirates, and now LFG are going to come back bottom. Putting more pressure onto the tower. Lizam is here as well, hoping to try and roll onto somebody. Oteka realizes the danger that he's in, so he'll just twin gate out. He was actually being scanned directly. Both him and the Void, the Venomancer, despite to get themselves out as they lose the tier 1 tower very quickly to this Enigma Eidolon army.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The one drawback about their lineup is that if they're not using mass open wards or if the Beastmaster is not directly in front of the tower, their push is not the most significant in the world, but we will still find this here on tower top. So we'll have normalized lanes on both sides now. Overall though, LFG still more happy about their lanes. Mid lane didn't go so well, but we'll see what they can accomplish as they smoke up with the Magnus. They want to try and make something happen here to get him to the level 6 mark. They saw where the Beastmaster is underneath the Psionic Trap, but Beastmaster, oh, is he dead? Is he gonna die here? They're going around him. Nizam, he's here. They get the rolling boulder forward. Shockwave skewer deep into the jungle. Beastmaster does throw out the Primal Roar onto the Templar Assassin. It's going to keep him alive for now. In fact, they turn with the Magnetize. They have enough damage onto Astral to kill him. At the same time, they want to keep this fight going. Oteka wants to show up with the Dark Ascension being triggered. He's flapping his wings. They see Flaco. They get him with the Void. One more right click. Oteka kills him. Crippling Fear, ensuring there is no spell that can save him. So 4 Pirates respond very, very quickly to some movement from LFG, deny them a fight, get some gold, and putting themselves into a very good position on the map. 2k lead in total right now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mid lane, we have a move onto this Venomancer. He's going to get pushed back towards the tier 1 tower. He's going to end up dead. The question is, will the Earth Spirit follow him into the grave? There's a Hex out onto the Earth Spirit. Nizam, though, getting saved by Norma. In fact, the Black Hole from Norma gets sent out onto Natty Narwhal. They thought they were getting the kill onto this mid lane Earth Spirit, but instead the turnaround from 4 Pirates, or onto 4 Pirates rather. LFG, very nicely done by them. So that's both sides being able to find some nice turnarounds. 4 Pirates defended their Beastmaster earlier inside the Dire jungle. LFG now defending the Earth Spirit in the mid lane. They deny the tier 1 tower to make sure they don't give away the free gold. So proceedings on the map will still remain relatively even right now. Smoke up right now by 4 Pirates. They want to head to the south side. Enigma as well as the Earth Spirit are in the vicinity. They can catch either one of them. It could be a very important kill, and they see the Enigma. Can they get to him? The Brums were popped.
They fall very low onto this Shadow Shaman. So Shadow Shaman will die, but they still get the Enigma. And now though, here comes the Astral RP on the Magnus, onto multiple heroes, but they don't have enough follow-up damage. Even with the Magnetize, Nizam will end up dead. Will they be able to chase down Astral? Sunstrike will be there, catches him out. They throw in the Deafening Blast, and they will find the kill on the Magnus. Astral can do nothing against the Plague Wards or the Plague Carrier of Ariel. 3 for 2. And LFG, they saw that fight coming. They decided they want to engage it. They end up getting hard punished as a result.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You do see our secondary carry, or actually this is the real carry for 4 Pirates. He's the one that's going to be right-clicking into the late game. Has his D-Lance. Would love to be able to connect with the rest of his team and find a kill. They do have, it's dark nighttime, and they do have all the spells on Oteko, who's not far away. But right now though, they get the scan out onto the Invoker, but they don't catch up to him in time. I feel like Flacco had the angle. He was right underneath the sentry. I think they should have jumped him, but they don't manage to do so. Dark Ascension was triggered to try and chase down the Enigma, but he also manages to get himself away. Hookshot, top lane. They're looking for the Beastmaster, and they are gonna get him. Oh, he also Primal Roared? I mean, it's a 90-second cooldown, but it still means it'll be down for about a 4-minute once he respawns. At the same time, though, his team is stealing the Ancients. They're inside the Dire Triangle. They were trying to steal the Ancients. They don't manage to finish it off, though. And now they might need to take a fight onto Flacco. Flacco getting held in by the Shackles. Sunstrike is there, but the TA jumping onto the Shadow Shaman. It'll take a rolls in. Able to clean up Flacco, but they do lose the Shadow Shaman. Astral with an RP connects only onto this Invoker. Norma does have Black Hole ready to try and pop if needed. But they've already lost your Y. Without the Temper Assassin, they just do not have the damage for this fight. And they need to get the hell out of here. The scary thing is now they're going to come back for the Ancients. Natty Narwhal commits the Chaos Meteor. Or take a scouting the periphery and Overwatch positions, making sure they will be able to clean this one up and escape scot-free. Four Pirates. Number 4 on the net worth charts is the Venomancer, who has the Spirit Vessel complete. This is the item that I wanted. Really opens up the game for the Invoker, so he doesn't have to build it. Also going for the Pipe of Insight next. On the other side, Nizam is about to pick up a Blade Mail on the Earth Spirit, but starting to feel like he can't really participate in fights until he gets the BKB. And speaking of fights, down bottom, one is used up onto Astral. He will end up dead on the Magnus. Mid lane, they're going onto the Earth Spirit as well. Earth Spirit falling low. Earth Spirit gonna die. Can they find some revenge from LFG here? Maybe onto the Shadow Shaman, but I'm not sure they can get more than that. No, Tornado might actually save him. Flacco doesn't have Rocket Flare. Instead, the turnaround is coming in from Oteko. Shackles, Pedanic, making sure that Natty Narwhal is able to secure himself the double kill. Invoker, baby. Finishes off now. The 4 Hurricane Pike is feeling very strong. They even drop down the Noxious Plague onto the Enigma. Enigma's down too. 4 Pirates going off their 4-core type of draft right now, and it is working magnificently. And the thing is, this Magnus, they're doing this because they were exploiting the fact that Magnus was playing support. Magnus still doesn't have Blink, so he's not able to effectively fully counterplay them just yet. He will have it very shortly, but 4 Pirates have definitely made the most of this timing when they did not have to worry about the massive counter initiation.
Radiant are scanning.
I can't believe they're going to get away with this. They also just got a Blink of their own on their own 4 position. If you look at the top 5 net worths, 4 of those positions are filled by 4 pirates. They're actually going to get away with this. This is crazy. As we see now, LFG, they're inside the Radiant jungle, smoked up. Invoker is next to them with a Ghost Walk, but they do have a sentry. They see him, they see him, they see him, they see him. They're going to jump him. They RP him. Invoker will end up in a precarious position and now will end up dead. Nice little right clicks coming in from your Y and Astral. That's so unfortunate. This one sentry, this is the only sentry that they have on the dire side of the map on this cliff. It catches the Invoker and it leads to him dying.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid lane.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Gonna get pressured a little bit as some vision is being granted by Flacco, making sure they're not gonna get flanked. So they will see anybody coming in. Taker is coming forward. He does get rocket flared. Gonna have to use the Hunter in the Night, just get to safety. All LFG wants it is the tier 1 tower. They grab it, and now they will happily retreat towards their side of the map.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
However, now 4 pirates, they smoke up. Taker's not with them though, and I feel like they will kind of need this Night Stalker. Because everybody else from LFG is playing very close together. They would love to reveal the dual Blink Daggers on the Shadow Shaman Beastmaster. But who's going to be the priority target? Enigma. We saw him a little bit underneath the Observer Ward, but he's now gone into a safe position. The same is true of this Clockwork, so the angle of initiation is a little bit tough for 4 pirates right now. Seems like they're not going to find anything, sadly. I will say, one problem LFG have had, they started this game amazingly, right? The Venom Monster in the jungle, Night Stalker, with the early Hunter in the night, whilst having the nighttime, ensuring that he had a solid lane to start with. But unfortunately, they are starting to lose a lot of ground to the TA, who's farming quite a lot. So this Aegis will make a difference. Aegis plus Axe for the Beastmaster, so he can be the one to play a little bit higher up. They definitely need to start taking more of this map. The CA is starting to scare me. Elon's Blink Deso on her. Top lane might be a fight, but there is going to be a roar happening here as they skewer this Beastmaster onto the high ground, and there's an RP as well. The Aegis already being taken away. At the same time, though, we might end up losing this Earthshaker or Earth Spirit. He's going to get the Black Hole, though, to defend him, allowing him to keep living in this fight and turn the potential back onto Natty Narwhal. Magnetize was there, but the Hurricane Pike will save the Invoker for now. Unfortunately, because he used it on the Earth Spirit, it was not available for the Templar Assassin. So he just gets laid to waste. Norma claiming that kill. It's a 3-for-2 engagement. That was with an Aegis. They still end up losing the Beastmaster for technically it's actually 4-for-2. LFG allowed with the TA to just rip in the damage. Enigma was practically untouched in that fight.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And although the Earth Spirit did die, he took so much attention, so much time away from 4 pirates. The rest of the lineup was able to win the fight. They take the tier 1 tower, they remove the Aegis, and take away a lot of the gold lead that was starting to be amassed by the side of the 4 pirates. That's a 2k gold swing immediately from that one fight. We'll see Tormentors being taken now. We're not that far away from the 3rd Wisdom Wounds of the game as well, so we'll see the squads be able to claim that. It goes the way of the Shadow Shaman. That's a decent shot with the Serpent Ward Shackles. Not bad. In the meantime, TA is going to take the Tormentor for her team. And who's it going to go to? Goes to Flacco. Hey! Our boy now has a jetpack. Good times. That was funny. He tried. The Sunstrike was going towards where he thought the TA might be at. Now, in the river, Shackles get revealed with the negative shot, and they will find Astral. Magnus will end up going down for the count. So despite some good things in their favor, LFG are still playing a little bit behind the 8 ball here. All of their progression has been focused onto UI. The rest of the team still in dire need of items. Norma slowly but surely getting towards the BKB Bongo Boots. Even with BKB, your Black Hole can still be cancelled, but then you're not at least worried about Shackles, Deafening Blast, Tornadoes, Cold Snaps, Crippling Fears, Voids. There's so many ways to cancel Black Hole otherwise. So we have a quick pause. Still a 4k gold lead for the 4 Pirates. We have to remember they are playing with 4 cores at the moment. Their 4th core, Aerial, on the Venomancer, has the full pipe, has the vessel. It looks like he's building into a Lotus Orb for the gang. I can't imagine he's building Lincoln Sphere, so Lotus Orb makes the most sense. The Invoker, not that far away from having his Manta style. High key, no joke. Manta style plus the Inner Beast Aura from... Yo, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of right-click damage. We're going to have a quick replay about how things have been going in this game. This was the first blood. Started out by the 4 Pirates. Otaker, of course. That first blood that he got, the little bit of gold was nice because it allowed him to get that early bracer. And look what they were able to accomplish off the back of that bracer. This high aggression, had the Hunter of the Night in the laning phase. And they just put on the pressure. Otaker is 6-1 and 6 for a reason right now. I'm trying to be as present on the map as humanly possible with this Night Stalker. And even the couple of fights where it looked like, oh, maybe this could be quite decent for LFG. They're just being outcored. There's too many core heroes to deal with. But, like I said, that only applies for so long in this game. Eventually, we will have BKB, Lincoln's, Bongo Boots, Enigma. We will have Daedalus, Lincoln's on the TA. We will have BKB, Kaya Sanj, plus like some Octarine on this Earth Spirit. And of course, they have a technically 4th core themselves in the form of the Magnus. They just haven't been playing him as such. But eventually, he'll also have like a BKB available. So for 4 Pirates, how well this game has been going should not be a reflection of how well this game is always going to go. They still need to play on the front foot. Must make sure they get this tier 2 tower. Unfortunately, their side lanes, top and bottom, aren't pushing in right now. So they're not going to be able to immediately go get another tier 2. But I would like to see them just shove in those lanes. Make sure that they keep control of this triangle area where they plop down some wards earlier. So maybe they push here in this mid lane. Leave Aerial and maybe the Beastmaster in the triangle. The rest of the team goes bottom, pushes out from there. But for now, the game is certainly in their control. Just needs to be decided how they round things off for the next few minutes. It's unfortunate they're not getting any major power spike items outside of the Manta style from this Invoker. I mean, SNY is cool on the Night Stalker, but it's not like some Nullifier, Phylactery, full Harpoon complete from him. It will help, certainly, but not the full panacea that they want. Still a little bit away from having the big power spike items. We do have Veno back in the game. And hopefully we'll get the G's. The G's. Well, since we all paused right now, and we have a little bit of time to think about it, let me know, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, who do you believe is going to end up winning this game based on how things have gone? You think it's going to be LFG or the 4 Pirates who come away with the W here?
Dire structures are fortified.
As we are now back into proceedings. LFG did pop the Glyph fortification to defend the tier 2 middle. They didn't even really send any heroes, but 4 Pirates paranoid about the fact that they could have, especially with the Magnus still having RP available. They will decide to take the safe play back away from the tier 2 tower and see if they can get anything else accomplished on the map.
Middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Beastmaster farming away. Closer and closer he gets towards the BKB. I mean, this is a game he's playing into Enigma and Magnus, so BKB won't protect him. Oh, bottom lane. Are they thinking of jumping onto the Night Stalker? Oteka was running next to an Observer Ward, but if he went towards the east, they would have definitely jumped him. But because he went west, they didn't have the Magnus here. They decided to opt for the safer play. Allow him to flap his wings to safety. He's alright. He's cool. And now we have a gem of true sight for this Shadow Shaman, so they can start really controlling the vision game on this map. And the thing is about this gem, you kind of have to have this item when you're playing against Templar Assassin. Otherwise, your entire map just gets peppered with the TA traps you can't deal with. With the gem, you can create some space. Wait, where is the gem? We'll talk about it in a second. Bottom lane. Jetpack out onto the clockwork. He's caught, killed. Easy kill. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay, but seriously, where's the gem? Did he... Is it still coming on the courier? Okay, it's on the Night Stalker now.
Middle tower is under attack.
Ariel building into a Crimson Guard. Crimson Guard pipe vessel on the Venomancer. 24 minutes into the game. Nice. Oh, RP triggered onto the top lane. They're going onto the Beastmaster, and they are going to be able to find him. Magnetized, taking him low. He's still alive, but he does eventually die. There will be a Sunstrike attempt onto the Earth Spirit. It doesn't kill him just yet. He now activates a BKB, rolling back in towards the Night Stalker, who's also managed to flap himself away. So they just get the Beastmaster. LFG, they would like to be able to get out of this. Night Stalker will just go ahead, D-ward while he's around. He knows the fight is over, but he needs to be careful because he also knows that BKB is online, so you can't just play completely freely in this area. Nonetheless, though, nice catch. Kill goes the way of Enigma. He'll clean up some mass open wards as well. We're now only 1,600 gold away from having a full BKB. Nice, nice, nice.
Tower is under attack.
But for me, the big win is that they did not kill the Earth Spirit. He got to live, get out. 9-second BKB charge, but whatever, who cares? Four Pirates now. Certainly not feeling super happy about how this game has been proceeding. Bottom lane's about to get pushed in a little bit by UI. They are not in position to defend this unless they do some mass TPs. And those mass TPs can be scouted. Observer Ward was laid down behind them by Flacco. My boy ASAP Rocky. Making sure he sees what's going down with the Pirates. And they're just going to lose the tower. Tier 2 tower bottom. Templar Assassin just going to get it for free. Okay.
Tower is under attack.
This is really not good for 4 Pirates. A free tower means that they should be able to come back, potentially defend their tower top. Earth Spirit's already gotten the flank movement behind them, having taken the Twin Gate. We'll see how LFG approach this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Smoke up. 4 members of LFG.
Middle tower has fallen.
We already have Nizam waiting inside the Roshan pit to try and get the backstab movement here. Dire side scan will not connect onto anybody, but we will see the smoke getting broken by the Shadow Shaman. Hook shot forward by Flacco. It gets onto the Beastmaster. RP onto both him and the Shadow Shaman. They're trying to bring them down. Chaos Media, Black Hole. They haven't gotten even one kill just yet. They're just losing everybody instead. Nizam is trying to get in and help them fight here. But Ortega with the BK, with the Harpoon going in, has just been too strong. Nizam, BKB, Magnetize, trying to tick these heroes low. But it's not going to be enough. Ariel will survive on 50 HP. He just didn't connect all at the same time. There was a BKB almost immediately being triggered out by the Beastmaster, so he didn't die immediately during the RP. But crucially, where was Nizam? It took so long for him to arrive. By the time he gets there, the TA already is dead. Magnus can't do anything, and the entire team fight is lost. 4 Pirates now on the high ground, looking to claim their first lane of racks. They can get the tier 3 tower, can't get the 4 racks just yet. They don't feel confident enough in it. Astral, he is nearby, does have the blink skewer, so they need to be careful of that, but nonetheless, massive team fight victory in the favor of the 4 Pirates. It's just very unfortunate just how long it took for Nizam to connect. High key, if Nizam was there at the same time as the rest of the team, when they got that RP, when the TA was there, there's no way 4 Pirates win that fight. But he wasn't, so they do. $11K gold lead now in favor of the 4 Pirates. They're gonna smoke. Did they just pick up any big items? Not just yet. Daedalus is out now for the Temporal Assassin. Beastmaster, Blink BKB Ags, Invoker with the Manta style. And we do have a Blink Dagger onto the Venom Monster as well. So he's got Blink, Crimson Guard, Pipe of Insight, as well as the Spirit Vessel. Might decide to start building into the Aghanim Scepter so he can get the Septic Shock for the Plagues. And bottom, they almost saw Astro, but he does manage to blink away. You see him now, they blink on top of him. Do they get the shackles out? Yes, they do. Sunstrike as well. We are going to lose our Magnus. Dragged back in by the Ortega Harpoon. No buyback either, so they don't have to worry about some buyback RP play. They should actually go Rosh.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Sadly though, Roshan is right now on the nighttime side of things.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, he's about to head to the nighttime side of things, excuse me, if they don't kill him fast
Radiant's
enough.
top tower is under attack.
They have to go immediately into the play. Like immediately. There we go. There we are. Roshan should end up dead here. Beastmaster Invoker. Easy clap.
Fallen to the radiant.
So Axe Banner in favor of this Beastmaster now. 13K gold lead. 4 Pirates. Definitely feeling good about the way this game is progressing. It is still the case that the top 5 of the net worths include 4 of their heroes. It's only really this TA for LFG. At this point, LFG are playing 4 Protect 1. The thing is, your Y does have enough damage to actually solo carry this game, but needs a few tools before then. We need a Lincoln Sphere, probably need BKB as well. Tornado now out. Flacco harpooned into Ortega. Easy kill. Now that BKB onto this Invoker. Natty Narwhal becoming a massive threat. Next up is going to be his Parasma. And as much as I was talking about how Night Stalker isn't necessarily the primary carry with the Invoker in the game, he has been somewhat proving me wrong, gang. 8, 1, and 12. Done a lot of damage. Level 20 right now. I mean, the Invoker also has a phenomenal score, 9, 3, and 12, but some of these kills have come from the Sunstrike. Didn't really have to be there. But Ortega was playing hyper aggressively. And now, look at 4 Pirates. They're stealing the Tormentor away from LFG. They realize they can't do it just yet, though. They instead opt to go onto the high ground. Drop Mass Serpent just to put some pressure. It's going to be about a third damage. And this is what I'm talking about in the draft. You can just do this. You drop them. They kill them off, sure, but you just reset. It's for free. You take their Tommy. Beastmaster got it. That's nice, baby. Double Hawks. Let's go. $15K gold lead for the 4 Pirates. 75% win probability. The game looking extremely favorable for them. Unfortunately, they can't rest on their laurels because they are dealing with some very scary heroes. Magnus, Enigma, big team fighters, and now they just caught the Venom Monster, but they can't kill him just yet. Instead, Enigma gets jumped on, roared, and killed. That being said, though, TA is able to stand her ground for now. Shockwave pulling back the Beastmaster. Beastmaster dies, gives up the Aegis. There is a black hole from Enigma, but it misses everybody. The Magnetize on the backline doesn't, however. They are able to get a lot of damage out. Nizam, though, dies before they can finish off these heroes. Now a Taker who would love to dive forward, make sure that the Enigma dies too, and he's able to do so. Can't save the Beastmaster, however, as they now precipitate the double buybacks. Both the Clockwork and Magnus want to engage in this fray once again, but they blinks away from 4 Pirates. Will deny them that opportunity. Wait, did they buy back on Enigma as well? They did. Ooh. Ooh. So it's a dieback on Enigma. Have 5 heroes dead in the end. Damn, that's tough. They need to get something out of this. That's why they're smoking. They realize just how many resources they committed. And that's why 4 Parrots are running as far as they can into their base. Sadly, LFG, they don't catch them. So they just end up losing massively on that fight. If you look at the gold exchange are 2.6 to 2.5. Slightly favoring the Pirates, but the big detriment is now that we have all of these buybacks on cooldown. If Enigma, Magnus, or the Clockwork die again, nothing they can do to return into the fray and help the team out.